Chapter 351, Third Function, 1. Inside Lil Pagoda's paradise. Chen Daoxuan sat in the thatched cottage. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. The sea of divine light was at the bottom of the entire sea of consciousness. In the center of the sea of divine light was a golden scripture that emitted a faint golden light. Beside the golden scripture was a dark red planet. As for the chaos chi that had been released from the 7,000 or so world origin, the golden scripture text had already devoured all of it. Without the chaotic chi, the golden scripture stopped feeding the stardust. It floated quietly in the center of his sea of consciousness as if nothing had anything to do with it. Chen Daoxuan was already used to this old man's attitude and ignored him. Instead, he turned to study the dark red planet beside the golden scripture. In the past, Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness had always stored comprehension stardust. However, this was the first time Chen Daoxuan had seen a comprehension planet. How to use this thing really made Chen Daoxuan feel troubled at the beginning. Because in the past, the various comprehension stardusts were attracted to each other. Chen Daoxuan's control over the comprehension stardust in the past was mostly to control them so that they did not fuse together. But this time, his comprehension ability had fused too much stardust, directly turning it into a dark red planet, causing Chen Daoxuan to be at a loss. Moreover, according to the nature of the golden scripture, from the beginning to the end, apart from giving Chen Daoxuan a cultivation method for the soul-setting divine light when it was resisting the spiritual attack of Daoist Shenju, it also gave Chen Daoxuan the cultivation method of the soul-setting divine light. Only the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture was given to him at the beginning. Other than these two great techniques, Chen Daoxuan had never received any instructions on how to use the golden scripture. Strictly speaking, the comprehension stardust was both a product of the primordial enlightenment scripture and the golden scripture. Every day when Chen Daoxuan recited the primordial enlightenment scripture, it would help him store a stardust of comprehension. It was also because of this that Chen Daoxuan was able to rise up in the Chen family of Shuanghu Island, which lacked resources. But towards the end, storing a piece of comprehension stardust every day gradually seemed to be a drop in the bucket for Chen Daoxuan's increasingly profound cultivation and swordsmanship realm. Until Chen Daoxuan found out that the chaotic chi in the source bead could be converted into stardust through the golden scripture, Chen Daoxuan's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Chen Daoxuan knew that after the golden scripture devoured the chaos chi, it must have absorbed something beneficial to it. However, as long as this lord could give him the stardust, Chen Daoxuan could not be bothered to care about what it could obtain. The main thing was that he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. Other than protecting Chen Daoxuan's soul in times of crisis, this old man usually didn't listen to his commands at all. As for the primordial enlightenment scripture that Chen Daoxuan had obtained from it, it had given Chen Daoxuan a huge boost. Ever since Chen Daoxuan embarked on the path of cultivation, he had obtained the primordial enlightenment scripture. At the beginning, when he recited the primordial enlightenment scripture, other than recovering his consciousness, there was nothing else magical about it. It was only after he had recited it silently for several years and broken through to the first level of the primordial enlightenment scripture that he obtained the ability to store his comprehension stardust. According to Chen Daoxuan's own conclusion, the true function of the first level of the primordial Dao comprehension scripture should be called Dao comprehension. It was the fusion of 10 stardust that allowed his comprehension to increase tenfold in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, achieving an effect comparable to enlightenment. As for the second level of the primordial enlightenment scripture, other than strengthening the function of enlightenment, the additional function was called preaching by Chen Daoxuan. This function wasn't for Chen Daoxuan himself, but for his disciples, clan cultivators, and other outsiders. Chen Fuxian was the representative of the elites of the Chen family. It was because of this function that they could comprehend sword intent and become sword cultivators. But today, Chen Daoxuan's primordial enlightenment scripture had finally broken through to the third level. He had also discovered the third function of the primordial enlightenment scripture. Just as Chen Daoxuan condensed the dark red planet in a hurry and was at his wit's end, he suddenly had a whim and recited the primordial enlightenment scripture silently. But this time, as he recited the sutra, a magical scene happened. The dark red planet that was originally floating quietly beside the golden scripture actually started to slowly rotate as Chen Daoxuan recited the primordial enlightenment scripture. Moreover, as the dark red planet spun, Chen Daoxuan discovered that its surface was emitting specks of light, as if it was burning. Unlike the previous 2 times where he was confused, this time, Chen Daoxuan instantly understood what the third function of the primordial enlightenment scripture was. To be precise, after the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture broke through to the 3rd level, a new function called Dao development was born. The so-called Dao development was to deduce the great Dao. This ability was actually a complementary ability to Dao comprehension. When cultivators reached the Zifa stage, they had to comprehend the great Dao. Otherwise, they would be destined to die in the future Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. However, comprehending the great Dao was not as simple as it sounded. Firstly, the cultivator's comprehension was insufficient. Secondly, it was difficult for the great Dao to manifest. Why were so many realm demons and nascent souls so anxious to send their subordinates to the source world of true immortals to fight for the great Dao laws? It was not because the great Dao laws in the origin world of true immortals were unstable, but because it was easier to comprehend the great Dao laws after they were manifested. However, these great Dao nomological laws were actually the great Dao comprehended by the fallen realm demon at the level of a perfected immortal. Chapter 352, the third function, 2. Compared to the great Dao laws of the real world, it was just a drop in the ocean. Of course. Even though it was just a drop in the ocean, for nascent souls, the nomological laws of the great Dao comprehended by realm demons at the perfected immortal level were enough for them to comprehend for a long time. As for the laws of the great Dao in the real world, he could only dream about it. He wanted to make the great Dao laws of the cultivation world manifest. Unless a world was destroyed. At the moment of the world's destruction, the great Dao laws might appear. The Dao development function of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture was naturally not that abnormal. It could directly manifest the great Dao laws of the cultivation world. However, it could directly deduce the great Dao laws contained in places with deeper Dao accumulations. In the beginning, Chen Daoxuan did not know what a place with a deeper Taoist connotation was until he looked at the big canyon in the human world again. Realm Demons Camp. The leaders of the Lion Camel Fey Kingdom, the Great Yuan Fey Kingdom, and the King Kaiu Fey Kingdom sat together and discussed attacking the human camp. I suggest we attack the human camp immediately. The Blood Prison Demon Monarch's voice was like thunder, causing the cave abode to tremble. As he spoke, he looked at Qi Ling. With the fresh troops of the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom, our strength will increase greatly. It will definitely be easy for us to take down the human cultivators this time. Hearing this, Demon Monarch Qinghe remained silent while Qi Ling frowned slightly. She raised her head and looked at the Blood Prison Demon King. Blood Prison Demon King, the Heaven Realm hasn't opened yet. Isn't it too early for us to fight to the death with the human cultivators? We have to get rid of the human cultivators sooner or later. The Blood Prison Demon Monarch glanced at Qiliang. Qiliang, are you planning to collude with human cultivators? You. Qi Ling was instantly infuriated by the Blood Prison Demon Monarch's words. Brother Blood Prison. On the side, Demon King Qinghe acted as a peacemaker. Qiliang is also considering the big picture. Now that the Heaven Realm has not opened, the great Dao laws have not appeared. We don't know what dangers we will encounter next. It is indeed unwise to consume our strength like this. Humph. Blood Prison Demon King glanced at Qi Ling and then at Demon King Qinghe. He turned his head and did not say anything else. Demon Monarch Qinghe knew that Demon Monarch Blood Prison's younger brother had died and was unwilling to bicker with him. So he looked at Qiliang and said, I agree with you. I think the final battle with the human cultivators should be held after the opening of the Heaven Realm. Qi Ling nodded. Compared to personal grudges, seizing the great Dao laws is the most important thing for us Fey Kingdoms. 2 of the 3 demons supported the opening of the Heaven Realm before attacking the human cultivators. No matter how anxious the Blood Prison Demon Monarch was, there was nothing he could do. After leaving the cave abode, the anger on the Blood Prison Demon Monarch's face disappeared, as if the anger in the cave abode had been faked. In the sky, he glanced at the only clansman who had escaped from the Earth Realm and asked, Are you sure that other than you, no other realm demon knows that Qi Tong is relying on that small pagoda magic item? The Zifu disciple thought for a moment, then frowned. Monster King, I don't think anyone knows. Qi Tong used the small pagoda very discreetly. If it hadn't been attacked by us that day and exposed its flaws, Master Xueqi and I wouldn't have discovered its secret. Very good. The Blood Prison Demon Monarch nodded. Hearing the Blood Prison Demon King's praise, the purple mansion green lion lowered its head and a hint of joy flashed across its face. He had lost the backing of Lord Xueqi, but now he had the support of the Blood Prison Monster King. He had lost something, but he had gained something. Just as it was secretly rejoicing, a terrifying blood-red projection pressed down on its body, completely imprisoning it. Blood, blood! It trembled and couldn't even speak. The Blood Prison Demon King stretched out his palm leaf-like palm, pressing it down on the enormous head of the Zifu disciple. With a forceful squeeze, the head exploded. This Zifu disciple, the only Zifu disciple who had escaped from the human world, had been instantly killed by the Blood Prison Demon Monarch. Since my brother is dead, you should go and accompany it, shouldn't you? Gazing at the mutilated corpse of the Zifu disciple, the Blood Prison Demon Monarch softly said. After saying that, the Blood Prison Demon King opened his mouth and swallowed the incomplete corpse. After killing the Azure Lion, the Blood Prison Demon King looked in the direction of the Qingqiu Demon Nation. His eyes lit up as he thought, as long as I get that pagoda, Fairy Qi Yao and Demon King Qing he will all die. The great Dao laws of the origin world belong to my Shi Tuo Fei kingdom. Inside the cave. As a purple prefecture Demon Monarch Qing he immediately sensed Demon Monarch Blood Prison's origin world projection and probed it. However, he was pushed back by the Blood Prison Demon Monarch. However, he also saw what he wanted to see. The Blood Prison Demon King had not gone mad to cause trouble for the scarlet-eyed dire monster. Instead, he had killed the only Zifu dire monster of the Lion Camel Kingdom who had escaped from the Earth Realm. Although the Blood Prison Demon Monarch's sudden attack was detrimental to morale. However, considering that the Blood Prison Demon Monarch was in a fit of anger and that the other party had killed his subordinates, Demon Monarch Qing he did not want to meddle. Qi Ling also saw the scene of Demon Monarch Blood Prison killing her subordinates through the origin world projection. Unlike Demon King Qing he, she secretly despised Demon King Blood Prison. He was a good-for-nothing with strength but no brains. Everything that happened near the commander's tent in the Realm Demon's camp. Chen Daoxuan, who was far away in a cave dwelling at the edge of the Qingqiu Demon Nation, did not know. In order to avoid provoking the Blood Prison Demon Monarch, Qi Ling arranged for Qi Tong's residence to be the furthest away from the Blood Prison Demon Monarch's cave abode. Of course. Although this distance was far, if Chen Daoxuan really wanted to know, he only needed to spread out his divine sense to know everything. However, be it realm demons or cultivators, they usually would not use their origin world projection or divine senses to look around. This kind of behavior, whether in the immortal cultivation world or the true demon realm, would trigger a life and death battle. After all, every cultivator had their own secrets. If they wanted to pry into other people's secrets, would they have to fight to the death? Qingqiu Demon Country. In Qi Tong's cave abode. Qi Tong looked at Chen Daoxuan who flew out of the small tower in shock. He was so frightened that he quickly spread out his origin world projection, afraid that Chen Daoxuan would expose his tracks. One had to know that this was the headquarters of the realm demons. There were at least 3,000 Zifu disciples living there, as well as 2 demon monarchs who were equivalent to mid-stage golden core human cultivators, and a large group of Zifu disciples who were close to the golden core stage. If Chen Daoxuan were to reveal himself now, his strength would be comparable to a monster king. At this moment, he had just broken through to the nascent soul realm, so it was uncertain whether he could survive or not. After all, the Zifu disciples and dire monsters who were able to survive were basically the most elite Zifu disciples and dire monsters of the 4 great dire monster empires and the human cultivators. Any one of them would be more powerful than an ordinary late-stage Zifu disciple. How could Qi Tong not panic when Chen Daoxuan left the small tower so rashly? Master, why did you come out? Qi Tong said in fear. I'm out of my sight, I'm going to go up. Chen Daoxuan did not explain further. He smiled and said, relax. You are now the 3rd strongest expert in the Realm Demon Camp and the strongest expert in the Green Hill Demon Kingdom. Who would dare to use the origin world projection to check on you? Hearing this, Qi Tong paused slightly and said awkwardly, ahem, I forgot about that. Look at its appearance. Chen Daoxuan shook his head with a smile and said, since you're worried, just keep the origin world projection open to prevent other realm demons from spying. Yes, Master. Qi Tong nodded seriously. It was indeed afraid of Chen Daoxuan's boldness. If Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Qing He had landed in the human cultivators' camp, Qi Tong was certain that none of them would dare to swagger out to take a look. With just this courage, Chen Daoxuan was able to shake off all the cultivators of the same level in the human world. Chen Daoxuan did not know what Qi Tong was thinking. What he was most concerned about was the scene in front of him. As the dark red planet in his sea of consciousness spun, the scene in Chen Daoxuan's eyes changed completely. His gaze pierced through the river of time and saw how this bottomless canyon was formed. In his sea of consciousness. As the dark red planet spun faster and faster, the light emitted by the dark red planet became hotter and hotter, and the scene in front of him became clearer and clearer. Chapter 353, Brand, 1. Origin World of True Immortals. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years ago. This realm was still peaceful. Not only were there plants, mountains, rivers, and lakes, but there were also all kinds of life forms living in it. It was just like the embryonic form of a world. Until a giant was swallowed by this origin world. At that moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the huge fireball hanging high in the sky became dim. This giant was tens of thousands of feet tall and held a giant axe in his hand. The giant casually swung his axe from top to bottom. The heaven-splitting axe immediately tore open a spatial rift that was tens of thousands of kilometers long. The remaining power was so strong that it even split open a canyon that was tens of thousands of miles wide. It crashed into the door of the heaven realm with a loud bang. In the depths of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, the dark red planet was still spinning. However, as the flames on the dark red planet continued to flicker, the size of this dark red planet continued to shrink. But Chen Daoxuan was not in the mood to pay attention to this scene. He was completely focused on the giant's axe. If he was not mistaken, this giant was using the Dharma idol divine ability. A Dharma idol that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what level the body refinement cultivation of the giant had reached, but according to what he knew, even a nascent soul who cultivated the body refinement path couldn't have such an exaggerated Dharma idol. As the dark red planet continued to spin, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, the scene of the giant holding the axe and splitting the sky kept repeating. Gradually, in his eyes, this axe had a new change. Chen Daoxuan discovered that in the process of tearing the firmament, this axe actually involved changes in space. Coincidentally, the spatial sword essence was one of the two sword essences that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended. Although his current spatial sword intent had only reached the second level of the corporeal realm and was still far from the fifth level of the low realm, it did not prevent him from seeing the spatial changes contained in this axe. He realized this. Chen Daoxuan repeatedly used the Dao development function to check the changes in this axe. Finally, as he persistently circulated the primordial enlightenment scripture, Chen Daoxuan discovered that when the giant slashed out with his axe, there was actually a five-colored light that was wrapped around a golden light that was flowing. This is, the space laws contained the five elements of change. Chen Daoxuan was extremely shocked. Using spatial laws as the foundation and fusing the five elements laws, this person, Chen Daoxuan, didn't know how to evaluate this mighty cultivator. However, he could tell that this mighty cultivator holding a giant axe was a human cultivator. He just didn't know if this senior had already ascended to the upper world. As the dark red planet in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness continued to spin, the image of the giant holding an axe and splitting the sky was deeply imprinted in Chen Daoxuan's mind. Not only that, this scene was even analyzed clearly by the Dao development function of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture. Even its nomological changes were clearly displayed. In the future, as long as Chen Daoxuan wanted to see, he could flip through this picture at will. Compared to the great Dao laws recorded in the Dao inscription stone, this image imprinted in the depths of Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness would exist forever as long as he did not take the initiative to remove it. It was many times more convenient than the great Dao stone tablet. Phew! After imprinting this image, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the Taoist connotation left on the canyon had disappeared. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Chen Daoxuan slowly stopped the dark red planet from spinning. His eyes returned to normal. Chen Daoxuan casually instructed Qi Tong, "Don't disturb me if there's nothing else." After saying that, he ignored Qi Tong's stunned expression and flew back into Lil Pagoda's grotto heaven. Inside Lil Pagoda's paradise, in the thatched cottage, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged and his consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness again. He discovered that compared to before, the dark red planet formed by the fusion of stardust had already shrunk by a size. If the dark red planet before was about 100 meters in diameter, then at this moment, its diameter was only about 70 meters. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about the shrinking of the dark red planet. After the stimulation of the scene just now, Chen Daoxuan realized that his space sword intent was actually about to break through. It had only been a month since his space sword intent had reached the form realm. In this short amount of time, his spatial sword essence had a new breakthrough. Anyone who heard this would find it unbelievable. However, Chen Daoxuan knew that it was not surprising for his space sword intent to reach the third level. The third level of the Great Dao realm corresponded to the Zifu disciple level. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's second level of space sword intent was actually behind his cultivation. With Chen Daoxuan's cultivation at the sixth level of the Purple Mansion realm, it was only natural for him to comprehend the spatial sword intent to the third level. In addition, he had just watched the powerful cultivator split open the sky with an axe, and his inspiration for the spatial sword intent was like a fountain. From this, it could be seen that Chen Daoxuan's spatial sword intent breaking through to the star transformation realm was not surprising. As time passed by, 3 days later, in Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Sea of Qi, the second star finally lit up above the Purple Mansion. Compared to the stars formed by the Rain Sword Essence, the stars formed by the Space Sword Essence were much brighter. The difference between the two could be seen at a glance. Inside the thatched cottage, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. The spatial sword intent had broken through to the third level, and his strength had made another huge improvement. Not to mention the tempering and strengthening of the third level of the spatial sword intent, just the addition of the third level of the spatial sword intent to the offensive power was enough to increase his strength greatly. Chapter 354, Brand, 2. He calculated carefully. After Chen Daoxuan advanced to the sixth level of the Purple Mansion realm, his magic power was naturally much stronger than when he was at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Unlike when he was in the foundation establishment stage, Chen Daoxuan's realm did not exceed his cultivation level in the Purple Mansion stage. Thus, he had yet to temper his magic power to the limit, which was 100. Chen Daoxuan had tested it before. At the sixth level of the Purple Mansion realm, his basic attack power was only around 70. Compared to the 50 when he had just broken through, it had only increased by 20. It was only after breaking through 5 minor levels in a row that he could increase the power of his basic magic power. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan did not continue to use the essence of Qi to quickly increase his cultivation. Although the essence of vital Qi was good, it could not help a cultivator improve their Great Dao realm. For cultivators, the further they cultivated, the more important the Great Dao realm became than their cultivation. This was because the improvement of the Great Dao realm could only depend on the cultivator himself, while cultivation could rely on all kinds of natural treasures to forcefully improve. For example, essence of vital Qi was something that could quickly increase a cultivator's cultivation. The various elixirs that cultivators used during their cultivation were more common treasures that could increase their cultivation. There was not a single treasure that could directly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Even Chen Daoxuan's primordial Dao enlightenment scripture only reduced the difficulty of his Dao enlightenment and could not directly increase his Great Dao realm. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Small Tower Grotto Heaven. In the valley, in front of Chen Daoxuan, there was a dark Yunmo wall. He stood with a sword in his hand, his expression calm. Boom! Under normal circumstances, when he slashed at the Yunmo wall with all his might, the light rings would flash and connect together. Finally, a new value appeared in front of him. 742, not bad. Chen Daoxuan nodded. In that case, if I use the 3 heads 6 arms God art and use the 6 arms combined attack, my maximum attack power will reach about 4,800. The spatial sword intent had only reached the 3rd tier astral transformation realm, but its offensive power had almost doubled. Even so, Chen Daoxuan still gave it his all. As expected, the huge Yunmo wall displayed the same number as he had estimated, 4,833. The threefold spatial sword intent has increased the power by 9 times. Adding on the LX basic magic power and the 0.6x magic tool, the total increase is 10.6 times. Not bad. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know how strong the attack power of a golden core cultivator was, he felt that ordinary golden core cultivators were at most at this level. Although Chen Daoxuan had entered the source world of true immortals for so long, he had mostly hidden behind his spirit pet Qi Tong. However, he had not been idle during this period of time. Other than his usual cultivation, the thing that Chen Daoxuan did the most was to collect information on the top experts of various forces. Fortunately, as the intensity of everyone's battle increased day by day, the hidden experts of the various factions were also constantly exposed. Among the 4 demon kingdoms, or more accurately, the 3 demon kingdoms and the human cultivators, Chen Daoxuan gave a rough ranking to all the Zifu disciples and dire monsters. This ranking was made by him based on all kinds of information as a reference for his own strength. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, in the current true immortal realm, Zifu disciples and great demons were roughly divided into 5 levels. The first tier was Fairy Qi Yao, who was ranked first on the Sons of Heaven rankings in the Infinite Star Sea. The only battle she had ever fought was a 1-on-2 battle, but she had almost killed the Blood Prison Daemon King and the King He Daemon King. The second tier was Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Xing He. According to Qi Ling, although these 2 Daemon Kings weren't as powerful as Fairy Qi Yao, they were basically able to crush the other Zifu disciples of the human race. The third tier consisted of Zifu disciples like Zhou Mubai and Qi Ling. Zifu disciples of this level were roughly comparable in power to ordinary human golden core cultivators who had just broken through, but they were still inferior to Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Celebration. The fourth tier consisted of the more senior cultivators on the Zifu disciple rankings, such as Zhang Xianling and Zhang Chenai. The fifth tier was the most ordinary Zifu disciple like Daoist Fire Spirit. Although he was much stronger than ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples, compared to Zhou Mubai, who was ranked in the top 10, the former could be instantly killed by the latter. As for the fifth tier, there were only those ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples who weren't qualified to enter the Zifu disciple rankings. There were also differences in strength. The strong were the elite Zifu disciples of the realm demons, whose strength was almost on par with that of the Zifu disciples on the chosen roll, while the weak were the most ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples. For example, Zhang Chenyuan, the Dao child of the Zhang clan who had led more than 5,000 human cultivators into the human world, belonged to the most ordinary late-stage Zifu disciple level. He might be slightly stronger, but there was a limit to his strength. However, to Chen Daoxuan, Zifu disciples who couldn't even enter the Zifu disciple rankings were not worthy of his attention at all. Chen Daoxuan's estimation of his own strength was probably between the second and third grades. He was only stronger than Zhou Mubai and Qi Ling, but he should be weaker than Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Xing He. Of course, Chen Daoxuan wasn't sure if he was weaker than the 2 Demon Kings. At his current level of strength, it was still not accurate to rely on information to estimate the strength of a person without actually fighting. Especially when the difference between the 2 was not big. In fact, the gap between Chen Daoxuan and the Blood Prison Demon King was not big. Perhaps in terms of offensive power, the Blood Prison Demon King was stronger than Chen Daoxuan, but Chen Daoxuan had the powerful soul-setting divine light, so he would definitely have a considerable advantage in battle. Chapter 355, Brand, 3. As for the Blood Prison Demon Monarch, apart from having a stronger offensive power, he also had an origin world projection that was even more terrifying than ordinary Zifu disciples. He could suppress Chen Daoxuan's strength. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger. Chen Daoxuan ranked himself behind the 2 monster kings out of humility. However, Zhou Mubai, who was in the third tier, was probably not his match. In terms of offensive power, Chen Daoxuan, who had the 6 arms combined attack, had far surpassed Zhou Mubai. With the soul-setting divine light, Chen Daoxuan would definitely crush his opponent in a real battle. No matter how humble Chen Daoxuan was, he had to admit that his strength had indeed surpassed Zhou Mubai. On the other side of the canyon, in the human camp, whoosh! A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed in front of a cave abode. Junior Chen Fuxian greets Senior Zhang. Outside the cave abode, a young cultivator with a tender face stood with his head lowered. He was wearing a green Daoist robe. Pfft! The defensive array formation of the cave abode slowly opened. A white-robed cultivator stood in front of Chen Fuxian. It was Zhang Xianling, the young patriarch of the Zhang family. Zhang Xianling was surprised to see Chen Fuxian. He had been using the blood marrow to strengthen his body, so he didn't know that the cultivators from the Earth realm had arrived in the human realm. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the human cultivators in the Earth realm did not bring back much essence chi. Although there were more than 5,000 cultivators who came to the human world, most of them were at the foundation establishment stage. The increase in the strength of human cultivators was limited. Even Fairy Qi Yao returned to her cave abode in disappointment after seeing Zhang Chenyuan. Zhang Xianling was quite familiar with the junior Chen Fusion brought by Chen Daoxuan. After all, they had interacted with each other on the way here. Zhang Xianling was also envious of the Chen family's genius swordsman. However, he could only attribute this to the Chen family's luck. Fusion, what are you? Senior Zhang. When he saw Zhang Xianling, the first thing Chen Fusion said was, "Have you seen my young clan leader? Brother Chen?" Zhang Xianling frowned. "Why? Didn't Brother Chen come with you?" Hearing this question, Chen Fusion's heart sank. The only hope in his heart was that Chen Daoxuan had entered the human realm before the others. However, Zhang Xianling told him that he did not know where Chen Daoxuan was either. Zhang Xianling saw Chen Fusion's anxious expression and comforted him, "Fusion, don't worry. Tell me what's going on." Hearing this, Chen Fusion suppressed his impatience and took a deep breath before telling the other party everything that had happened in the land. "In other words, you didn't enter the camps of the cultivators of Taizhou and Jingzhou, right?" Zhang Xianling smiled. "That's right. Young clan leader." Chen Fusion shouted excitedly after being reminded by Zhang Xianling. Young clan leader might be hiding among the cultivators of the Tai and Jing provinces. Besides, with young clan leader's ability to hide his aura, I wouldn't have noticed him if he didn't expose himself. Chen Fusion couldn't help but feel vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have handed over the essence of vital qi to the camps of the cultivators of the Tai and Jing provinces. He wouldn't have to worry about this. Just as he could not wait to bid farewell to Zhang Xianling raised his hand and said, "Nephew, don't be anxious." Hearing this, Chen Fusion stopped in his tracks, turned around, and cupped his hands. "May I know what instructions Senior Zhang has?" Zhang Xianling smiled. "You just said that the cultivators of the Tai and Jing states are temporarily managed by the Zhang family. If you go to find them now, will the cultivators of the Zhang family care about you? You can't possibly use your divine sense to rampage through the other party's camp, right?" This. Chen Fusion was at a loss. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Please teach me, Senior Zhang." "How about this?" Zhang Xianling said after a moment of silence. "I will take you to see Fairy Qi Yao." As the young master of the Qianyuan sword sect and the strongest cultivator in the human camp, Fairy Qi Yao wasn't someone that anyone could meet. However, Zhang Xianling was different. He was, after all, a prodigy ranked in the 40s on the Zifu disciple rankings. In the human camp, Zhang Xuanling's strength was second only to Zhou Mubai and a few others. It was not a problem for him to meet Fairy Qi Yao. Chapter 356, Another Way to Use the Dao of Derivation, 1. At the human cultivator's camp. In front of a cave abode near the edge of the canyon. Two streaks of light descended. They were Chen Fusion and Zhang Xianling. "I'm Zhang Xianling, and I have something to ask of Fairy Qi Yao." He waited for a moment. A woman with an outstanding figure, wearing a light purple immortal robe and holding a white immortal sword, slowly walked out of the cave abode. Looking at Zhang Xianling and the young early-stage purple mansion realm cultivator behind him, Fairy Qi Yao frowned slightly. "What is it?" Zhang Xianling did not dare to be negligent and immediately told him the ins and outs of the matter. "Chen Daoxuan." Fairy Qi Yao immediately remembered the sword cultivator who had left a deep impression on her. "You mean Chen Daoxuan didn't enter this realm?" "That's right." Zhang Xianling cupped his hands. "Impossible." Fairy Qi Yao said decisively, "He has the dreadful dust banner. In terms of escaping ability, he is number one in the origin world of true immortals." Hearing this, Chen Fusion, who was behind Zhang Xianling, turned pale. He took a step forward and took out a green spirit banner from his storage bag. "I am Chen Fusion from the Chen family. Greetings, Fairy Qi Yao." Looking at the dust banner in Chen Fusion's hand, Fairy Qi Yao was stunned. She opened her small mouth and sighed, "He gave this treasure to you." "That's right." Chen Fusion said bitterly. Alright, let's go to the Zhang family's camp and take a look. Thank you, Fairy Qi Yao. Chen Fuxian was excited. An hour later. At the Zhang family camp. Zhang Chenai personally accompanied Fairy Qi Yao and the others around the campsite and said with a smile, "Young sect master, the fellow Daoist Chen you mentioned is indeed not in the camps of Tai province and Jing province. Perhaps you can go to the camp of Gang province to look for him." Before Fairy Qi Yao could open her mouth, Chen Fuxian hurriedly said, "I came from the Kangzhou camp. Young clan leader is not in that camp. I'm not sure about that." Zhang Chenai shook his head. After all, our human cultivators lost nearly 5,000 people in the human realm. I'm afraid, pious accept my condolences, fellow Daoist. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian clenched his fists. Zhang Chenai watched Fairy Qi Yao and the others leave, but he didn't take this matter to heart. In his opinion, the life and death of the heir of a small family in Azure continent had no right to be taken seriously. To Zhang Chenai, the most important thing at the moment was to fight against the alliance army formed by the three demon kingdoms. Although the human cultivators had the upper hand in terms of strength, the overall strength of the realm demons had increased further as the Qingqiu demon kingdom's new forces joined the alliance of the three demon kingdoms. It had already formed a crushing stance against the human cultivators. If they attacked on a large scale, then the situation. Every time he thought of this, Zhang Chenai felt a wave of frustration. He did not even care about the death of his own brother. How could he care about the life and death of an unfamiliar foundation establishment cultivator? In midair, Fairy Qi Yao watched Chen Fuxian leave in a daze and turned to Zhang Xianling. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Prepare for the upcoming battle. If you lose this battle..." Qi Yao shook her head. Of course, Zhang Xianling knew what this battle meant to the human cultivators. However, what made people despair was that the human cultivators were at an absolute disadvantage. If it was not considered top-notch strength, the allied army of the three dire monster empires had a total of more than 3,000 Sifu disciples, while the human side only had a little over 1,000 Sifu disciples. Compared to the realm demons, the difference was almost 3 times. With such a huge difference in numbers, Fairy Qi Yao couldn't make up for it alone. After all, although Fairy Qi Yao was strong, she wasn't strong enough to kill 2 demon kings instantly. As for the realm demons, they only needed Blood Prison and King He, as well as Chiliang and a few other top-tier Zifu disciples, to pin down Fairy Qi Yao, the number 1 on the Zifu disciple rankings. Without Fairy Qi Yao's suppression, the other Zifu disciples posed almost no threat to the realm demon. The realm demons could completely rely on their numerical advantage to slowly devour these 1,000 Zifu disciples. Just like in the Earth realm, the King Kai Fei kingdom had relied on their numbers advantage to devour Shi Tuo and De Yuan. Seeing the melancholy in Fairy Qi Yao's eyes, Zhang Xianling wiped away the sadness in his heart, cupped his hands, and solemnly said, "Don't worry, young sect master, I will fight to the death." Fairy Qi Yao didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. Zhang Xianling cupped his hands again and left. "You? Is he dead?" With a faint sigh, Fairy Qi Yao turned into a beam of light and left. Chen Daoxuan, who was in the Qingqiu demon nation, did not know that his disappearance had caused a huge commotion in the human camp. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was in the small tower grotto heaven, trying to create a sword scripture that belonged to him alone. His strength had increased to his current level. To Chen Daoxuan, it was probably extremely difficult for great Dao laws to improve again in a short period of time. The 4th level of the Sword Dao was the Sword Domain Realm, also known as the Dao Domain Realm. It wasn't so easy to reach this level while still in the Zifu Disciple Realm. To be precise, it was extremely difficult. For cultivators, no matter what their cultivation level was, it was extremely rare for their cultivation level to surpass their cultivation level. This was especially true for high-level cultivators. Generally speaking, if a cultivator could match their realm and cultivation, they would basically be considered qualified. Only the most monstrous cultivators had a slight chance of surpassing their cultivation. In the past, Chen Daoxuan could be considered as such a cultivator. Chapter 357, Another Way to Use Dao Development, 2. However, as he used a large amount of vital qi essence, his cultivation quickly increased. Chen Daoxuan's cultivation even surpassed the Great Dao realm for a time. Although compared to ordinary Zifu disciples, his level of understanding of the Great Dao was still very much at an advantage. But this didn't mean that Chen Daoxuan was outstanding. It could only be said that the other Zifu disciples were too weak. Under normal circumstances, these Zifu disciples whose levels of cultivation couldn't keep up with their levels of cultivation had a very low chance of breaking through to the Jindan stage. Since the Great Dao realm could not be improved, Chen Daoxuan set his sights on the path of creating his own sword scripture. The wind-chasing sword technique and overflow rain sword technique that Chen Daoxuan cultivated when he first stepped onto the path of the sword were sword techniques created by his predecessors. However, the grade of this sword scripture was too low. It was only grade 1 and was just a scribble by the sword cultivators of the past. With Chen Daoxuan's realm, if he wanted to create his own sword scripture, he would need at least a third-grade sword scripture. His true goal was to comprehend his own sword Dao. His external performance was to use a sword technique to unleash the full power of the two sword essences he had comprehended. This was not an easy task. One had to know that Chen Daoxuan was either using the rain sword intent or the space sword intent in his current battle. Chen Daoxuan had never tried to merge the two sword essences into one. However, as Chen Daoxuan tried again and again during this period of time, he realized that fusing the two sword essences together was much more difficult than he had imagined. In the end, the rain sword essence was just a branch of the water sword essence. Compared to the space sword essence he had comprehended, it was at least 2 levels lower. This could be seen from the brightness of the 2 stars in his danshan. The stars formed by the space sword essence were several times brighter than the stars formed by the rain sword essence. When the two were placed together, they were 2 balls of starlight. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't imprinted the image of the giant splitting open the sky into his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan did not dare to create a sword art that could merge 2 sword essences into one. Because this kind of fusion didn't mean that you could produce a 1+1 effect just by forcefully fusing the sword essences together. It was more likely that it would weaken the power of the spatial sword intent, and the gains would not make up for the losses. But with the scene of the giant splitting open the sky with an axe, Chen Daoxuan felt even more confident. Compared to completely creating his own, he could learn from his predecessors and avoid many detours. In any case, the fundamental purpose of creating a sword scripture was to create a sword scripture that could fully unleash one's own sword intent. As for whether this sword scripture was completely created in seclusion or borrowed from predecessors, it didn't matter much. Of course, there was no problem in borrowing from the predecessors, but he could not walk on the path of the predecessors. Otherwise, he would definitely fail to create his own sword scripture. In his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan watched the giant split open the sky with an axe again and again. In the picture, the 5 elemental law threads were entangled with a golden law thread. These nomological threads were constantly changing as the huge axe slashed down. The process was unpredictable. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't used the Dao development ability to imprint this scene into his sea of consciousness, it would be impossible to watch it so clearly and repeatedly. Perhaps even the mighty cultivator who used this axe would not have expected that someone would be able to analyze his axe in such detail. It was even more exquisite than when he used the flower himself. However, even though this move was displayed in great detail to Chen Daoxuan, the realm of this mighty cultivator's great Dao was too high. Chen Daoxuan couldn't imagine how far this senior had walked on the space great Dao and the 5 elements great Dao. In any case, compared to his opponent, his space sword intent was probably not even comparable to a firefly under the bright moon. Just from that golden thread of the laws of nature, it could be seen that this senior's great Dao realm had definitely surpassed the 5th level of the laws of nature. Because only the great Dao realm above the law realm could manifest the law threads. Not to mention, the other party had fused the laws of space and the laws of the 5 elements. Inside Lil Pagoda's paradise, Chen Daoxuan swung his sword again and again. He tried to merge the 2 sword essences in the process of wielding the sword, but all of them failed without exception. Could it be that I'm too anxious? I can only fuse laws after reaching the realm of laws. Chen Daoxuan frowned. It was actually not difficult for Chen Daoxuan, who possessed the primordial enlightenment scripture, to create a sword scripture that was completely compatible with his spatial sword intent. Because he already had all the hard requirements to create his own sword scripture. Whether it was the rain sword intent or the space sword intent, he had already reached the 3rd-tier astral transformation realm, which had long surpassed the standard of self-created sword techniques. One had to know that Zhou Mu Bai had already started to create his own sword technique when he was at the 2nd level of sword intent. Compared to Zhou Mubai, Chen Daoxuan was much later. Of course, it didn't matter if he created his own sword scripture sooner or later. The key point was that Chen Daoxuan had to fuse the two sword essences perfectly. As long as he could do this, his strength would immediately soar by another level. Chi chi chi! Chen Daoxuan's sword stirred the air in front of him. Although it was just a casual attempt, it still cut open the space of the small grotto heaven. No, it's still not right. Chen Daoxuan frowned. If we forcefully merge them, the power of the space sword intent will be reduced. Just as he was at his wit's end, a voice entered Chen Daoxuan's mind. Master. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and stopped what he was doing. What's wrong? Inside the cave. Qi Tong looked at Lil Pagoda and said carefully. Followed your instructions and ordered Zhigu to lead his subordinates to provoke the Zifu disciples of the Shi Tuo Fei kingdom. But strangely, those Zifu disciples ignored them and repeatedly gave in to Zhigu and the others. Nine Gu was worried that Qi Ling would see through its little actions, so it did not dare to go too far. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately showed an interested expression. Interesting. This blood prison demon king is quite tolerant. I also feel that something is wrong. Qi Tong frowned. I heard that when it found out that I killed its own brother, Xueqi, it roared and demanded that I pay with my blood. Why did it shrink its head and behave like a turtle when I ordered people to provoke it? There must be something wrong with this. Chen Daoxuan thought about it but couldn't think of a reason. He could only order, since the other party isn't falling for it, then stop testing. Don't go too far. Yes, master. Inside Lil Pagoda's paradise. After hearing Qi Tong's report, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Originally, he wanted Qi Tong to order Zhigu to provoke the Shi Tuo demon kingdom and let the realm demons fight among themselves. After all, the realm Fei belonged to different Fei kingdoms, and there were huge conflicts between them. Furthermore, Qi Tong had just destroyed a large number of the Shi Tuo Fei kingdom and the great Yuan Fei kingdom's clansmen in the earth realm not long ago. The realm Fei of these two Fei kingdoms probably hated the Qingqiu Fei kingdom to the core. This was especially true for the Shi Tuo Fei kingdom. After all, the blood prison demon monarch's younger brother had died at Qi Tong's hands. 2. It seems that Fairy Qi Yao has put too much pressure on demon monarch blood prison and demon monarch Qinghe. They can't care less about their hatred for the Qingqiu demon kingdom and have to join forces to destroy the human cultivators first. Shaking his head, Chen Daoxuan stopped thinking about it. Since his plan didn't work, Chen Daoxuan could only follow his own stupid method. This stupid method was to increase his strength. According to Chen Daoxuan's division of power between Zifu disciples and dire monsters in the source world of true immortals, he was now standing at the very top of the Zifu disciples. There were no more than 3 Zifu disciples and dire monsters in the entire source world of true immortals who could surpass him in power. Now, as long as his strength improved, he could reach or even surpass Fairy Qi Yao's strength. At that time, he didn't need to play any tricks. When the realm demons attacked the human cultivators, he could just rush out and kill them. The two sides were engaged in a Zifu disciple battle. If no one was able to restrain Fairy Qi Yao, the result would be that Fairy Qi Yao would continuously kill the enemy Zifu disciples. Whether it was a cultivator or a realm demon, they were not machines that were not afraid of life and death. When faced with such a terrifying opponent who could easily kill them, their morale would definitely plummet. On the other hand, the morale of the human cultivators would be high. This rise and fall would completely change the situation. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't care less about the dark red planet that was only 70 meters in diameter in his sea of consciousness. Let it spin again. This time, Chen Daoxuan planned to use the Dao development function to help him create a sword scripture. Through the Dao development function he used previously, Chen Daoxuan could roughly tell that it could not only imprint the sword scriptures, Dao techniques, and other offensive methods used by cultivators in his sea of consciousness, but it could also analyze the great Dao laws contained in these offensive methods. To sum it up, it was a deduction from effect to cause. What Chen Daoxuan wanted to do now was to deduce from cause to effect. That was to deduce the attack method after knowing the great Dao laws. Therefore, he had no choice. This time, he had the dark red planet spin in the opposite direction from before. Chapter 358, The Great Battle is about to begin. In his knowledge sea. As the dark red planet reversed, one after another, sword techniques that combined space sword intent and silk rain sword intent appeared in Chen Daoxuan's mind. This sword technique has an 8.6x increase in attack power. This 8.61x increase, this 8.62x increase. Inside Lil Pagoda's paradise, Chen Daoxuan frowned. To him, the Dao development method of deducing the sword scripture was more like an attempt, but this attempt was positive. Chen Daoxuan discovered that as the dark red planet spun rapidly, the power of the sword scripture derived from the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture grew. Not counting the influence of the magic tool, the third level of the threads of rain sword intent increased the attack power by 7 times, while the third level of the space sword intent increased the attack power by 10 times. And now, the sword scripture that was formed by the fusion of the two sword essences was not as powerful as the spatial sword essence alone. But Chen Daoxuan was not discouraged. If he created it himself, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy just to create such a sword scripture. As for the Dao development function of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture, it was only a matter of the dark red planet spinning for a while. 9.97 times amplification. This sword technique. Chen Daoxuan held his breath. A tenfold increase. After the dark red planet had spun countless times, the sword technique that was formed by the fusion of the silk rain sword intent and the space sword intent finally caught up to the power of the space sword intent alone. However, the dark red planet was still spinning. 10.01 times increase. Chen Daoxuan's lips curled into a smile. As Chen Daoxuan used the Dao development ability to deduce and perfect the sword technique that suited him, the atmosphere between the realm demons and the human monks became increasingly solemn. 3 months later, at the human cultivators' camp, a streak of light approached from afar, passing through the defensive formation and heading straight for Fairy Chi Yao's cave abode. It's fellow Daoist Wei, who's guarding the entrance to the heaven realm. It's him, could it be? A Zifu disciple looked at his companion in shock. His companion nodded with a heavy expression. Hearing these words, the Zifu disciple's heart tightened. Of course, he knew what this meant. As the gate to the heaven realm opened and the great path revealed itself, the realm demons and human monks of the 3 demon kingdoms would inevitably engage in a life and death struggle around these great path laws. Although there were more than 1,000 Zifu disciples in the human camp, who knew how many of them would survive? There were even pessimistic cultivators who believed that the combined strength of the 3 demon kingdoms far exceeded that of human cultivators. Very few of them would survive this trip. Of course, no matter what, Fairy Chi Yao would fight for the great Dao nomological law. This was not only related to the Dao path of her uncle master, but also to the stability of the infinite star sea. Once the realm demons of the 3 demon kingdoms obtained these great Dao nomological laws, the strength of the demon lords of the 3 demon kingdoms would definitely soar. At that time, just the Zhang family of Taizhu alone would not be able to defend the Taizhu passage. Although the Qianyuan sword sect was strong, there were many places where they needed to invest their nascent soul combat strength. On the one hand, the war with the Yun nation had taken a lot of energy from the Qianyuan sword sect. A large number of nascent soul cultivators were sent to the various immortal cities on the front line of the Yun nation. On the other hand, the increasing number of true demon realm passageways required a large number of nascent soul cultivators to guard them. In addition, the Qianyuan sword sect also needed a group of nascent soul cultivators to guard it to deter the major cultivation families in the infinite star sea. In this way, although there were many nascent soul cultivators in the Qianyuan sword sect, they were not enough to spread out. Otherwise, the sea-suppressing Hall Master would not have been the only one sent here by a true immortal origin world. From this, it could be seen that the nascent soul cultivators of the Qianyuan sword sect were actually somewhat dwarfed. At the human camp, in a temporary immortal abode. This was the headquarters of the human cultivators. Inside the immortal abode, Fairy Chi Yao was wearing a purple spiritual armor, which accentuated her curves. However, at this moment, no one was in the mood to appreciate her good figure and beautiful face. After hearing Fairy Chi Yao's words, everyone's hearts sank. Zhou Mubai, who was sitting to the left of Fairy Chi Yao, frowned. According to Young Sect Master, our main goal in this battle with the realm demon is to seize the nomological laws of the great Dao. Exactly. Fairy Chi Yao nodded solemnly. Although I don't want to admit it, the combined strength of the 3 demon kingdoms has indeed surpassed ours. If we fight them to the death, the only way out is destruction. He could only seize the opportunity when the door to the heaven realm opened and snatch the revealed great Dao laws as soon as possible. Only then would he have a chance to leave the true immortal origin world with the great Dao stone steel. Fairy Qi Yao's plan could only be summarized in 4 words: snatch and run. But Zhang Chenai, who was on the right, asked in puzzlement, even if we are lucky enough to snatch most of the great Dao laws, how can we ensure that they will not be snatched away by the realm demons of the 3 demon kingdoms? Fairy Qi Yao glanced at him and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, just hand over the great Dao laws you snatched to me." Hearing this, Zhang Chenai fell silent. In fact, Zhang Chenai's worries were not without reason. If they were to rely on themselves, even if they were lucky enough to snatch the great Dao laws, they would not be able to protect this treasure. When Zhou Mubai, Zhang Xianling and the other Kangzhou cultivators heard that Fairy Qi Yao wanted to escape with the great Dao laws, they all tried to dissuade her. "No, young sect master's actions are too dangerous." Chapter 359, The Great Battle is about to begin, 2. That's right. Even if your strength can suppress the 2 demon kings, there are thousands of realm demons in the 3 demon kingdoms. It's difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Zhou Mubai said in a deep voice, "Young sect master, why don't you consider it a little more? I'm willing to share half of the great Dao laws with you." By sharing half of the great Dao laws, it meant that they would attract at least half of the fire power. Compared to Fairy Qi Yao, Zhou Mubai's great Dao technique was much easier to snatch. There was no doubt about it. If they wanted to snatch the nomological laws of the Great Path from Fairy Qi Yao, they would have to rely on the realm demons to attack together. And to snatch the Great Dao nomological laws from Zhou Mubai's hands, any monster king would be able to do it. Of course, Fairy Qi Yao understood this. She shook her head and rejected Zhou Mubai's good intentions. She smiled lightly and said, "I've made up my mind. Fellow Daoist Zhou, there's no need to persuade me." Hearing this, Zhou Mubai secretly sighed. At the end of the day, he was still not strong enough. If his sword Dao had reached the 4th level Dao domain like Fairy Qi Yao, everything would have been different. Seeing that Fairy Qi Yao had made up her mind, everyone knew that it was useless to persuade her, so they all shut up. Seeing that everyone was silent, "It's decided then," Fairy Qi Yao continued. "Next, let's plan how to snatch the nomological laws of the Great Path." Qingqiu Demon Country. Qi Tong's cave abode. A streak of light descended into the cave abode. After a careful inspection, he realized that no one had come to his cave abode after he left. Qi Tong immediately activated his origin world projection and monitored the surrounding 5 kilometers. After doing all this, Qi Tong cautiously transmitted his voice to Chen Daoxuan, "Master, the door to the heaven realm is about to open." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting in the thatched cottage of the small tower grotto heaven, opened his eyes. At this moment, he was half naked. Beside him was a pile of blood marrow that Qi Tong's subordinates had given him. During this period of time, other than tempering his own magic power, Chen Daoxuan had been madly replenishing the deficiency of his body tempering cultivation. Dharmic powers, physical body and soul. After Chen Daoxuan broke through to the Purple Mansion stage, his biggest weakness was his physical body. Before Chen Daoxuan fused with the sword essence and created his own sword scripture, his body was still at the 6th level of flesh and blood derivation. Truthfully speaking, a fleshly body of this level was indeed quite low for a Zifu disciple. In the myriad star sea, the Zifu disciples who had slightly trained their bodies were probably stronger than Chen Daoxuan. Let alone the elite Zifu disciples of Zhengxian's world. It could be said that Chen Daoxuan's previous body refinement cultivation was definitely at the bottom of the Zifu disciples of the source of true immortality. Of course, after this period of cramming, Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation had finally made huge progress. Opening his eyes, Chen Daoxuan rose to his feet. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Oh, it's finally opened." A full 3 months. After he came to the human realm, he waited for a full 3 months before the door to the heaven realm opened. In less than 2 months, the battles in the land continued. As a result, the only surviving factions were the human cultivators, the Green Hill Demon Kingdom, and the Polar Night Demon Kingdom. The human realm was much more peaceful. In the human world, Other than the two major wars that erupted when the three demon kingdoms joined forces to eliminate the polar night demon kingdom and the human cultivators, there was no other way. There were almost no intense battles. As a result, there were only a few extreme night demon world demons left in the human world. These extreme night fae kingdom members were not the ones who had escaped from the previous cleanup operation. They were the ones who had escaped from the earth realm. The pitiful demons of the extreme night demon kingdom had thought that they would be protected by their own kind if they escaped to the human world. He did not expect to receive an even greater shock after coming to the human world. The polar night demon kingdom's forces in the human world had been wiped out, and he could not even find a ghost. This time, the demons from the extreme night demon world who had rushed over from the earth realm were frightened. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts of seizing the great Dao laws. Their only thought now was to return alive. Therefore, the polar night fae kingdom's realm demons did not even dare to look at the opening of the heaven realm's door. He just hid in a corner of the human world and trembled. Did the blood prison demon king make things difficult for you when you attended the battle conference today? Chen Daoxuan asked after some thought. Qi Tong was puzzled. Strange. From the beginning to the end, the blood prison demon king didn't even look at me. Yes, it's indeed a little abnormal. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Forget it, let's not bother about it. No matter how many schemes there are, we still have to have the strength to implement them. Chen Daoxuan couldn't wait for the blood prison demon king to find trouble with Qi Tong. If it wasn't for him, the blood prison demon king would have been able to kill Qi Tong as easily as killing an ant. However, with his intervention, Qi Tong was a genuine half-step demon king. It was impossible for the blood prison demon monarch to take it down in a short period of time. If they could not kill Qi Tong in one strike, the fragile alliance of the three Fey kingdoms would collapse instantly. At that time, Chen Daoxuan would only need to watch the realm demons fight among themselves. He wouldn't need to worry about how to stir up internal conflicts among the realm demons. So far, the resources that Chen Daoxuan wanted had basically been obtained. Before he came to the true immortal origin world, the treasures he wanted the most were not the laws of the great Dao, but the essence of vitality and blood marrow. Almost all of the earth realm's Yuan Qi essence was in his hands. As for the blood marrow, he had also used Qi Tong's position in the Qingqiu demon empire to obtain a lot. Although it was far less than the amount of Yuan Qi essence, Chen Daoxuan still understood the principle of not being too greedy. He couldn't possibly take all the benefits, right? In the earth realm, the right time, place, and people were all with him. Only then could Chen Daoxuan sweep through everything and take the vast majority of the essence of vitality into his hands. However, the human realm was different. Whether it was Chen Daoxuan himself or the demon foxes under Qi Tong, they could not sweep across all sides. Naturally, he would not be able to obtain all the resources. This principle was actually no different from the cultivation world in the infinite star sea. Everything was decided by strength. Yes. Upon hearing this, Qi Tong lowered his head. What is the battle plan of the three demon kingdoms in this battle conference? Chen Daoxuan continued. Should he kill the human cultivators first before snatching the great Dao laws, or snatch the great Dao laws first? Qi Tong replied, Demon Monarch Qing He advocates destroying the human cultivators first, but Demon Monarch Blood Prison is very strange. He advocates snatching the great Dao laws first. Then what is the opinion of your Qingqiu Demon Kingdom? Qiliang said that she would listen to me on this matter, so I also advocate snatching the great Dao laws first. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled. He. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's praise, Qi Tong grinned. Master, you've always said that you want to create chaos. I'm listening to you. Chen Daoxuan pondered. He wanted to create chaos, and so did the Blood Prison Demon Monarch. Really, this was getting more and more interesting. Blood Prison Demon King, what are you planning? Chen Daoxuan stood in front of the thatched hut and secretly gripped the immortal sword in his hand. I hope your trump card can surprise me. Seeing that its master was no longer speaking, Qi Tong didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. He silently placed Lil Pagoda at his waist. He then transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the cave. He had just flown out of the cave abode. In the sky, countless realm demons flew toward the gate of the heaven realm. Qi Tong identified them and flew towards the camp of the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. Just as the 3,000 Zifu disciples were flying through the air, more than 1,000 streaks of light also rose up from the human camp and flew in the same direction. Strangely, both the realm demon and the human cultivators had a tacit understanding that they didn't fight. On the side of the human cultivators. Seeing this, Fairy Qi Yao heaved a sigh of relief. The thing she was most worried about didn't happen. It seemed that there were indeed many internal conflicts within the realm demon. Under normal circumstances, the three demon kingdoms would take this opportunity to cripple the human cultivators. However, the various demon countries were afraid that their strength would be seriously damaged and they would suffer losses in the process of fighting for the Great Dao laws. They did not dare to take the initiative to attack the human cultivators. The realm demons and the human cultivators were in a stalemate. They flew to the gate of the heaven realm together. Chapter 360, Good Treasure, 1. Source World of True Immortals, in front of the door to the heaven realm. The realm demons of Qingqiu, Dayuan, and Shi Tuo stared at the human cultivators who were much fewer than them. However, although the demons' eyes were filled with malice, none of them took the initiative to break the deadlock. The scene fell into a strange silence. On the other side, the human cultivators looked at the realm demons of the three demon kingdoms warily while sizing up the gate to the heaven realm that was about to open. Just as the atmosphere at the scene froze, Fairy Qi Yao's expression changed slightly, and she said, "He's here." Hearing this, Zhou Mubai, Zhang Xianling, Zhang Chenai and the other cultivators on the Sons of Heaven rankings all turned their heads to look at the heaven realm gate. The realm demons did the same as them. They all looked at the heaven realm's door. In front of everyone, the originally sturdy spatial door began to shake violently. At this moment, whether it was Demon Monarch Blood Prison, Demon Monarch Xinghe, Great Demon Scarlet Beauty, or the other top-notch experts of the realm demons, or Fairy Qi Yao, Sword Immortal Guang'an, Zhou Mubai, and the other Zifu disciples, all of them held their breaths. They were either holding the magic tools in their hands tightly or preparing their attack divine arts. Just as the battle was about to break out. Boom! The gate of the heaven realm seemed to have reached its limit. The cracks on the gate exploded and the entire gate was instantly opened. At this moment, the sky seemed to be crying blood as the sound of sobbing continuously rang out. It's blood marrow. As the door to the heaven realm opened, a large amount of blood marrow appeared out of thin air and flew everywhere. Seeing the blood marrow flying everywhere, the realm demons and human monks finally couldn't hold it in anymore. They all attacked and rushed toward the blood marrow that filled the sky. Roar, get lost! A Zifu disciple of the Shikamal Dire Monster Kingdom and a Zifu disciple of the human race simultaneously took a fancy to a large lump of blood marrow. This blood marrow was very heavy. If it was cut into a piece the size of a blood crystal, it could probably be cut into hundreds of pieces. Moreover, blood marrow was much more valuable than blood crystals. A single blood crystal could be sold for a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit stones in Tai province, let alone a blood crystal. Even if the price of the blood marrow and blood crystal would drop drastically if so much blood marrow entered the market, the value of the blood marrow would still reach hundreds of millions of spiritual stones. In the face of such an enormous amount of wealth, let alone Zifu disciples, even golden cores would rarely be unmoved. Bastard, get lost! This human Zifu disciple didn't show any signs of weakness. He glared furiously at his opponent, and his high-grade third-tier flying sword struck the mane of this Azaelian demon. Clang! A burst of flames exploded. The superior grade third-tier flying sword slashed at the neck of the green lion spirit, but the other party was actually unharmed. Upon seeing this, the human Zifu disciple's face changed. The purple mansion azure lion that was attacked revealed a disdainful expression and mocked, "Human brat, are you scratching an itch?" Hearing this, the human Zifu disciple's face was ashen, but he didn't say a word. His flying sword slashed at the Azaelian with even greater speed. But this time, the Zifu disciple felt as if his flying sword had sunk into a quagmire. Its power actually wasn't even comparable to the previous time. How could a Zifu disciple of our human race not know what the realm demon was using after having fought with him for so long? Origin World Projection. The Zifu disciple of the human race had a grim look on his face. The Azaelian laughed coldly. His body flashed, and he charged towards this Zifu disciple. However, this Zifu disciple didn't seem to be skilled in body tempering. He didn't dare to let the realm demon get close at all. He immediately flashed and fled to the side. Seeing that the human monk had flown away, the green lion demon didn't plan to chase after him. Instead, he swallowed this ball of blood marrow into his origin world, then smacked his lips. After giving the Zifu disciple a mocking glance, he flew towards his next target. Seeing this, the human Zifu disciple could only fly towards another target. Similar scenes played out in various places in front of the Heaven Realm's gateway. Some realm demons had the upper hand, while others were faster. The fighting and killing became more and more intense as the number of blood marrow decreased. However, this did not include the top experts of both sides. On the side of the realm demons, led by Blood Prison and Celebration, there were a total of 23 realm demons. These were the most elite Zifu disciples of the three great demon empires. The strongest were Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Qinghe. The ones who were slightly weaker were Scarlet Eye, who was known as a half-step demon king. Next were Scarlet Ling and the other realm demons who were comparable to Zhou Mubai. The weakest of the 23 realm demons was ranked within the top 50 of the Zifu chosen roll. In other words, even the weakest realm demon was comparable to Zhang Xianling. In comparison, the experts on the side of the human cultivators were trembling in fear. There were only 9 Zifu disciples in total. Other than Fairy Qi Yao, who could suppress the crowd, the second strongest human cultivator was Zhou Mubai. However, he had to admit that even Zhou Mubai, who was ranked 9th on the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings, was much weaker than Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Qinghe. Demon King Blood Prison and Demon King Qinghe could probably rank in the top 3 of the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven's favorite list in the Infinite Star Sea in terms of true strength. It could be seen how terrifying the strength of these two was. Other than Zhou Mubai, the only other human cultivators of a lower level were Zhang Xianling, Zhang Chenai and Ji Yanqinj, who were in the top 50 of the Zifu disciple rankings. The human cultivators only had 7 experts of this level. They were far inferior to the realm demons. Chapter 361, Good Treasure, 2. As for the cultivators ranked below the 50th place on the Zifu disciple rankings, Fairy Qi Yao didn't keep them by her side. This was because cultivators of this level were naturally supreme experts to ordinary Zifu disciples, but to existences like Fairy Qi Yao and the Blood Prison Demon King. Ordinary Zifu disciples on the prodigy roll, if they attacked with all their might, could even instantly kill their opponents. Even if Fairy Qi Yao wanted to find a teammate, she couldn't find one who would drag her down. Of course, if there were enough of these ordinary Zifu disciples on the prodigy roll, it would still be fine. However, the problem was that there were very few cultivators who were ranked above the 50th on the Zifu disciple rankings. Therefore, cultivators like the Fire Spirit Daoist in Kangzhou were fighting for the blood marrow with the realm demons and did not participate in the battle for the Great Dao laws. In fact, these realm demons and human cultivators knew this very well. The following battle of Great Dao laws would probably be unusually cruel. With their strength, they would not benefit at all if they participated. In the distance, Chen Fuxian followed the Fire Spirit Daoist and stared at the chaotic battlefield tensely. Don't be nervous. Seeing that Chen Fuxian was a little nervous, Fire Spirit Daoist smiled and said, let me tell you, other than the top realm demons, the rest are all useless. With that said, Daoist Fire Spirit glanced in the direction of Demon Monarch Blood Prison and Demon Monarch Qinghe. Chen Fuxian also glanced at the Blood Prison Demon King. He tightened his grip on his immortal sword, but his expression relaxed. Seeing Chen Fuxian's expression, the Fire Spirit Daoist could not help but compare him to Chen Daoxuan. Although Chen Fuxian was also a talented sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent at the Qi condensation stage, he was indeed inferior to Chen Daoxuan in other aspects. Unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of talents. Daoist Fire Spirit sighed inwardly. Senior, look. Chen Fuxian's voice pulled Fire Spirit Daoist back. The Fire Spirit Daoist scanned the area where Chen Fuxian was pointing with his divine perception and was delighted. He laughed and said, looks like you're really my lucky star. Chen Fuxian forced a smile on his face. The Fire Spirit Daoist knew that Chen Fuxian was in a bad mood, so he stopped teasing him. After saying that, he said loudly, sit tight. After saying that, the speed of the flying light suddenly increased and rushed toward the blood marrow in front of him. The mass of blood marrow that the Fire Spirit Daoist was charging at was one of the top existences among all the blood marrow that had been born. A rough estimation. If this lump of blood marrow was cut, it could cut at least 1,000 pieces of blood marrow of standard size. We're rich, we're rich. Daoist fire spirit laughed out loud. Compared to obtaining perfected Lord Yuan Chen's reward and favor after seizing the great Dao laws, wouldn't the blood marrow in front of him benefit more? In the eternal night immortal city of Tai province, a single blood crystal was sold by the Zhang family for a sky-high price of 100,000 spirit stones. The true value of a piece of blood marrow was at least 10 times that of a blood crystal. Even if the price of so much blood marrow would plummet if it entered the market at the same time, it wouldn't be too much to sell a piece of blood marrow for more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, right? If he could get his hands on this blood marrow, he could sell it for at least 1,000,000,000 spiritual stones. And the fee for Supreme Yuan Chen to hire him to snatch the great Dao laws was only 1,000,000,000 spirit stones. Judging from the current situation, it would be too dangerous for the fire spirit Daoist to fight for the great path nomological laws with the two demon kings as the leaders. Instead of risking his life, he might as well snatch the blood marrow safely. After all, compared to the realm demons who were fighting for the blood marrow, fire spirit Daoist's strength was definitely at the top. Perfected Lord Yuan Chen probably did not expect that the three Fey kingdoms that came to snatch the great path nomological laws would actually join forces. Boom! A ball of purple flame, like a blazing sun, exploded in the group of realm demons that were surrounding them, causing their bodies to roll in the air. With just one attack, several realm demons were severely injured. It's a human cultivator. Be careful, this human cultivator is very powerful. Humph! No matter how strong he is, what's there to be afraid of if we join forces to fight him? Alright, join forces! With just a few words, the 5 realm demons from the 3 demon kingdoms joined forces and charged at fire spirit Daoist fearlessly. Seeing this, fire spirit Daoist's temper flared up. Just as he was about to attack, he realized that more and more realm demons and human monks were flying toward him. Apparently, they had also discovered this lump of blood marrow. Immediately, fire spirit Daoist calmed down. He didn't bother to tangle with the 5 Zifu disciples. He grabbed the blood marrow with one hand and Chen Fuxian's shoulder with the other and shouted, "Let's go!" Swoosh! With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared. Ha ha ha, this is great, this is great! Daoist fire spirit laughed loudly when he saw that he had left all his enemies behind. Then, fire spirit Daoist looked at Chen Fuxian and said, "You were the one who found this blood marrow. According to our previous agreement, we'll split this blood marrow 30-70. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please make the decision." Throughout the entire process, Chen Fuxian did not put in any effort other than discovering the blood marrow. He was already very satisfied with getting 30% of the harvest. If he was alone, he wouldn't be able to snatch this ball of blood marrow while being surrounded by 5 Zifu disciples. Of course, the reason why fire spirit Daoist brought Chen Fuxian along wasn't entirely because Chen Fuxian was Chen Daoxuan's junior. There was also Fairy Qi Yao's request. That's right, before they left, Fairy Qi Yao had personally asked him, a cultivator on the Zifu disciple rankings, to take care of Chen Fuxian. Chapter 362, Good Treasure, 3. That was why fire spirit Daoist brought Chen Fuxian into action. Otherwise, with the fire spirit Daoist's strength, he wouldn't want to bring Chen Fuxian along. Although Chen Fuxian's cultivation had reached the purple prefecture realm and his sword Dao had reached the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent, he was only one step away from the 3rd level of sword intent. But in the end, Chen Fuxian's current power was at most comparable to that of an ordinary late-stage Zifu disciple. With such strength, it was indeed a burden to move together with the fire spirit Daoist. However, fire spirit Daoist had to give Fairy Qi Yao face. As a cultivator from an immortal cultivation family who had some connections in the Qian Yuan sword sect, fire spirit Daoist knew how high Fairy Qi Yao's status was in the Qian Yuan sword sect. If nothing unexpected happened, this Fairy Qi Yao was very likely to be the future sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Since it was Fairy Qi Yao who had asked for it, how could fire spirit Daoist refuse such a favor? In the Infinite Star Sea, if any cultivation family wanted to become big, they could not do without the Qian Yuan sword sect. After all, the Qian Yuan sword sect was the true ruler of the Infinite Star Sea. Daoist fire spirit was laughing when a burst of intense light suddenly flashed. This is... The fire spirit Daoist turned his head and looked in the direction of the Heaven Realm's door. One after another, golden threads shot out from the Heaven Realm's door. These golden threads were as fast as flowing light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. Great Dao laws! It's the Great Dao laws! Fairy Qi Yao frowned and shouted, "Attack!" Before he could finish, he took the lead and rushed toward the thickest golden thread. Holding a sword in her right hand and a Dao carving stone in her left, Fairy Qi Yao chased after the golden thread. The other cultivators and realm demons reacted quickly. The moment Fairy Qi Yao made her move, they all flew toward their targets. Counting carefully, there were a total of 5 golden threads that rushed out of the Heaven Realm's door this time. One of them was thick and the other 4 were thin. It meant that the fallen realm demon at the level of a genuine immortal had mastered a total of 5 laws of the Great Path. The thickest of them was the law of the Great Path that it mainly cultivated. Demon King Blood Prison and Demon King Qing He didn't want to be outdone. They looked at each other and, like Fairy Qi Yao, chased after the thickest golden thread. Behind the 2 demon monarchs, Qi Tong, Qi Ling and the other 11 top-tier Zifu disciples followed closely behind. However, no one noticed that the Blood Prison demon monarch, who had been leading the charge, had secretly dropped to a spot not far from Qi Tong. At this moment, no one noticed the Blood Prison demon monarch's small movements. Everyone's attention was focused on the Great Dao laws that the manifested in the game. After a long time, Fairy Qi Yao flew far away with all the demons. "Qi Yao, you're dreaming!" Suddenly, Demon King Qing He roared. It was Fairy Qi Yao who had caught up to the thickest golden thread and was about to put it into the Dao carving stone. Seeing this scene, Demon King Qing He naturally could not let her have her way. He immediately used the origin world projection to suppress Fairy Qi Yao. Rumble! The space of the human world was suppressed by Demon Monarch Qing He's origin world projection until it rippled. However, facing Demon King Qing He's origin world projection, Fairy Qi Yao's expression did not change. An invisible fluctuation rippled out and directly repelled Demon King Qing He's origin world projection. Time Dao Domain. Demon Monarch Qing He's expression immediately darkened. The 4th level of the Sword Dao was the Dao Domain realm. Demon Monarch Qing He knew that he was no match for Fairy Qi Yao alone. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Demon Monarch Blood Prison, "Brother Blood Prison, are you still waiting? Blood Prison, what are you doing?" Demon Monarch Qing He turned his head in shock and discovered that Demon Monarch Blood Prison had quickly attacked. He grabbed at the tiny pagoda at Scarlet Eye's waist. This change was too fast. Not to mention the other realm demons, even Qi Tong himself did not react in time. "You!" Qi Tong looked at the Blood Prison demon monarch who had snatched away the small pagoda magic tool at his waist and asked in surprise, "Blood Prison Demon King, what do you want?" "Ha ha 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 ha!" To his surprise, the Blood Prison demon monarch laughed crazily. It first glanced at Fairy Qi Yao and the demons surrounding her. Then, he looked at the small pagoda magic tool in his hand and said proudly to Qi Tong, "Humph, you're just an ordinary Zifu disciple. You relied on this magic tool to be comparable to a half-step Demon King, right?" After saying that, it gently rubbed the small pagoda and sighed. "What a good treasure!" Chapter 363, Terrifying Chen Daoxuan, 1. When Demon King Qing He heard this, he was anxious and angry. It was worried that Qi Yao would put the nomological laws of the Great Path into the Dao carving stone, and the Demon Kings of the Furious Blood Prison would have internal strife at the critical moment, causing the 3 demon kingdoms that had been united with great difficulty to face the situation of disintegration. As for how the small pagoda magic treasure that the Blood Prison Demon King had given him was able to allow the crimson-eyed dire monster to leap from an ordinary Zifu disciple to a Demon King, Demon King Qing He simply didn't believe it. Wasn't this nonsense? A small pagoda magic treasure could make an ordinary Zifu disciple comparable to a Demon King? Do you think that pagoda is a pure Yang immortal artifact? As his thoughts churned, Demon Monarch Qing He ignored Demon Monarch Blood Prison and said to Qiliang, "Great Demon Qiliang, ignore that lunatic from Blood Prison. Let's attack together." At this moment, Qi Ling also recovered from her shock. He glanced at the dumbfounded Qi Tong and replied, "Good. Attack together." As he said that, he winked at the other party, asking him to attack together with him. Who knew that Qi Tong's body could not help but shrink when he saw the look in her eyes? Damn it, its greatest reliance had been snatched away by the Blood Prison Demon King, and now it wanted him to lead the charge? Wasn't it complaining that it didn't die fast enough? Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, the blood prison demon monarch sneered and looked at Fairy Qi Yao. Don't be anxious. After refining this small pagoda, all of you will die. In a while, I'll show you the power of a divine soul attack magic tool. Thinking of this, the blood prison demon monarch immediately circulated his power and refined the small tower Dharma artifact. But in the next moment, the blood prison demon monarch's expression changed drastically as he turned pale with fright. This is. To its horror, it discovered that this small pagoda wasn't a divine soul attack magic artifact. It was clearly an ordinary heavenly abode magic artifact. Not only that, but it had also discovered a person inside the Eden Dharma treasure. Moreover, that person was still smiling at it. Oh no! The blood prison demon monarch shouted that he had been tricked. It was about to throw the pagoda magic tool out, but Chen Daoxuan was faster than it. A white light shot out from the small tower. Immediately after, a dazzling sword light slashed out from the small tower. This sword light was too terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of all the experts present. Demon King Qinghe, Qi Ling, and the other realm demons were about to attack Fairy Qi Yao when they sensed a terrifying attack behind them. This. Demon King Qinghe turned around and saw a scene that sent his soul flying. The blood prison demon king stood there in a daze and did not move. A sword light that was as powerful as a mid-stage golden core cultivator's full-strength attack directly shattered the blood prison demon king's head. In midair, the blood prison demon monarch's strong limbs were still standing in the air, but his head had turned into nothingness. This change shocked everyone, including Fairy Qi Yao, who was putting the nomological laws of the Great Path into the Dao inscription stone. Fairy Qi Yao, who was wearing a light purple spiritual armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure, looked at the white figure in front of her and couldn't help but call out, Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan grabbed Small Tower's magic tool and put it away. He then looked at the group of dazed demons, and finally at Fairy Qi Yao, who was surrounded by demons. He cupped his hands and said, Fairy Qi Yao, we meet again. Fellow Daoist Chen. Fairy Qi Yao came back to her senses when she heard the greeting, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, her entire body was covered in sweat. Her face was covered in Ling armor, so outsiders couldn't see the change in her expression. Demon King Qinghe had also come back to his senses. Although he did not know what had just happened, he had clearly seen the white-robed Daoist chop off the blood prison demon king's head with a single strike. No. To be precise, it was not a single sword. Even though Chen Daoxuan was extremely fast, Demon King Qinghe could still see clearly that the white-robed Daoist had used the Dharma idol divine ability to slash 6 times in a row. However, the 6 sword lights had fused together and looked like a single sword. Although Chen Daoxuan's 6 swords combined into one was comparable to the full power of a mid-stage Aurus core cultivator's attack. However, there was a natural disadvantage to using the 6 swords as one. It was not as fast as a random sword. In layman's terms, this unique skill had a channeling bar. If you wanted to use it in actual combat, you had to see if your opponent gave you a chance. If the surrounding enemies kept interfering with Chen Daoxuan, it would be very difficult for him to use such a terrifying method. But even so, with his spatial sword intent reaching the 3rd level and his own sword technique, the power of his casual sword attack had reached the level of a full-strength attack from a peak early Aurus core cultivator. This level of attack was enough to pose a threat to the 2 demon kings. Of course, it was just a threat. If the blood prison demon king hadn't been immobilized by Chen Daoxuan's soul-setting divine light and then ambushed by him, he wouldn't have been beheaded so quickly. Demon monarch Qinghe reacted and immediately pulled away from Qi Ling. He remembered clearly that the blood prison demon king had been killed by a sneak attack after snatching the small tower Dharma artifact from Qi Tong. Just as all the realm demons were on guard against each other. In midair, the blood prison demon monarch's corpse finally moved. A huge lion's head crawled out of the corpse, and countless flesh wriggled on the lion's head. In an instant, an intact head grew out of the blood prison demon monarch's corpse. Skull-shattering rebirth. Chen Daoxuan was dressed in white and held an immortal sword in his hand as he said with rapt attention. Unexpectedly, the blood prison demon monarch, who had returned to his normal state, turned around and ran without saying a word. Nonsense! Among all the realm demons present, it was the only one who knew how terrifying Chen Daoxuan was. Chapter 364, The Terrifying Chen Daoxuan, 2. It wasn't that small pagoda that had the ability to attack the divine soul. The one who could attack the divine soul of others was that white-robed deist. Even though it didn't know Chen Daoxuan's name, it was more afraid of him than Fairy Qi Yao. In the blood prison Demon King's eyes, although Fairy Qi Yao was strong, she was still upright. However, this white-robed deist, too sinister. He was clearly so strong, yet he was so insidious. This kind of old man was so insidious that he had never heard of it before. Even though he was cursing Chen Daoxuan in his heart, it didn't affect the blood prison demon monarch's speed at all. The sudden change in the scene. It was indeed a little too much for everyone to take in, especially the scarlet-eyed demon. At this moment, it was most frightened. Without Chen Daoxuan as its trump card, Qi Tong was like a husky standing in a pack of wolves, in danger of losing his life at any moment. Even though Qi Ling had repeatedly asked him what was going on, Qi Tong had pretended to be deep and cold. Seeing this, Qi Ling had no choice but to put some distance between them. "Master, kill faster! I can't continue acting!" Qi Tong cried out in grief. Chen Daoxuan did not pay attention to Qi Tong's thoughts, but he could not let the blood prison demon king escape. In fact, Chen Daoxuan didn't plan on sparing any of the realm demons present. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until such a deserted place to attack. Die! As soon as the blood prison demon king moved, another soul-setting divine light froze it for a moment. Then, a terrifying sword light tore a huge hole in its body. But in an instant, the hole was restored to its original state. It's really hard to kill someone with a body that has been reborn from a shattered skull. Chen Daoxuan sighed. In the end, his attack power was still insufficient. If every strike of his could reach the mid-stage Golden Core realm, the blood prison demon king would not be able to withstand 10 strikes at most. He would definitely kill him within 10 swords. But now, the power of each of Chen Daoxuan's sword strikes could only reach the peak of the early-stage Golden Elixir realm. It would probably take dozens or even hundreds of strikes to kill the blood prison demon monarch. Just as he was frowning, a delicate voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. "Fellow deist Chen, let me help you." Fairy Qi Yao, who had been surrounded by the demons, had already absorbed the great Dao laws into the Dao carving stone and opened up the time domain. She had forcefully charged out of the group of demons. Swoosh! Looking at the beautiful figure beside him, Chen Daoxuan's heart calmed down. Good! Attack together! Seeing this scene, Demon King Qinghe, who was not far away, naturally could not let Chen Daoxuan and Qi Yao defeat them one by one. He immediately roared, "Everyone, attack! Otherwise, we'll all die!" Hearing this, the other realm demons couldn't care less about their suspicions and attacked Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao. Origin World Projection. Origin World Projection. Age 11. The Origin World projections fused and descended, suppressing Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao. Seeing this, Fairy Qi Yao smiled. An invisible domain enveloped an area of 100 miles. Within this area, all the Origin World projections were rejected by her. Seeing this scene, Demon Monarch Qinghe's face turned pale. After saying that, Demon King Qinghe turned around and ran without saying anything. It could tell that the blood prison demon monarch was heavily injured, the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom's stance was unclear, and Fairy Qi Yao and Chen Daoxuan had joined forces. If it did not escape, it would probably have to stay here today. Being able to cultivate to such a level, Demon King Qinghe was naturally not stupid. When the realm demons saw Demon Monarch Qinghe escape, they naturally did not want to fall behind. They fled in all directions. However, they discovered that the light that could travel 100 miles in an instant had become extremely slow. They couldn't fly out of this 100-mile area. Demon Monarch Qinghe, who had fought Fairy Qi Yao before, knew that it wasn't that their beams had slowed down, but that Fairy Qi Yao had changed the flow of time in the Dao domain, causing their beams to slow down. The spatial Dao domain could also achieve the same effect. When Chen Daoxuan saw this scene, he was delighted. He immediately used another soul-setting divine light to freeze the blood prison demon king's figure. The pitiful blood prison was a demon king, but he was unable to move under the dual suppression of the time Dao domain and the soul-setting divine light. He could only watch as Fairy Qi Yao slashed him into nothingness with 3 swords. The blood prison demon monarch was dead. Seeing demon monarch blood prison die, demon monarch Qinghe, Qi Ling, and the other demons struggled even more intensely. He used all kinds of secret techniques to increase his speed, but it was useless. In the time Dao domain, no matter how fast they were, they could not match the change in time flow. If he wanted to break the suppression of Fairy Qi Yao's time Dao domain, demon monarch Qinghe's origin world had to break through its current level. Usually, these realm Fae would bully human cultivators with their origin world projection. Now that they were being taught a lesson by human cultivators with their Dao domains, they finally understood how terrible this feeling was. He couldn't even unleash 50% of his strength, especially his speed, which was as slow as a snail. Chen Daoxuan and Qi Yao had just finished off the blood prison Demon King when they turned around and charged at Demon King Qinghe, who had run the furthest. Demon Monarch Qinghe was the strongest. Fairy Qi Yao had already flown 5 kilometers away from her time Dao domain when she killed Demon Monarch Blood Prison. Her speed was considered extremely fast. However, Chen Daoxuan and the other man were even faster. In the blink of an eye, Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao caught up to it. The soul-setting divine light and Fairy Qi Yao's 3 strikes killed Demon King Qinghe. Chapter 365, The Terrifying Chen Daoxuan, 3. Chen Daoxuan discovered that his soul-setting divine light and Fairy Qi Yao's time Dao domain were invincible in the source world of perfected immortals. They swept through the area until only Qi Ling and Qi Tong were left. Qi Yao saw Chen Daoxuan reach out to stop her and looked at him strangely. "Why did you leave it behind?" Qi Yao looked at Scarlet Melon. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "I have my own use." After saying that, Chen Daoxuan pointed at Qiliang, who was confined by the soul-setting divine light. Soon, a crimson fox demon soul was dragged out of Qiliang's body. Next, Chen Daoxuan did the same thing to Qi Tong. After half a cup of tea's time, a second respectful spiritual pet appeared in front of him and Fairy Qi Yao. Soul Seal. That's right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Master. Master. Qi Tong and Qi Ling flew forward and greeted Chen Daoxuan. However, although the two of them called Chen Daoxuan Master, their expressions were different. Qi Tong had a relieved expression, while Qi Ling had a complicated expression. Chen Daoxuan could feel the weight of his soul. He knew that taming Qiliang was his limit for now. It would be difficult to tame a third realm demon of the same level. Although Qi Ling and Qi Tong were both great demons of the Purple Mansion, Qi Ling's strength was undoubtedly much stronger. Qi Tong's power was only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary Zifu disciple, while Qi Ling's power was on par with Zhou Mubai's. This was also the reason why Chen Daoxuan felt his soul was heavy when he subdued only her. Fellow Daoist Chen. Fairy Qi Yao was puzzled. You subdued these two realm demons because you want to. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan briefly explained his plan. You are saying that we should send the two of them to the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom as spies? Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Although there's a risk of being discovered, there's no harm in giving it a try. Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao frowned. Just to try, we have to expend a great Dao law. The cost of this attempt cannot be said to be low. However, Fairy Qi Yao was also a decisive person, so she quickly decided to give it a try. It was extremely difficult for the Infinite Star Sea to infiltrate the true demon realm. If this realm demon named Qiliang could really be of the use that Chen Daoxuan had mentioned, then the gains they would make would be incomparable to a great Dao. In any case, she had already obtained the most important great Dao laws. After thinking for a while, Fairy Qi Yao threw the Dao inscription stone over. Here you go. For me. Chen Daoxuan was shocked. He could tell that the Dao inscription stone contained the law of space, which was the law of the great path that the fallen realm demon at the perfected immortal level had cultivated. This was a treasure that the sea-suppressing palace hall master had dreamed of. Fairy Qi Yao smiled and shook her head. Of course not for you. She paused for a moment. After we leave the source world of true immortals, you can give it to my martial uncle. My martial uncle will definitely owe you a favor. You've helped me so much, so this will be my way of thanking you. You're really a good martial nephew. Chen Daoxuan held the great Dao stone tablet and did not know if he should accept it for a moment. Outside the source of true immortals. In the human camp. On a spirit ship. Achoo! The sea-suppressing palace lord suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his sore nose, feeling puzzled. At the side, perfected Lord Yuan Chen thought of something and cupped his hands. Hall Master Qin, is there a situation in never-ending Immortal City? It was impossible for a nascent soul to sneeze for no reason. Such a situation was usually a mental warning. This was also the reason why Lord Yuan Chen asked. "It's fine." The sea-suppressing palace lord shook his head with a strange expression. Chapter 366, Rich, 1. After some thought, Chen Daoxuan finally chose to accept Fairy Qi Yao's kindness. Nonsense! It would be a waste not to earn a favor from a top-notch nascent soul. Chen Daoxuan nodded and accepted the great Dao stone tablet that contained the spatial laws. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Fairy." Fairy Qi Yao nodded slightly, then looked in the direction she came from and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhou's fight hasn't ended yet. Let's go over and help." At this point, she winked at Chen Daoxuan. "Other than the spatial laws that my uncle master specifically needs, the remaining 4 great Dao laws are ownerless. If we obtain it, whether we sell it to the sect or to a nascent soul, we can sell it for a good price." Chen Daoxuan nodded. These words were true. In order to gain something in the origin world of true immortals, perfected Lord Yuan Chen had already started plotting before coming to Vying Immortal City. This was why he had invited Zhou Mubai, a top-notch Zifu disciple, to help him. However, perfected Lord Yuan Chen had never expected that Chen Daoxuan, whom he thought the least highly of, would be the one with the greatest hope of seizing the great path nomological laws. However, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage at that time. Who would have thought that in less than half a year, his strength would have such an earth-shattering change? On the other side, after Zhou Mubai and the others left with Blood Prison, Qinghe and the Realm Demons, they were also caught in a difficult battle. Logically speaking, with 11 top-notch experts from the Realm Demons side, Zhou Mubai and the others should have a much easier time. But that was not the case. Although 11 experts had left the Realm Demons side, there were still 11 top-tier Zifu disciples left. However, there were also 2 top-notch experts who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Mubai. As for the human cultivators, only Zhou Mubai was a Zifu disciple who was comparable to an early gold core cultivator. The other 7 were clearly a level weaker. In this way, the human cultivators would definitely be at a disadvantage when the 2 sides fought for the great Dao laws. At this moment, Zhou Mubai was currently fighting against 2 of the strongest Zifu disciples. One of these 2 Zifu disciples came from the Dayuan Fei Kingdom, while the other came from the Shi Tuo Fei Kingdom. The snake demon was cold, and the green lion was brutal. Zhou Mubai quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. However, he still relied on the secret technique of his spirit eye and the green lotus sword art to bitterly hold on under the siege of the 2 demons. This was especially so when one of the Zifu disciples wanted to free up his hands to absorb the great Dao laws into the origin world. Zhou Mubai would do his best to organize them. Furthermore, the 2 great demons did not come from the same Fei Kingdom, so they did not put in all their effort when working together. This gave Zhou Mubai a chance to catch his breath. Boom! In the sky, the indigo lion spirit punched in the air and shattered the 4-petal green lotus. Zhou Mubai's 4th-tier lower-grade immortal sword flew back. He repeatedly used the secret technique to cast the green lotus sword technique. Not only was Zhou Mubai's face pale, but there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Zhou Mubai had sustained serious injuries from the intense collisions. Humph! Flumen brat, your strength is not bad, but that's all. If you know what's good for you, get lost. I can spare your dog life. The indigo lion said arrogantly. The snake demon said coldly, this human cultivator has yet to comprehend a Dao domain. If you and I fuse with the origin world projection, we have a chance to keep him. Brother Shui Mo, why don't we give it a try? Upon hearing this, the green lion spirit named Shui Mo glanced warily at the great Yuan Fei Empire's snake demon beside him. Brother Lian Lao, our goal this time is the nomological laws of the Great Path. It doesn't matter if we kill human cultivators or not. The realm demons of the She-Camel Demon Kingdom might look rough, but for the She-Camel Demon Kingdom to become the second strongest of the 4 demon kingdoms, the realm demons of the Demon Kingdom were definitely not fools. They knew best what the great Yuan Fei Kingdom was like. Once the human cultivators were defeated, the first thing the Shi Tuo Fei Kingdom needed to guard against was not the Green Flil Fei Kingdom but the great Yuan Fei Kingdom. This was what the Blood Prison Demon King had told him before he left, and Shui Mo had kept it in mind. However, neither of the 2 demons would have thought that the 2 demon kings, who were wary of each other, had already become a pair of desperate ghosts. The two demons communicated through voice transmissions, but it did not affect the speed at which they attacked. This was especially so for the snake demon called Lao Lian. Taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Mubai's immortal sword was sent flying by Xuemo's punch, he moved like a bolt of lightning towards Zhou Mubai's body. Zhou Mubai's immortal sword was broken. He had already exhausted his old strength and had yet to generate new strength. The great Yuanfei Kingdom's snake demon grasped the opportunity very well. The snake demon's head suddenly stretched out, and its neck instantly elongated. A terrifying black fog appeared on its two pitch-black poisonous fangs, and even the space itself emitted a sizzling sound. The next moment, it bit Zhou Mubai. When Zhou Mubai saw this, he couldn't care less about keeping the magic tool that the monster trainer had sent flying back. He threw a punch at the head of the snake that was charging at him. Boom! A wave of air swept through the sky, and Zhou Mubai's figure was instantly sent flying. Obviously, this snake demon called Lian Lao had a higher cultivation level than Zhou Mubai. Seeing that Zhou Mubai was completely in a disadvantageous position, the green lion spirit was delighted. Although it was unwilling to join forces with the snake, it was still willing to get rid of this human cultivator. After all, it had experienced Zhou Mubai's strength before. If it was a one-on-one battle, it might not be able to win. Just as it moved forward and wanted to finish the attack. However, he realized that he could not move. Immediately after, it caught a glimpse of a dazzling sword light from the corner of its eye. Then, there was nothing else. Chapter 367, Rich, 2. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the corpse of the Zifu disciple, which he had destroyed with a single sword strike. He then turned to Fairy Qi Yao, who was beside him, and said, Fairy's Dao domain plus my soul-setting divine light is truly powerful. Seeing Chen Daoxuan use the soul-setting divine light again, Fairy Qi Yao sighed and said, I didn't expect you to actually learn Daoist Shenzhou's unique divine power. I heard from my uncle master that you once asked him for an immortal's body. I was really lucky. Chen Daoxuan smiled. Fairy Qi Yao smiled. She wasn't jealous. Every cultivator had their own fate. As the young master of the Qian Yuan sword sect, her inheritance of divine powers and secret arts wasn't necessarily bad. Moreover, no matter how good a divine art was, one needed to have the energy to cultivate and comprehend it. Even mortal warriors understood the principle of biting off more than one could chew, so it was impossible for Fairy Qi Yao not to understand it. The snake demon who had blasted Zhou Mubai away felt the terrifying sword light behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw a scene that made his heart break. The green lion spirit that had been conversing with it through voice transmission had been killed by a male and female cultivator in the blink of an eye. Lian Lao didn't recognize the white-robed Daoist, but he would never forget Fairy Qi Yao's aura. Back then, it had helped Demon King Qing He withstand the aftershock of Fairy Qi Yao's sword light, but that sword light had left it severely injured and dying. If it weren't for its strong demon body and Demon King Qing He's generous use of treasures to repair its demon body, it would have died. It was still recuperating in the camp, so how could it be jumping around and chasing after Zhou Mubai? Seeing this, the snake demon turned around and fled decisively. Of course, Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao couldn't let it escape. The time Dao domain suppressed and the soul-setting divine light took shape. Under the double suppression, Chen Daoxuan slashed down at Lian Lao's terrified gaze. Lian Lao was heavily injured by Chen Daoxuan's sword. Chen Daoxuan was surprised to see that he could not kill the other party with one sword strike. Then, he attacked again. This time, Lian Lao, whose demon body was stronger than the green lion spirit, died on the spot. Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao flew forward. One of them collected the nomological laws of the Great Path while the other supported the tottering Zhou Mubai. Brother Zhou, are you all right? Chen Daoxuan held Zhou Mubai's shoulder and asked with concern. Ahem. Zhou Mubai coughed violently and shook his head. His face was pale as he smiled and said, I'm fine. But Brother Chen, I thought you... Chen Daoxuan handed over a healing panacea and smiled, we'll talk about this later. Brother Zhou, rest assured and recuperate. Zhou Mubai took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His face immediately turned red. Zhou Mubai took a deep breath and shook his head. Let's go together and deal with the other realm demons first. Without these two, the remaining realm demons are nothing to worry about, but we can't let them escape. Zhou Mubai gritted his teeth. Clearly, the Zhou family had lost many clansmen in the source world of true immortals. Good. Seeing that Zhou Mubai was fine, Chen Daoxuan stopped trying to persuade him. Following that, the three of them joined forces, and the situation instantly became one-sided. As the bloody massacre continued, the realm demons finally realized what was going on. They no longer dared to fight with the human monks for the laws of the Great Path and the blood marrow. They all fled. Several thousand Zifu disciples fled frantically for their lives. No matter how powerful Fairy Qi Yao and Chen Daoxuan were, they couldn't chase down many of them. They could only order the human cultivators to chase after them for a while before retreating. Everyone gathered together again. Zhang Chenai of the Zhang family of Taizhu was the first to express his dissatisfaction. He cupped his hands at Fairy Qi Yao and said with a frown, "Young sect master, why didn't you give the order to continue pursuing? There's still a top-notch greater demon in the Qingqiu Fei kingdom that's still alive. They even snatched a great Dao law from me." The last sentence was the reason why Zhang Chenai was dissatisfied. There were a total of 5 great Dao laws on this trip, except for the most important one, which was taken by Fairy Qi Yao. The other 3 were all taken by Chen Daoxuan and the other Kangzhou cultivators, which made the Zhang family cultivators extremely dissatisfied. In the eyes of the Zhang family, a Kangzhou that did not even have a golden core cultivator was nothing at all. Usually, they did not take Kangzhou cultivators seriously. But this time, the Kangzhou cultivators gave them a tight slap. The 3 nomological laws of the Great Path were all collected by the cultivators of Kangzhou. None of them were left for the cultivators of Taizhu and Jingzhou. Especially that Chen Daoxuan, he had collected 2 great Dao nomological laws by himself. The cultivators of the Zhang and Ji families were almost dumbfounded by this rapidly rising Chen family cultivator of the Azure continent. After all, they had never heard of the Chen family of Kang Prefecture. The Zhou family had some reputation in the outside world. After all, they were once a golden core family. Moreover, a genius sword cultivator like Zhou Mubai had recently appeared in their family. But what the hell was the Chen family of Kang Prefecture? Who had heard of it? Zhang Chenai had met Chen Daoxuan once in Yuanchen Immortal City, but that was all. At that time, he was only a little curious about this cultivator, but he did not expect him to be so strong. The power of Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao's joint efforts in the fight for the nomological laws of the Great Path had indeed frightened the cultivators of the Zhang and Ji families. Although Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao were like them, Zifu disciples, their power was clearly on a completely different level. Although the Zhang family was unhappy that Chen Daoxuan had seized so many great Dao laws, they could only pinch their nose and admit defeat due to the other party's strength. However, what Zhang Chenai could not accept was that he had clearly already snatched the last great Dao law, but it was intercepted by 2 fox demons who had appeared out of nowhere. More importantly, he could not defeat these 2 fox demons and had no choice but to escape. What made Zhang Chenai even angrier was that both Fairy Qi Yao and Chen Daoxuan were unwilling to help him retrieve the nomological law of the Great Path and ordered him to retreat. That was why Zhang Chenai questioned Fairy Qi Yao in public. Fairy Qi Yao wasn't annoyed by Zhang Chenai's question. She pointed at the distance and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, please take a look." Zhang Chenai looked in the direction Fairy Qi Yao was pointing. At the entrance of the Heaven Realm, a grey fog began to appear and quickly swallowed the Heaven Realm's door. Seeing this, Zhang Chenai was instantly shocked. The source world of true immortals is about to fall into ruins. Fairy Qi Yao nodded. Zhang Chenai immediately fell silent. Without the support of the great Dao laws, the true immortal origin world that had existed for countless years finally could not hold on any longer and was about to turn into chaos. If he did not leave now, he would turn into chaos along with this world later. Thinking of this, Zhang Chenai quickly cupped his hands and said, "I hope young sect master can forgive me for my recklessness just now." "It's fine," Fairy Qi Yao said coldly. Zhang Chenai looked at her and stopped talking. He knew that this public questioning had definitely caused the other party to be dissatisfied. However, Zhang Chenai didn't care too much. In any case, he was the Dao child of the Zhang family, and the Zhang family was a big immortal cultivation family with 3 nascent souls. Even the Qianyuan sword sect had to consider the feelings of the Zhang family. Although Fairy Qi Yao had a high status in the Qianyuan sword sect, she was not the sect master after all, so it was fine to offend her. Besides, so what if she was the sect master of the sect? Zhang Chenai knew that the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect did not rule the sect with one hand. Seeing that the most dissatisfied Zhang family didn't say anything, the others wouldn't choose to anger Fairy Qi Yao at this time. Moreover, this world was about to end, and they were counting on Fairy Qi Yao's minor teleportation token to send them out. He was different from the others, who looked afraid. Chen Daoxuan looked at the grey fog that was rapidly spreading out from the Heaven Realm's gate, and a look of ecstasy flashed across his face. One had to know that the chaotic qi that he had gathered from slaughtering realm demons not only caused his perception stardust to mutate and turn into a dark red planet, but it also allowed his primordial enlightenment scripture to break through to the third level. However, at the same time, the newly broken through primordial Dao comprehension scripture consumed an even greater amount of comprehension stardust. The dark red planet was formed from countless stardust. At the start, it was 100 meters in diameter. After using the Dao development function twice, it was only 50 meters in diameter now, which was half of its original size. According to this rate of consumption, Chen Daoxuan's little bit of comprehension ability that he usually stored wouldn't be able to keep up. The only way was to use the World Origin Pearl to replenish it. However, what kind of World Origin bead could compare to this true Immortal Realm Origin bead in front of him? Chen Daoxuan's eyes turned red as he watched the chaotic qi at the entrance of the Heaven Realm churn. Chapter 368, Crazy Absorption, 1. Although Chen Daoxuan was impatient, he still knew that there were many eyes. If he rushed into the chaotic qi so openly, he would definitely be treated as a monster by other cultivators. If he attracted the attention of the nascent soul cultivator behind him, the situation would be bad. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan transmitted a message to Fairy Qi Yao, expressing his desire to leave the source world of true immortals alone. Fairy Qi Yao had just calmed down the cultivators of the Zhang family when she heard Chen Daoxuan's shocking words. She quickly sent a voice transmission, "Fellow Daoist Chen, the origin world sinkhole is no small matter, not to mention the origin world at the perfected immortal realm. Without the lesser teleportation token, it'll be very difficult for you to break out with your current cultivation." Fairy Qi Yao seemed to have thought of something and frowned. "Don't tell me you want to use the dust banner to go out." Then, she shook her head. "Although the dirt banner is good at teleportation, it can only teleport within one realm. It can't teleport across realms. Have you considered it carefully? I've never seen someone so suicidal." Fairy Qi Yao felt helpless. But how could Chen Daoxuan care about this? If he were to give up this piece of fat meat in front of him, he would regret it to death. Chen Daoxuan smiled. "Fairy, don't worry. I will save you." Seeing how insistent Chen Daoxuan was, Fairy Qi Yao opened her mouth and swallowed her words of persuasion. After saying that, Chen Daoxuan turned to look at the excited Chen Fuxian. Seeing Chen Daoxuan looking at him, Chen Fuxian quickly bowed and said, "Young clan leader." He had seen the young clan leader and Fairy Qi Yao's joint attack. Chen Fuxian did not expect that not only was the young clan leader still alive, but his strength was also so strong that it was hard for him to predict. He was looking forward to the future development of the Chen family with a powerhouse like Chen Daoxuan, who was comparable to a mid-stage golden elixir realm expert. The Chen family's development speed was gradually slowing down, but it was not the Chen family's intention. It was because the Chen family's strength, or rather, their martial strength, was insufficient. For example, Chen Daoxuan's plan for the industrial immortal city and the currency unification plan for Guang'an Prefecture and even Kangzhou. These plans all relied on the Chen family's military strength. If the Chen family rashly pushed forward these plans without sufficient military strength, they would simply be courting death. However, if the Chen family was strong enough, these plans would only speed up the development of the Chen family. Chen Fuxian, who was one of the higher UPS of the Chen family, knew this very well. Chen Daoxuan looked at the excited Chen Fuxian and patted him on the shoulder. He praised, "Not bad, you've actually reached the Zifu stage." Chen Fuxian seemed to recall something when he heard the compliment. He quickly reached for the storage pouch on his waist and handed it over. "Young clan leader, look." Chen Daoxuan took the storage bag. He used his divine perception to scan around and found that there were more than 10 jade crystal bottles filled with essence qi in Chen Fuxian's storage bag. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's mouth twitched. He understood what Chen Fuxian meant. It seemed that Chen Fuxian was keeping these essence of vitality to show respect to her. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was deeply gratified. Chen Fu didn't give birth to this child for nothing. He had a conscience much better than Chen Daoku, who would cry to him all day long. However, Chen Fu probably did not know how much vitality essence he had. Cough cough. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but cough. Fairy Qi Yao was probably the only one who could guess that he had stolen the essence Qi from the cultivators of the 3 states. She was the only one who knew about her master-servant relationship with Qi Tong. As for the others, they thought that the essence Qi had been stolen by the realm demons of the Green Hill Demon Kingdom. This pot, Chen Daoxuan was destined not to admit it. In any case, it was Qi Tong who did it. As for the essence Qi in his hands, he had obtained it from the realm demon. That's right. That was it. Of course, no matter what, he did not intend to sell this batch of Yuan Qi essence to the outside world. The Chen family did not lack spirit stones. This kind of rare good thing that was hard to come by in 10,000 years would definitely have to be digested by the family. Looking at Chen Fuxian's expression, Chen Daoxuan handed the storage bag back and shook his head. This is what you obtained yourself. Just keep it well. Young clan leader. Chen Fuxian wanted to say something, but Chen Daoxuan interrupted him. However, you have to remember that although the essence of Yuan Qi is good, it's not suitable for you to use it anymore, understand? Understood, Chen Fuxian nodded. Of course, Chen Fuxian knew that his great Dao realm could not keep up with his cultivation. If he continued to abuse the essence of vital Qi, it would only widen the gap between his cultivation and realm, which would be detrimental to his future breakthrough to the golden core stage. Ordinary cultivators probably couldn't care less. For ordinary cultivators, they would definitely have to seize this opportunity to quickly increase their cultivation. After all, vital Qi essence was not only rare, but also difficult to store. After this village, there wouldn't be such a shop. As for not being able to keep up with the great Dao realm, was that a problem? Didn't you see how many Zifu disciples in the immortal cultivation world were unable to keep up with their levels of cultivation? In fact, even the current chief of the Guang'an Prefecture's Zhou clan, Zhou Minghao, was one of them, much less ordinary Zifu disciples. To Zifu disciples, being able to keep up with their level of cultivation in the Great Dao was something that very few elite Zifu disciples could do. Generally speaking, cultivators who could do this would basically be able to enter the Zifu disciple rankings when their cultivation level reached the late-stage Zifu disciple realm, becoming a substitute for golden cores. Chen Fuxian was still a little lacking. His sword principle had only reached the peak of the 2nd level and had yet to reach the 3rd level. This step seemed simple, but it had actually stumped countless people. Even the Zhou family's ancestor, Zhou Minghao, was stuck at this step and had not been able to advance for nearly 100 years. Chapter 369, Crazy Absorption, 2. Fuxian. Yes. You go out with Fairy Qi Yao and Xianling later. I'll leave later. Young clan leader, are you? Chen Fuxian was shocked. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and stared at him. Just obey the order. Yes, sir. Fuxian will obey the decree. Chen Fuxian cupped his hands. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded his head, then looked at Fairy Qi Yao and cupped his hands. I'll leave this junior to Fairy to take care of. Don't worry. Fairy Qi Yao nodded. Just as Chen Daoxuan was giving his orders, the Heaven Realm's gate had already been completely swallowed by the chaotic Qi. It was as if there was a hole in that space, and the surroundings of this hole were filled with chaotic Qi. After devouring the door to the Heaven Realm, the speed at which the origin world of true immortals returned to the origin world increased. Seeing this, Zhang Chenai said with some anger, we don't have time to chase after the enemy, but we have plenty of time to dawdle here. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan glanced at him and said, fellow Daoist Zhang, I have 2 great Dao laws in my hands. Think carefully before you speak to me. Zhang Chenai's expression froze when he heard that. Lai understood what Chen Daoxuan meant. The laws of the great Dao in the source world of true immortals were extremely profound, and even after being made into a great Dao steel, it could not be preserved forever. Generally, only nascent soul cultivators with high cultivation levels could use such treasures. Even golden core cultivators didn't have enough insights into the great Dao, much less Zifu disciples. Therefore, the 2 great Dao stone tablets in Chen Daoxuan's hands were destined to be used. It was indeed unwise for Jiang Chenai to speak arrogantly to Chen Daoxuan at this time. However, Jiang Chenai's losses were too great. Not only did his brother die here, but the great deonomological laws that he had obtained were also snatched away by the realm demons of the Green Hill Demon Kingdom. This meant that he had not obtained anything from this trip. He had even lost his little brother's life and a precious grotto heaven magical treasure. For him to still be able to maintain his rationality, he was already considered to be intelligent. "Alright, stop talking." Fairy Qi Yao chided softly, "Everyone, stand in a spot. I'll use the minor teleportation token to send everyone out." Hearing this, everyone gathered around Fairy Qi Yao. Chen Daoxuan, on the other hand, retreated a large distance. "Brother Chen." Dao profound. The Zifu disciples of the Azure continent all stared in shock at Chen Daoxuan, not knowing why he was retreating. Chen Daoxuan didn't explain and only smiled. Immediately, everyone was teleported out by the minor teleportation token, leaving only Fairy Qi Yao. "You?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. "Why are you staying?" Fairy Qi Yao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the minor teleportation token send everyone out. She took off her protective spiritual armor and revealed her seductive figure. Qi Yao gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a sweet voice, "I have to watch over you. Have you forgotten that my uncle master's great Dao stone tablet is still in your hands?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally reacted. He quickly took out the great Dao stone tablet from the storage pouch and handed it over. However, Fairy Qi Yao didn't take it over and returned it instead. "Your..." Chen Daoxuan didn't understand. Fairy Qi Yao raised her head. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's gaze finally turned somewhat unfriendly. "Fairy, you should understand that prying into other people's secrets is not a good habit." Fairy Qi Yao shook her head, her eyes clear. "I have no intention of prying into your secrets, but I don't want you to die." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan let down his guard a little. So it was because she was worried that he would die. However, he still felt that the other party was a little nosy. Chaos Chi might be dangerous to others, but was it dangerous to him? The golden scripture in his sea of consciousness liked this thing, it would absorb as much as it came. But thinking about it carefully, Fairy Qi Yao's worries were not unreasonable. Chen Daoxuan believed that the golden scripture would be able to absorb all the chaotic qi. But his sea of consciousness couldn't store so much stardust that was fed back by the chaos energy, so he wasn't sure. The last time when his comprehension stardust almost exploded, his sea of consciousness was still fresh in his mind. Perhaps it wasn't entirely a bad thing for Fairy Qi Yao to stay. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan looked at her and said, "Keep it a secret for me." "Definitely." Fairy Qi Yao nodded. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not waste any more words and flew straight towards the location of the door to the original heaven realm. As time passed, everything in the origin world was collapsing toward the heaven realm's gate. As this point collapsed, countless chaotic qi surged out, almost dyeing the space of the heaven realm's door black. Facing such pure chaos qi, the golden scripture in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness trembled violently. Sensing the other party's excitement, Chen Daoxuan muttered, "Go ahead and absorb more. There won't be such a good opportunity in the future." In the next moment, a large amount of chaos qi surged toward Chen Daoxuan from the center, directly wrapping him up into a grey man. It was the negative effect of the golden scripture absorbing the chaotic energy. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover that the chaos qi did not come into contact with Chen Daoxuan's body at all. It was blocked by a transparent membrane less than 3 inches away from his body. Chen Daoxuan, who had absorbed the chaos qi many times, knew that this was the golden scripture protecting his body. This was also the reason why he dared to stay in the origin world of true immortals in the sinkhole state. On the side, Fairy Qi Yao saw Chen Daoxuan rush into the chaos qi and was so scared that her mouth opened into an O shape. It was only when she saw that Chen Daoxuan was unharmed that she felt slightly relieved. "I see." Fairy Qi Yao was deep in thought. Is he using the chaos qi to cultivate a special divine art? In the cultivation world, the conditions for cultivators to cultivate divine powers were different. Some depended on the cultivator's comprehension ability, while others required precious treasures. The chaotic qi was obviously a special treasure. However, due to the existence of realm demons, the chaos chi was not precious. Normally, other than constructing and expanding grotto heavens, the world origin bead did not have much use. As far as Fairy Chi Yao knew, the Heaven Essence Sword sect had accumulated a mountain of world origin beads because of the long-term war against the true demon realm in the source of the two realms thousands of years ago. In order to make use of these world origin beads, the Qian Yuan Sword sect not only created countless small grotto heavens in the current location of the sect, but also refined various special grotto heaven magic tools. For example, the large transport ships owned by the great cultivation clans in Kangzhou were one of them. However, the development of these special magic tools only consumed the tip of the iceberg of the sect's inner world origin pearl. Most of the world origin pearl was used as the sect's foundation. However, even if they did, the Qian Yuan Sword sect was unwilling to sell the world origin pearl to the outside world. Because once this thing spread, the prices of all kinds of grotto heaven magical equipment sold by the Qian Yuan Sword sect would collapse. One must know that the heavenly abode dharmic artifacts of the Qian Yuan Sword sect were not only sold in the infinite star sea, but also had a great reputation in the celestial cloud continent. This was one of the important financial sources of the Qian Yuan Sword sect. Although it was difficult to refine a grotto heaven dharmic artifact, the raw materials needed to refine a grotto heaven dharmic artifact were more precious than the refining methods. Now, if the other cultivation forces wanted to obtain the world origin pearl, they could only go to the two-realm abyss to find trouble with the realm demon. And now, the cultivation world and the true demon realm were in a period of peace. Which sect would dare to take the risk of provoking a war between the two worlds and go to the two-world abyss to cause trouble? Did they really think that the immortal soul stage cultivators in the immortal cultivation world couldn't wield their blades? Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Fairy Chi Yao was thinking. He felt extremely blissful now. He had never felt so good absorbing chaos energy before. The quality of the chaos energy from the origin world of true immortals was many times higher than that of ordinary foundation establishment realm cultivators and Ziffa realm demons. The golden scripture absorbed the chaotic energy while spitting out golden comprehension stardust. Every time the dark red planet absorbed a golden comprehension stardust, it would become stronger. Compared to ordinary comprehension stardust, the effect of this golden comprehension stardust on strengthening the dark red planet was many times greater. Chen Daoxuan couldn't be bothered to calculate this. In his knowledge sea, the dark red planet in the sea of divine light started to expand from its original diameter of 50 meters. Soon, it had exceeded the diameter of 100 meters at its peak and was still growing. Chapter 370, Snatching, 1. As the true immortal origin world returned to the ruins, more and more chaos chi was produced. Fairy Chi Yao looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. Even in the Heavenly Essence Sword sect, where the world origin beads were piled up like mountains, she had never seen a world origin bead with such terrifying chaotic chi. As expected of the origin world left behind by a perfected immortal realm demon. Fairy Chi Yao murmured. However, just as he finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan, who was wrapped in the grey fog, trembled slightly. As the speed at which the golden scripture absorbed the chaotic energy increased, the speed at which it fed out the golden comprehension stardust also increased. This caused the dark red planet in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness to expand continuously. However, the space in his sea of consciousness was limited. Soon, the dark red planet expanded to the boundary of the sea of consciousness. Beyond it was the unopened darkness. The current situation was very similar to the time when the comprehension stardust filled the entire sea of consciousness. This. Chen Daoxuan was dumbfounded. He had thought that he would not be able to absorb all the chaotic chi in the origin world of true immortals, but he did not expect that his sea of consciousness would not be able to contain it after absorbing such a small amount. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but regret that he had spent too little time cultivating the sea of divine light, which resulted in his sea of consciousness only having a diameter of 500 miles. However, no matter how regretful he was, it was impossible for him to increase the size of the space in his sea of consciousness. He could only give up. Fairy Chi Yao also saw that there was something wrong with Chen Daoxuan's state. She quickly flew forward and opened the time domain while dispersing the chaotic chi that enveloped Chen Daoxuan. "Are you okay?" The chaotic chi dispersed, revealing Chen Daoxuan in white. However, Chen Daoxuan's expression was full of regret. He revealed an awkward smile and said, "Thank you for your concern, Fairy." Looking at him, it seemed that his practice of magical powers was not too smooth. The world origin pearl isn't anything special. Fairy Qi Yao couldn't help but comfort him. Why do you have to take such a risk? Chen Daoxuan suddenly raised his head. This sentence contained a lot of information. What did he mean by the world origin pearl was something amazing. His clone had relied on the dirt banner to escape. He had painstakingly been chased by demon monarchs and demon lords like rabbits in the great Yuan Fei kingdom. After more than half a year, he had only obtained a few dozen world origin beads. It actually became an ordinary thing in Fairy Qi Yao's mouth? Chen Daoxuan might have obtained so many world origin pearls in the source world of true immortals, but that was only in a special environment like the source world of true immortals. Normally, how could he have the chance to obtain thousands of world origin beads? Chen Daoxuan felt that this was probably his last chance to obtain a large amount of chaos qi. But from what Fairy Qi Yao said, it seemed that the Qianyuan sword sect had a lot of world origin beads? Yes. Chen Daoxuan immediately remembered that the countless small grotto heavens in the Qianyuan sword sect were built using the world origin pearl. In that case, the Qianyuan sword sect must have a large amount of stock. Craftsmanship Hall. Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of the artifact refining hall of the sect. As the department of the Qianyuan sword sect that specialized in refining, they definitely had a large number of world origin beads. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands and said, "From what Fairy said, our sect seems to have quite a few world origin beads." Although he had some guesses, he still asked. This concerned his future, so Chen Daoxuan didn't want to make such vague guesses. "That's right." Fairy Qi Yao nodded and said frankly, "I did obtain quite a number of world origin pearls when I fought against the true demon realm in the two-world abyss a few years ago. The world origin pearls have a single use. Other than building grotto heaven worlds, they can only be used to refine grotto heaven dharma treasures. However, cultivators usually had storage bags to store their personal belongings, and they didn't need to use their Eden dharmic artifacts. Thus, these world origin pearls were accumulated in large quantities in the section. I got it from fighting the true demon realm." Chen Daoxuan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. "In that case, aren't there many sects that possess the world origin pearl?" "That's right. The sects that participated in the War of the Two World Depths should have a large number of world origin beads in their hands as long as they still had inheritances. However, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not sell a large number of world origin beads to outsiders." Fairy Qi Yao explained. As for why they didn't sell the world origin beads in bulk, Chen Daoxuan could roughly guess that it was to maintain the high price of the grotto heaven dharmic artifacts. If he were to sell the world origin beads in bulk, wouldn't the price of the grotto heaven dharmic treasures drop to the same level as storage bags? These sects might as well sell them slowly. In any case, as long as the war between the immortal cultivation world and the true demon realm did not break out, the other sects could forget about interfering in this business. This was because they didn't have the materials to refine a grotto heaven. This was also one of the few benefits that the sects that participated in the War of the Two Worlds had obtained. Hearing Fairy Qi Yao's words, Chen Daoxuan's mind immediately became active. He thought that if he wanted to obtain the world origin pearl in the future, he would have to take risks in the true demon realm. He did not expect that there would be such benefits waiting for him. Chen Daoxuan knew that the so-called major sects did not sell the world origin pearl to outsiders because they felt that the price was too low. Otherwise, these sects would not have refined the world origin bead into a grotto heaven dharmic artifact and sold it at a high price. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan smiled again. In the end, it was just money. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was depressed at first and then smiled, Fairy Qi Yao thought that he had failed to cultivate the divine power and suffered a heavy blow. "You want chaos qi to cultivate your divine power?" She frowned slightly. "I can help you get some world origin beads, but you have to promise not to sell them to outsiders." Chapter 371, Snatching, 2. After saying that, Fairy Qi Yao looked at Chen Daoxuan nervously. Although she was the beloved disciple of the sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect and the young sect master of the sect master's faction was not without opponents in the Qianyuan sword sect. If Third Elder and the others were to leave a trail because of this, it would definitely bring great trouble to his master. Fairy Qi Yao knew this very well. Seeing the other party's cautious appearance, Chen Daoxuan naturally knew what she was worried about. He shook his head and said, "No need. I will think of a way myself. Hearing this, Fairy Qi Yao looked at him suspiciously, then at the source world of true immortals that was collapsing at an increasing speed. Let's go out. This world is about to completely collapse. Yes. Just as Chen Daoxuan nodded, he saw Qi Yao take out the minor teleportation token and wave it gently. Immediately after, the world spun. When he regained consciousness, he and Fairy Qi Yao were already standing on a spirit ship. On the spirit ship, all the cultivators turned to look at Chen Daoxuan and his companion, including the sea-suppressing hall master, Qin Zhan. Fairy Qi Yao returned the minor teleportation token to the sea-suppressing hall master. Uncle Master. Yes, thank you for your hard work. The sea-suppressing hall master took the minor teleportation token from Qi Yao's hand and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Little friend, we meet again. Senior. Although the sea-suppressing hall master usually looked somewhat frivolous, Chen Daoxuan's attitude towards this top-notch nascent soul was extremely respectful. Because he knew that other people had the right to be cynical. He didn't have the confidence or qualifications to disrespect a nascent soul. I've heard that you, the Azure Continent cultivator, have reaped the greatest harvest in this trip to the source world of true immortals. He paused and started to talk. This was the second time he had made a great contribution, right? Junior is ashamed. Chen Daoxuan lowered his head. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's humble appearance, although the Sea Calming Hall was slightly dissatisfied, the satisfaction in their eyes could not be concealed. Towards this kind of humble, capable, and talented junior. Which senior cultivator didn't like it? The sea-suppressing hall master was no exception. Chen Daoxuan quickly took out a great Dao stone tablet that contained spatial laws from his storage bag and handed it to the Sea Calming Hall master. Senior, this is the great Dao law that Junior seized from the source world of true immortals. Please accept it. The sea-suppressing hall master's breathing quickened slightly when he saw the thick aura of the great Dao laws emitted from the great Dao stone tablet in front of him. This was a matter of personal cultivation, so few cultivators could calm down. The sea-suppressing hall master was no exception. Good. The sea-suppressing hall master looked deeply at Chen Daoxuan. Junior, Qin Zhan, owe you a great favor today. The kindness of becoming a Taoist could be said to be extremely heavy. At this moment, the Sea Calming Palace Master made a promise in public. As long as the Sea Calming Palace Master did not fall, anyone in the Infinite Star Sea who wanted to touch Chen Daoxuan would have to consider the consequences. When perfected Lord Yuan Chen, who was standing at the side, saw this scene, he was so jealous that he almost pulled his beard off. Why did he let go of such a good investment target back then? Perfected Lord Yuan Chen began to doubt his judgment of people. However, it was useless for him to be jealous at this moment. The sea-suppressing hall master had promised these cultivators who were going to the source world of true immortals before they entered. Apart from the laws of the Great Dao, the cultivator had complete control over the treasures seized from the source world of true immortals. As for the laws of the Great Dao, these Zifu disciples could choose between two methods. The first was for the Qian Yuan sword sect to purchase them at a suitable price. The second was to sell it to the nascent soul cultivators present. In other words, if these nascent soul cultivators wanted to obtain these great Dao laws, they would have to compete with each other. This was also the reward that cultivators who had risked their lives in the source world of true immortals should have received. Otherwise, why would the nascent soul realm cultivators and the Qian Yuan sword sect fight against the low-level cultivators? If there were no benefits, they could totally work without putting in any effort. Generally speaking, no cultivator would be willing to choose the first method, because doing so would definitely offend the nascent souls present. One had to know that the Foundation establishment and Zifu disciples had relied on these nascent soul cultivators to obtain the opportunity to enter the true immortal origin world. One had to be extremely bold to be stingy with these nascent souls. Thus, he could only choose the second method. He let the nascent souls present bid. But of course, if a Zifu disciple had already come to an agreement with a nascent soul, it would be a different matter. For example, the cultivators from the Zhang and Ji families, Zhou Mubai and the others. However, this time, the fight for the Great Dao laws happened to be a shocking upset. It made a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator laugh until the end. Not only did Chen Daoxuan use the Qi essence to quickly break through to the mid-stage Purple Prefecture realm, but he also snatched 3 great Dao laws. It was simply like a joke. The sea-calming palace lord solemnly put the great Dao stone steel into his storage bag. His expression became relaxed as he smiled and said, "How about it? Who do you want to sell the other 2 great Dao laws to?" Qin Zhan pointed at the other 5 nascent souls. Chen Daoxuan swept his gaze across everyone. Just as he was about to speak, an urgent voice transmission suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness. The sea suppressing hall master knew that these people were definitely looking for Chen Daoxuan to discuss with him. However, Qin Zhan was confident that with him around, no one would dare to force him. Sure enough, after the first voice sounded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, the next second, another voice transmission sounded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. These nascent souls looked indifferent on the surface, but in fact, they had already lost all their dignity for the sake of the great Dao stone tablet in Chen Daoxuan's hands. However, compared to face and demeanor, for cultivators, their own Dao path and strength were the foundation. What was so embarrassing about bidding in front of a junior? Little friend, as long as you are willing to give me the great Dao stone tablet in your hand, my Zhang family is willing to form a good relationship with your Chen family. Moreover, my Zhang family is willing to support your Chen family to become the #1 family in the Azure continent. The great elder of the Zhang family was dressed in a black robe. He looked at Chen Daoxuan with eagle-like eyes. Regarding Chen Daoxuan's origins, he had already inquired clearly from the clan's juniors just now. A disciple of a small family that had just risen in Kang Prefecture. Although this kid had astonishing talent in swordsmanship, his family's foundation was too weak, and he was not worth worrying about at all. He could completely consider supporting the Chen family and making them the spokesperson of the Zhang family in Kang Prefecture. It had to be said that the promise of the Zhang family's first elder had indeed moved Chen Daoxuan for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Chen Daoxuan soon realized that the Chen family was too weak compared to the Zhang family. A weak family and a powerful Yuanying stage family did not have the foundation to cooperate. Even though Chen Daoxuan's current strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator, the Chen family was still too weak in front of the Zhang family of Taizhu and the Ji family of Jingzhou. The best result of cooperating with the Zhang family and the Ji family was to become their vassals. If Chen Daoxuan was willing to become someone else's vassal, why would the Zhang and Ji families have the chance? Believe it or not, with the favor of the sea-suppressing hall master, his Chen family could even directly become a member of the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect. Although joining the faction of the sect leader of the Qian Yuan sword sect would make countless enemies, there were more benefits. After all, the sect master of the Qian Yuan sword sect was the orthodox sect of the Qian Yuan sword sect, and his power was much greater than the third elders. After so many years of continuous weakening, the supporters of the third elders faction had become fewer and fewer. If this continued, as long as the third elder passed away safely, the Qian Yuan sword sect would completely welcome the era of the sect master, Chen Fei Shui. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan had already made a decision in his heart. He cupped his hands at the sea-calming palace lord and said, "This junior doesn't dare to reject the good intentions of all the seniors. It's best if the hall master helps this junior to auction." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan handed over 2 great Dao stone stalls. Sly. The sea-suppressing hall master glanced at Chen Daoxuan and nodded, "Sure. Thank you, senior." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. Apart from the sea-suppressing hall master, there were 5 nascent souls present. However, he only had 2 great Dao nomological laws in his hands. No matter who he chose to sell them to, he would definitely offend the remaining 3. Since that was the case, he might as well kick this ball to the sea-suppressing hall master. Chapter 372, Sky High Price, 1. Never-ending Immortal City. A pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared. In the next second, giant spirit ships flew out of the spatial rift one after another. They were the cultivators from the Infinite Star Sea who were heading to the Qingqiu Demon Kingdom. As if discovering the sudden appearance of a spatial rift, a figure rushed out of the never-ending Immortal City like a stream of light and flew in front of the spirit ship. This figure was dressed in a black Daoist robe and wore a jade crown on his head. He had a cold expression. He was the Zhang family patriarch who stayed behind to guard the never-ending Immortal City. In the spirit ship. When the sea-suppressing palace lord saw Patriarch Zhang, he moved and instantly appeared in front of Patriarch Zhang. "Palace Master Qin." Patriarch Zhang bowed slightly. "Yes. The sea-suppressing palace lord nodded with a smile on his face. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Immediately after, figures flew out of the spirit ship one after another. They were the remaining 5 nascent souls. Old Ancestor Zhang swept his gaze across everyone and finally stopped on his own first elder. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw his own elder shake his head slightly. Seeing this, Old Ancestor Zhang knew what was going on and stopped asking. Several days later, the origin world of perfected immortals returned to the ruins. The top experts of the 3 Fey kingdoms dispersed, and the cultivators of the various states naturally gathered in never-ending Immortal City. The cultivators of Kangzhou gathered together and were preparing to leave Viang Immortal City. However, they discovered that a green spirit ship was flying towards them. Compared to the large spirit ships of the Kangzhou cultivators, this blue spirit ship was quite small. It was Fairy Qi Yao's magic weapon. On a spirit ship led by the Kangzhou cultivators, Chen Daoxuan, who was surrounded by the cultivators, was currently sizing up the 2 jade bottles in his hands. These 2 jade bottles were the profits the sea-suppressing palace lord had earned from auctioning off the 2 great Dao laws. Moreover, the sea-calming hall master had given all the profits to Chen Daoxuan, and he had not taken a single cent. It could be considered a small repayment for Chen Daoxuan's gift of the space great Dao law. On the spirit ship, Zhou Mubai, Zhang Xianling, and Fire Spirit Daoist all stared at the jade bottle in Chen Daoxuan's hand with burning gazes. Zhou Mubai sighed. I thought I would gain the most from this trip, but I didn't expect it to be far inferior to Brother Chen and Brother Zhang. As he spoke, he shook his head. Upon hearing this complaint, Daoist Fire Spirit said unhappily, "Are you trying to provoke me? At least you still have the sky-high fee that Supreme Yuan Chen hired you to do. I'm the one who got the least." Of the 5 great Dao nomological laws of the origin world of perfected immortals, Chen Daoxuan enjoyed 3 of them alone, excluding the one he gifted to the sea-suppressing hall master. The remaining 2 were sold for a sky-high price. Although Zhang Xuanling's harvest was not as great as Chen Daoxuan's, his harvest this time was also the second among all the cultivators. This was because he was the second person among the Kangzhou cultivators to obtain the great Dao law. But Zhang Xianling knew that he was able to succeed because of Chen Daoxuan's help. Otherwise, with the powerful enemy he faced at that time, although he could protect himself, it would undoubtedly be difficult for him to snatch the great Dao laws. Zhou Mubai smiled. No matter what, the Kang Prefecture cultivators have indeed gained the most from this trip. I'm afraid that the cultivators of the Tai and Jing prefectures will be very dissatisfied with us. Tisk. Unexpectedly, when the Fire Spirit Daoist heard this, he sneered. What does their dissatisfaction have to do with us Kangzhou cultivators? It's good that they're dissatisfied. Back then, we suffered enough from these people at Cloud Dream Pass. The smile on Zhou Mubai's face gradually disappeared when he talked about his experiences in Yunmen Pass. Speaking of Yunmen Pass, I'm afraid that the Qianyuan sword sect will really take back the southern mountain pass. You mean? Zhang Xianling was shocked. Zhou Mubai nodded. Then, he looked at Chen Daoxuan. Fortunately, our Kang prefecture now has Brother Chen, a heaven's favorite who is comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. I think the battle to recover the southern mountains city will not be so difficult. At this point, everyone looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated gaze. Who would have thought that Chen Daoxuan would soar into the sky in a mere trip to the origin world of true immortals? Not only had his cultivation base broken through to the 6th level of the Zifu disciple realm, but his sword Dao had also reached the 3rd level of the astral transformation realm. More importantly, this chosen of the Chen clan seemed to have gained enlightenment of his own sword Dao and created a sword art that was compatible with his sword Dao. Coupled with Chen Daoxuan's soul-setting divine light, his combat strength was comparable to an ordinary intermediate Aurous core cultivator. Zhou Mubai estimated that with Chen Daoxuan's current strength, among all the Zifu disciples in the Infinite Star Sea, only Fairy Qi Yao of the Qianyuan sword sect could suppress him. However, Fairy Qi Yao was now at the peak of the Purple Prefecture realm and was about to break through to the Golden Core realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he was helping the sea-suppressing hall master to obtain the great path of space law, he would have broken through to the Golden Core stage in the sect. That was to say, when Fairy Qi Yao reached the Golden Core stage. This chosen of the Chen clan was shockingly the number 1 on the Zifu disciple rankings. Although the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings did not receive much attention from the nascent souls of the Infinite Star Sea compared to the Golden Core rankings, the first place on the Purple Prefecture Sons of Heaven rankings was still very important. Especially with Fairy Qi Yao as a warning. Fairy Qi Yao was able to become the young sect master of the Qianyuan sword sect not because of her identity as the sect master, but because of her unparalleled talent in the Tao of the sword. For Zifu disciples, as long as they reached the third level of the Dao of the sword, breaking through to the Jindan stage was basically a matter of 9 out of 10. As for Qi Yao, his sword Dao realm had actually reached the fourth level, the Dao domain realm. One had to know that even many Golden Core cultivators had not reached this realm. This showed how terrifying her talent in comprehending the great Dao was. Chapter 373, Sky High Price, 2. Unlike Chen Daoxuan, Fairy Qi Yao didn't have a treasure like the primordial enlightenment scripture that could help her increase her comprehension. Although the Qianyuan sword sect also had treasures that could assist in comprehending the Dao, no matter what, they were definitely not comparable to the primordial enlightenment scripture. There was no doubt about this. As soon as everyone talked about Qi Yao, a green spirit ship flew towards the spirit ships of the Kangzhou cultivators. Seeing this, everyone could not help but control the spirit ship to slow down. Sure enough, a beam of light boarded everyone's spirit ship in the next moment. It was Fairy Qi Yao. Waving her hand, the blue spirit boat shrunk to the size of a human palm and was put into Fairy Qi Yao's sleeve. Greetings, young sect master. Everyone bowed to Fairy Qi Yao when they saw her. No need for formalities. Fairy Qi Yao nodded, then turned her gaze to Chen Daoxuan, who was playing with 2 jade bottles. She smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen has reaped a bountiful harvest. You even look energetic now." Hearing the other parties teasing, Chen Xian smiled and cupped his hands. "It's all thanks to young sect master and Hail Master Qin's help." Fairy Qi Yao nodded and said seriously, "When I return to the sect this time, I will enter seclusion to break through to the Golden Core stage." Hearing this, no one was surprised. But the next sentence shocked everyone. "When I break through, it will be the time for the Infinite Star Sea to recover the southern mountain city." Young sect master said that this battle will be led by you personally. Zhang Xianling quickly asked. "That's right." Fairy Qi Yao nodded. "The matter of the But the fire spirit Daoist said anxiously, "Although the southern mountain city is not big, its location is very important. Once we have it, our Infinite Star Sea will be able to completely seal off the Yun nation. The Xianqing Dao Alliance will definitely guard such an important immortal pass to the death. Can we Kangzhou cultivators do it alone?" Zhou Mubai couldn't help but glare at him angrily when he heard such words that were trying to destroy his prestige. "Don't glare at me. I'm just telling the truth." Daoist Fire Spirit immediately glared back. "Everyone, please rest assured. The sect will definitely not send only me, a Golden Core cultivator. However, one thing is certain, there will be no nascent soul cultivators participating in the battle." Speaking of this, Qi Yao sighed. "You must know that RHE Infinite Star Sea and the Yun nation have been fighting for hundreds of years, and the number of battles between nascent soul stage cultivators can be counted on one hand. On the one hand, nascent soul cultivators were powerful and each of them had the ability to destroy the world. If they fought rashly, even if they won, they would only leave behind a barren land and destroyed spirit veins. On the other hand, nascent soul cultivators are existences that suppress the fate of a sect. Unless the sect is in danger of being destroyed, neither our sect nor the Xianqing Dao Alliance will allow the nascent souls of both sides to start a war." Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. Although they had never seen how terrifying a nascent soul was in battle, they had records of it in the ancient books of the various races. Not to mention the ancient records, they had personally witnessed the brief confrontation between the Sea Suppression Hail Master and the Qing Chiu Fei Kingdom's king not long ago. And this was just a small show for both sides. They didn't really do anything. Otherwise, none of the Zifu disciples and Foundation establishment cultivators present would have been able to survive the shockwaves of the battle between these two nascent souls, including Fairy Qi Yao. Upon hearing this, Fire Spirit Daoist shouted, "It's fine without a nascent soul. You have to send more golden cores. I heard that RHE Xianqing Dao Alliance has 6 or 7 golden cores guarding the southern mountain city." "Don't worry." Fairy Qi Yao smiled. Everyone also knew that the recovery of the southern mountains city was related to the grand strategy of the Qian Yuan sword sect to annex the entire Yun nation. The Qian Yuan sword sect would not act rashly without full confidence. If nothing unexpected happened, recovering the southern mountain city should be a foolproof plan. After they were done with their business, Fairy Qi Yao's expression relaxed. She looked at the two jade bottles in Chen Daoxuan's hands and smiled. Only nascent souls can barely merge the power of creation in spirit stones into one. You've profited greatly this time. There were 2 drops of power of creation in this small bottle. Tisk tisk. Seeing the 2 jade bottles in Chen Daoxuan's hands, even Fairy Qi Yao was tempted. This was because although the raw material of this thing was the trace of the power of creation in the spirit stones, to extract this power of creation, just the spirit stones alone would cost tens of billions. 2 bottles were worth 20 billion spirit stones. And this was not the key. Most importantly, a nascent soul had to take action personally and spend a iot of time to fuse these wisps of mist-like power of creation into drops of liquid power of creation. A rough estimate was that RHE bottle of power of creation in Chen Daoxuan's hand alone would require 100 years of hard work from an early nascent soul cultivator. This value was too terrifying. If not for the sake of the great Dao law, those 5 Yuanying Zhenjun would never pay such a high price. However, the great Dao laws left behind by a realm demon at the perfected immortal level were too tempting for nascent souls. If they missed this opportunity, they would not be able to find it. For things like the power of creation, nascent souls could still slowly accumulate it by spending spirit stones and time, but great Dao laws that were suitable for them could only be found by luck. Chen Daoxuan tightly gripped the jade bottle in his hand, feeling unusually excited. The only use of the power of creation that Chen Daoxuan had seen was to nurture spiritual veins. Chapter 374, Sky High Price, 3. However, that was only the effect of the trace of power of creation contained in the spirit stone. After being refined by nascent souls, the liquid power of creation in these 2 jade bottles had completely turned into another treasure that could seize heaven's fortune. It is said that its function is to purify, and no cultivator in the world can resist it. The so-called purification was actually the same as the power of creation in the spirit stones turning the rotten into magical, forcefully transforming the dried-up land into a spirit vein. The liquid power of creation also had the power to turn the rotten into the magical. However, the purification function of the liquid power of creation was even more terrifying. It could purify all mortal and spiritual objects into higher-level existences. In other words, it could turn ordinary objects into spiritual objects, and low-level spiritual objects into high-level spiritual objects. It was completely worthy of the name of creation. Spiritual items included not only spiritual ores and spiritual plants, but also spiritual pills, spiritual artifacts, and spiritual talismans commonly used by cultivators. In fact, the place where cultivators used the power of creation the most was their life-bound magical treasures. Generally speaking, when cultivators reached the Aurous Core stage, they would all refine life-bound magic treasures. Many golden cores also called them life-bound magic treasures. Logically speaking, the life-bound magical equipment suitable for golden cores would definitely be eliminated when they reached the nascent soul stage because the grade of the magical equipment was insufficient. In that case, what was the point of spending so much effort to refine a life-bound magic weapon? However, because nascent soul cultivators could extract the power of creation from spirit stones and purify their life-bound magic weapons to upgrade their grades, only golden core cultivators could refine life-bound magic weapons. Chen Daoxuan had also refined a life-bound magic weapon long ago. He had felt this kind of pain after refining his life-bound magic weapon. If he gave up on them, he would not be able to bear it. Flying Snow and Cheng Ying had been with him for a long time. Chen Daoxuan could use them more effectively than other flying swords. However, these 2 immortal swords grades could not keep up with his cultivation. In order to upgrade these 2 immortal swords, Chen Daoxuan really put in a lot of effort. One had to know that when these 2 flying swords were first refined, they were only 2nd-tier high grade. Now, they were already 3rd-tier middle grade. It could be seen how much effort Chen Daoxuan had put in to raise their grade. Chen Daoxuan's method of raising their grade was naturally not to nurture them in his danshan. Although in theory, the danshan Qi Si could nurture magic tools and increase their grade, that time was measured in hundreds of years. Chen Daoxuan hadn't even spent a fraction of it since he started cultivating. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan adopted the second method, which was to merge new spirit ores to upgrade the immortal sword's grade. However, there was a problem with this method. The formation patterns of the immortal sword had already been determined. If they were to integrate new spirit ores, they would have to create a new refining method on this basis. This was also not an easy task. However, Chen Daoxuan had the primordial enlightenment scripture and actually managed to do it forcefully. Even so, it was still very difficult for him. Because he found that it was easier to create a new formation pattern than to create a new method of refining a high-level immortal sword. In summary, these two methods of raising the grade of magic tools were not very reliable. This was also the reason why cultivators rarely used life-bound magic weapons before the Aura's core stage. It would take a lot of effort just to increase the combat strength of the life-bound magical treasure. If he had this energy, he might as well invest it in comprehending the realm of the Great Dao and improving his cultivation. Wouldn't his strength increase faster? Chapter 375, One Person Becomes the Dao, 1. The Southwest Sea of the Infinite Star Sea. On a beautiful island, there were two huge lakes. They were like two blue gems embedded in an oval crown. These two lakes were the two freshwater lakes of Shuanghu Island Sun Moon Lake. At this moment, in front of the Sun Moon Lake, a woman with a jade hairpin on her head and a white muslin dress stood by the lake, her gaze fixed on the surface of the lake. There were two beautiful maidservants standing beside the white-robed woman. From the looks of it, they seemed to be female cultivators of the Chen family's Fu generation. Whoosh! A purple figure suddenly jumped out of the lake. Her hair and delicate body that were stained with the lake water quickly turned into white mist under the steaming of magic power. The purple figure flashed and stood in front of the white-robed woman. Sister Luoli, can the two lakes of the clan be used to breed spiritual shells? When Chen Daolan saw Luoli, he quickly went up to her and asked. Luoli stepped on the solid ground and looked at Chen Daolan. She smiled and nodded. There shouldn't be any problem. I've improved the method of cultivating spiritual shells in the clan so that they can be cultivated in freshwater lakes. The only drawback was that it still consumed a lot of spiritual energy during the breeding process. Upon hearing this, Chen Daolan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. A mere spiritual energy was nothing to the Chen family. Compared to this amount of spiritual energy, the Chen family, which had more and more low-level cultivators in the clan, also had an increasing demand for water spirit pearls. The Chen family's system for nurturing their juniors was different from other families. Although the Chen clan would also differentiate between ordinary disciples and elite disciples, the way they did so was different from the other clans. At the beginning of the Chen family, all the immortal seedlings were treated equally, and they would not differentiate between individuals because of their different spiritual roots. The difference in the treatment of the Chen clan cultivators was due to the difference in the cultivation process between the Chen clan cultivators and their peers under the same conditions. This kind of training system could filter out the most outstanding disciples from the Chen family's immortal seedlings. There would not be any missing. In the Chen family, as long as you had talent, you would not be buried. However, there was a drawback to doing so, and that was that it consumed a lot of precious basic resources. For example, the water spirit pearl, which was a specialty of the Merman race. Although the water spirit pearl was not worth mentioning for high-level cultivators, it was very effective for qi condensation and even foundation establishment cultivators. Although the effect was not as good as the spiritual pill, it was long-lasting. Moreover, it could be used together with the spiritual pill. It was very popular in Guang'an Prefecture and even the entire Kangzhou region. The merfolk clan attached themselves to the Chen family, so the water spirit pearl naturally became a specialty of the Chen family. However, although the water spirit pearl was a specialty of the Chen family, when the Zhou family released the enslaved Merman, they had proposed the condition of giving priority to the supply of the water spirit pearl. Chen Daoxuan had also agreed. In this way, the merfolk clan's water spirit pearl not only had to supply the Chen family, but also the Zhou family, which had hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the clan. After all, the Merman clan only had tens of thousands of clansmen. They were just an insignificant clan in the Infinite Star Sea. How could the water spirit pearls they bred satisfy the needs of the Chen and Zhou clans at the same time? Fortunately, the Zhou family was also aware of this situation. In addition, the Zhou and Chen families had a good relationship for the time being. The Zhou family proposed to guarantee their family's supply of water spirit pearls according to the previous share. They did not ask for too much. This way, the Chen family heaved a sigh of relief. However, the problem was that the number of cultivators in the Chen family was increasing, and the Chen family's demand for water spirit pearls was also increasing. Even if the Zhou family did not ask for too much, as the number of Chen family cultivators increased, the merfolk clan's water spirit pearl could not even satisfy the Chen family cultivators, let alone worry about other families. Currently, there were no more water spirit pearls for sale in the Chen family's Seaview Immortal City. With the rise of the Chen clan, this rare resource had become a treasure exclusively owned by the Chen and Zhou clans. Occasionally, there would be a flow in the market, and the price was very high. It was not something that ordinary cultivators could afford. As a result, the water spirit pearl gradually became a legendary resource. This action undoubtedly made the other families and itinerant cultivators of Kang Prefecture dissatisfied with the Chen family's domineering behavior. The cultivation of low-level cultivators was the foundation of any family or sect. After all high-level cultivators had started off as low-level cultivators. The Chen family's actions undoubtedly violated the interests of the other families in Kang Prefecture. In the past, the Zhou family would at least share the water spirit pearl with the other families in Kang Prefecture, but the Chen family was different. The cultivators of the Chen clan wanted to break a water spirit pearl into two halves, let alone sell it to the public. The reason Chen Daoxuan was so anxious was because the number of cultivators in the clan had increased exponentially, and the demand for water spirit pearls had increased. In fact, in recent months, the supply had exceeded the demand. And Chen Daoxuan was leading his clansmen to fight outside, which made Chen Daoxuan suffer a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Luoli had done her a great favor. At the thought of this, the white-clothed Chen Daoxuan smiled and held Luoli's hand. "Sister Luoli, thank you. You've really helped me a lot." Luoli smiled and shook her head. She said gently, "Good sister, with the relationship between our two clans, don't be polite with me." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. "Here." Luoli handed over a jade slip. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up and he quickly caught it. Chapter 376, One Person Becomes the Dao, 2. Is this your improved method of cultivating spiritual shells? Chen Daoxuan flipped through it and said, "That's great. Human cultivators can also cultivate such treasures in freshwater lakes." Luoli was about to speak when she suddenly turned around. Chen Daoxuan followed her gaze and raised his head. He saw two streaks of light flying towards them. Chen Daoxuan's face lit up with surprise as she scanned the area with her supernatural awareness. She could not be bothered with Luoli. With a flash of light, she went straight for the two of them. High in the sky, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian stood side by side. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian stopped their flight when they saw Chen Daoxuan flying toward them. Young clan leader, you are back." Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan was so excited that she was incoherent. In the half a year that Chen Daoxuan had left, she had been living in fear every day. There was no other reason. Without Chen Daoxuan, a fierce person whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a Zifu disciple, the enormous benefits that the Chen clan had obtained, in the eyes of some people, would inevitably become a fragrant cake. Although on the surface, others did not dare to act rashly for the time being, behind the scenes, there were already forces that were making a move on the Chen family. The most obvious change was that the flow of people in the Chen families Seaviewing Immortal City had plummeted, and the most important thing was that the Chen family's paper money had suffered a setback in Guang'an Prefecture. Whether it was in Lingzhou Immortal City or Guang'an Immortal City, the notes issued by the Chen family were all rejected. Chen Daoxuan would never believe that the Zhou and Yang families were not behind this. However, this was someone else's territory. Even if others explicitly prohibited the use of the notes issued by the Chen family could not say a word of no. Not to mention that the Zhou and Yang families had only attacked in secret and did not give anyone a handle at all. Chen Daoxuan's mind is exquisite and exquisite. Knowing that the pillar of the Chen family was not here, he ordered the family to temporarily suspend the implementation of spirit stone coins in these two immortal cities. Even the implementation of spirit stone coins in Guang'an Prefecture had suffered a setback, let alone the other territories outside Guang'an Prefecture. The Chen family still had some influence in Guang'an Prefecture, but outside of Guang'an Prefecture, others might have heard of Chen Daoxuan, but not necessarily the Chen family. In terms of influence, the Chen clan was far inferior to the Zhou clan and the Zhang clan. Looking at Chen Daolan's face, Chen Daoxuan gently patted her shoulder and said gently, "I'm back." "Yes." Chen Daolan's eyes turned slightly red, and she quickly turned her head away, using her true qi to dry her tears. "And?" Chen Fuxian pretended not to see Chen Daolan's tearful face and bowed. Only then did Chen Daolan notice Chen Fuxian. Immediately after, his pupils constricted. "Fuxian, you," she said in a trembling voice. "You've broken through to the Zifu stage." "I broke through by luck." Chen Fuxian lowered his hands and said with a hint of joy on his face. To be able to break through to the Purple Prefecture stage before the age of 20, he had taken advantage of Chen Daoxuan's Dao lecture and the Origin World's Yuan Qi essence. Such a miracle was rare even in the entire immortal cultivation world, let alone in the infinite star sea. The Dao preaching function of the primordial enlightenment scripture was unique in the cultivation world. The origin world of true immortals was also a place that could only be found by luck, and it was likely that it would be very difficult to see it again in the future. Combining these two opportunities, only the Chen clan cultivators would have such a chance. The reason why he was called a Chen family cultivator was naturally because Chen Daoxuan's Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure carried countless bottles of essence qi. It is not easy to preserve the essence of vitality. If it is too fast, it will dissipate in more than a month, and if it is too slow, it will dissipate in a few months. Chen Daoxuan had rushed back to the clan in order to make use of the Yuan Qi essence before it dissipated. This was the so-called principle of a person achieving the Tao, and his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven. Chen Daolan then looked at Chen Daoxuan. She realized that she couldn't see through him at all. Without considering the special aura concealment technique, this was a phenomenon that only occurred when the difference in cultivation between the two sides exceeded a large realm. "Young clan leader, could it be that you are also?" Chen Daoxuan nodded, "Yes, I have also broken through to the Purple Mansion stage." As he spoke, he paused. "Furthermore, my return this time has brought a great opportunity to my clansmen." "Great opportunity?" Chen Daolan looked at him expectantly. Even Chen Fuxian was curious. He didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was referring to. However, Chen Daoxuan had a smile on his face and remained silent. Clearly, he wanted to give everyone a surprise. "You'll know when the clan meeting is held later." "Yes." Hearing this, Chen Daolan didn't ask further. While they were talking, the light had already landed in front of the huge freshwater lake on Shuanghu Island. Luoli, who was dressed in purple, was stunned when she saw the young Taoist in a white Taoist robe. Immediately, she thought of something and her cheeks turned red. "Miss Luo." Seeing Luoli, Chen Daoxuan smiled and cupped his hands in congratulations. "Congratulations on breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage. I also congratulate fellow Daoist Chen on breaking through to the Zifu disciple level." As she spoke, Luoli bowed. But the next moment, as his gaze moved down, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be stunned. He was so focused on talking to Chen Daolan that he did not notice that Luoli had grown legs. Upon seeing this, he could not help but point at Luoli's straight and slender legs and said, "Miss Luo, are you going to bring out your leg?" Upon hearing this, Luoli blushed even more. She said shyly, "After my Merman race broke through to the Purple Prefecture, there would be a chance to strengthen my innate divine power. I chose to strengthen the human bloodline in my body, so I transformed in advance." The transformation of the Purple Mansion stage was something that was impossible for the demonic beasts of the immortal cultivation world or the realm demons of the true demon realm. Generally speaking, demonic beasts and realm demons could only transform into human forms when their cultivation base was equivalent to the nascent soul realm of human cultivators. Therefore, these demon beasts and realm demons were also known as transformation stage demon beasts, realm demons. Chen Daoxuan had seen the innate ability that Luoli mentioned before. When he first went to the underwater world of the infinite star sea, it was Luoli who brought him there with her innate ability. Otherwise, with Chen Daoxuan's cultivation at that time, it was impossible for him to go to the underwater world of the infinite star sea. Chen Daoxuan was shocked when he heard that Luoli had given up the opportunity to enhance her innate abhijna in order to transform into a human in advance. This was because Luoli was going to undergo the Golden Core Thunder tribulation in the future. If one was not strong enough, they would die if they went through the Golden Core Lightning tribulation. Was it worth it to sacrifice the path of Dao in order to transform in advance? Luoli understood the meaning in Chen Daoxuan's eyes. She did not say anything but just looked at him gently. There was a faint smile on her delicate face. Chen Daoxuan also understood what she wanted to say from her bright eyes. It was worth it. Seeing the two of them acting like this, Chen Dalian quickly tugged at Chen Fuxian's sleeve. Chen Fuxian looked at Chen Daolan in confusion. He didn't understand why his aunt was pulling him. Let's go. Chen Daolan said through divine sense. After saying that, she dragged Chen Fuxian and her two maidservants away on a flying light. As they left, only Chen Daoxuan and Luoli were left in front of the huge freshwater lake. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little romantic. Walk with me. 2. Luoli took a deep breath and broke the silence. All right. Chen Daoxuan nodded and silently accompanied her. As they walked, Chen Daoxuan sighed and said, "Why did you do this?" Luoli stopped in her tracks. She raised her head and looked up at the handsome man beside her. "I just want to stand with you." "Your intentions?" Before Chen Daoxuan could say anything, Luoli hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I won't ask for anything from you. I know that my background isn't good. I'm not even a human. I just hope that I can always stand by your side in the future." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and looked at her. "Do you know what I want to say? Why are you in such a hurry to defend yourself? Did I say that I'm unwilling? Then are you willing?" Luoli was so excited that even her voice was trembling. Chen Daoxuan nodded and looked at Luoli seriously. "I'm not a stone. How can I not understand Miss Luo's intentions? Moreover, you are the most beautiful and purest woman I have ever seen in my life. But, I'm not human. I don't care." Under the setting sun, the surface of the lake sparkled, reflecting the shy and happy faces of the two. Chen Daoxuan gently held Luoli's soft little hand and said softly, "Don't know about the others, but for me, I just want to live up to my reputation. This is my intention." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan gently pulled the beauty into his arms. Chapter 377, The Shocking Chen Fuxian, 1. The news of Chen Daoxuan returning to the clan was like a clap of thunder, setting off a huge uproar on Shuanghu Island. On the peaceful island, one after another, they flew toward the meeting hall in front of the Sun-Moon Lake. These streaks of light were only the higher UPS of the clan. The lower-level cultivators were all restrained by the elders of the clan and were not allowed to run around. In the meeting hall, Chen Daoxuan sat at the head of the table and looked around. The hall was packed with people. Compared to the past, when only 11 cultivators of the Dao generation held a clan meeting, it felt like a lifetime had passed. As the clan's strength grew, the departments that Chen Daoxuan had set up were all filled up. In fact, this was also expected. The Chen family did not lack personnel and financial resources. It was a simple matter to set up various departments. At this moment, those who were qualified to stand in the Chen family's meeting hall were at least vice ministers or above. If it were any other family, it would be an elder meeting. Compared to the last time, the lowest cultivation level among the people who came to participate in the clan meeting was at the foundation establishment stage. This undoubtedly made Chen Daoxuan very satisfied. It seemed that his anger last time had some use. The Chens were not lacking in resources. If they could not even reach the foundation establishment stage, then it was their own problem. There was no other excuse. As for cultivators who wanted to comprehend the laws of the Great Dao, they could wait until they reached the foundation establishment realm. As Chen Daoxuan's cultivation and strength improved day by day, he felt that the sword path jade slip that Zhou Mubai had given him back then was completely wrong about his obsession with refining qi and comprehending sword intent. When a cultivator was in the qi refinement stage, there was no need to rush to comprehend the laws of the Great Dao. This was because cultivators in the qi condensation stage had the lowest degree of compatibility with the Great Dao. Only as their cultivation increased step by step would their compatibility with the Great Dao become higher and higher. The difficulty of comprehending the laws of the Great Dao at the meditational level was on a completely different level from comprehending the laws of the Great Dao at the foundational level. Although the meditational level was to comprehend sword intent, it would give one more opportunity to temper one's true qi. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, one's strength would usher in a round of skyrocketing. However, one had to know that just because one of the more than one chance to temper did not mean that the latecomers would not be able to catch up. According to the Book of Qian Yuan Sword, there was a limit to how much Zhen Yuan and mana a cultivator could refine. Chen Daoxuan's extra chance to refine Zhen Yuan only meant that he had reached the limit earlier. However, the laws of the Great Dao comprehended after the foundation establishment stage were a little deeper. They could also use the extreme true essence of the Great Dao, which was not inferior to the sword intent comprehended by the Qi refinement stage. Take Fairy Qi Yao, the young master of the Qian Yuan sword sect, as an example. She had comprehended sword intent at the foundation establishment stage. If the Qi refinement stage could really comprehend the sword essence, would the Qian Yuan sword sect, a big sect, not do its best to nurture it? Even if a meditational cultivator comprehended sword essence, they would still encounter danger during the process of building their foundation. However, even Chen Daoxuan could solve this danger. So many nascent souls in the Qian Yuan sword sect could not solve this danger? Obviously, it was not worth it to comprehend sword essence in the Qi refining stage. Rather than painstakingly pursuing the meditational level to comprehend sword essence, it was better to step into the foundational level as soon as possible. At this time, the difficulty of comprehending sword essence would be at least several times lower. Chen Daoxuan was able to comprehend sword intent at the Qi condensation stage because he had the support of the primordial enlightenment scripture. His comprehension was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Because of this, Chen Daoxuan's speed of comprehending sword intent in the meditational stage was even faster than that of a foundation-building cultivator. However, Chen Daoxuan had this condition, but ordinary Chen family cultivators didn't. It was a mistake for them to regard Chen Daoxuan as their role model. The correct method should be to first use the clan's rich resources to build their foundation before considering comprehending the Great Dao laws. The sword path jade slip that Zhou Mubai gave Chen Daoxuan was just his personal cultivation experience. It had to be said that at that time, Zhou Mubai's views on the sword path were also very shallow. At least for the current Chen Daoxuan, it was very shallow, and many of his views were wrong. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but sigh. There was a world of difference between having an inheritance and not having one. The disciples of the Qian Yuan sword sect would never make such a low-level mistake as the Chen family and the Zhou family. Fortunately, the Chen clan cultivators didn't make too many mistakes, so it was still not too late to correct them. Young clan leader. In the hall, everyone bowed in unison when they saw Chen Daoxuan advance to the purple mansion stage. Chen Daoxuan saw everyone's excited expressions and waved his hand. No need for formalities. Yes, young clan leader. Then, everyone looked at Chen Daoxuan with burning eyes. Feeling everyone's burning gazes, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Everyone saw it as well. In this trip to Tai Province, Fusion and I both obtained a great opportunity and advanced to the Purple Mansion stage." Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into a commotion again. Chen Daoxuan pressed his hand down, and everyone quieted down again. Dao Lotus. Yes. Did anything happen while I was away from the clan? As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daolan, who was sitting on the left. Although nothing major has happened in the clan, the implementation of spirit stone coins has been obstructed in Guang'an Prefecture. Also, Chen Daolan stood up and reported. Lingzhou Immortal City and Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City had formulated many policies to increase their efforts in attracting itinerant cultivators. The Seaview Immortal City lost many merchants and lone cultivators, it was much quieter. Yes. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly. These were all normal business competitions. There was nothing to say. Although the various large families in Kang Prefecture were united to the outside world, they were not ambiguous about the competition. Chapter 378, The Shocking Chen Fusion, 2. After all, Kang Prefecture was not like Taizhou and Jingzhou, which were completely dominated by the two nascent soul stage families. The other families were all vassals. There was no cultivation family in the Azure continent that could suppress all the forces. Even the former Ye family could not do this. In order to suppress all the families in Kangzhou, either a nascent soul family or a golden core family with more than 10 golden core cultivators would appear. And these 2 points, no family in Kang Prefecture could do it. The Zhou family wanted to become the #1 family in the Azure continent. They only wanted to become the leader of the various families in the Azure continent on the surface. It was not to let the other families in Azure continent become vassals of the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Minghao and Zhou Mubai both succeeded in forming their cores, it was impossible to make the other families in Azure continent become the Zhou family's vassals. If a golden core family like the Ye family appeared in the Azure continent now, would the Zhou family, the Chen family, and the Zhang family bow down to them? It was almost like dreaming. And, the Zhou family's ancestors sent an invitation half a year ago, inviting our Chen family to attend the ceremony at the spiritual Shell Island. Attend the ceremony. Chen Daoxuan was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and said in surprise, "Old ancestor Zhou is about to break through to the Golden Core realm." "Yes," Chen Daolan nodded. Chen Daoxuan was surprised for a moment before calming down. Zhou Minghao was an old man who had experienced the rebellion of God extinction. Zifu disciples only had a lifespan of 500 years. Although Zhou Minghao looked like a young man, he was actually more than 400 years old. Zhou Minghao looked young, but it was only because he had taken the effects of the youth-retaining pill. With Chen Daoxuan's Sword Dao realm, he could naturally sense that Zhou Minghao's Great Dao realm did not surpass his at that time. In other words, Zhou Minghao's Great Dao realm was inferior to Zhou Mubai's. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm with the second level of the Great Dao realm. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and sighed. It's a life and death struggle. With Chen Daoxuan's current strength, he naturally didn't care if the Zhou family had another Golden Core cultivator. Even if Zhou Minghao broke through to the Golden Core stage, his strength would at most be comparable to Zhou Mubai's. The current Chen Daoxuan was much stronger than Zhou Mubai. Furthermore, he had gained a lot in the true immortal source world and was far from fully digesting it. Once Chen Daoxuan finished digesting the gains from the source world of true immortals, his strength would definitely soar. At that time, his strength might be comparable to Fairy Qi Yao's. He wouldn't feel any pressure when facing an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. More importantly, Chen Daoxuan didn't think Zhou Minghao could successfully break through to the Golden Core stage. Generally speaking, Zifu disciples who broke through to the Jie-Inden stage with the second level of the Great Dao had a high chance of failing in their Jindan tribulation lightning after they succeeded in forming their cores. The success rate of Zifu disciples in forming their cores could be increased by borrowing various resources such as gold formation cores. However, passing the gold core lightning tribulation would depend on the cultivator's true strength. There was basically no external force that could be relied on. This was also why the cultivation world unanimously believed that only by reaching the third level of the Great Dao could one have full confidence in breaking through to the Golden Core stage. This confidence was reflected in transcending the Golden Core lightning tribulation, not condensing the Golden Core. Zhou Minghao wanted to take the risk. On one hand, he was nearing the end of his lifespan. On the other hand, the other party was also hoping that when he condensed his Golden Core, he would use the instant sublimation of breaking through to the Golden Core stage to forcefully raise his Great Dao realm and break through to the third level of the Great Dao. Back when Chen Daoxuan was in Foundation establishment, he had encountered such a situation. With the help of the sublimation after Foundation establishment, he forcefully pushed his Sword Dao realm to the second level of the tangible realm, and his strength skyrocketed. Zhou Minghao had this idea. However, forcefully raising the level of the Great Dao through a breakthrough was not a very reliable thing to do. Some people had an instant epiphany after their cultivation broke through, and their Great Dao realm increased. Others needed to slowly comprehend for a period of time after their cultivation broke through before they could increase their Great Dao realm. If it was the first case, Zhou Minghao would naturally have the confidence to successfully transcend the tribulation. If it was the second possibility, then his chances of successfully transcending the tribulation would be extremely slim. That was why Chen Daoxuan believed that Zhou Minghao was fighting to the death. "I'll personally attend the ceremony," Chen Daoxuan said after some thought. "Is there anything else?" "There's nothing else." Chen Daolan shook his head. Chen Daoxuan gestured for her to sit down. Chen Dalian bowed and sat down. Chen Daoka was excited when he saw Chen Daolan's report. He wanted to say something, but Chen Daoxuan didn't give him the chance. He looked around at everyone and said in a clear voice, "I can hear it." During this period of time, the development of the family has gradually slowed down. However, this is also something that can't be helped. Our Chen family has developed too quickly. The strength of the clansmen can no longer keep up with the speed of the development of the family. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. How could they not understand what Chen Daoxuan was saying? The other great immortal clans of the Azure continent all had several or even 10 some Zifu disciples guarding them. Only the Chen clan didn't have a single Zifu disciple. Although the outside world unanimously believed that Chen Daoxuan had the power of a Zifu disciple, his power was comparable to a Zifu disciple's, and his influence on the outside world was completely different from a Zifu disciple's. Perhaps in the eyes of the great clans, Chen Daoxuan's strength was comparable to the Zifu disciple, so he was naturally able to stand on the same level as them. But to the low-level rogue cultivators, they only knew if this clan had any Zifu disciples. If there were Zifu disciples, then it was naturally a great clan. Without Zifu disciples, even if you said that you could break the heavens, the low-level rogue cultivators would only think of you as a small clan. Chapter 379, The Shocking Chen Fusion, 3. These low-level rogue cultivators didn't know how great the difference between Zifu disciples was. This was because their power was worlds apart from that of Zifu disciples. How could they tell which was stronger? The only way for rogue cultivators to determine the difference in power between Zifu disciples was to rely on the Zifu disciple rankings. However, there were a total of 100 Zifu disciples on the Zifu disciple rankings. If they were scattered among the Qian Yuan sword sect and the various states, how many could they get? Of the Zifu disciples of the Azure continent, only Zhou Mubai, Daoist Fire Spirit, and Zhang Daoxuan were on the list. Even including Chen Daoxuan, who had not yet entered the rankings, there were only 4 people. As for those Zifu disciples who weren't on the rankings, which one of them was stronger? Or rather, were there any foundation establishment cultivators who were as powerful as ordinary Zifu disciples? The low-level secret practitioners were not sure. This would undoubtedly affect the judgment of the low-level rogue cultivators on the strength of this family. The Chen family's Seaview Immortal City was not inferior to Lingzhou Immortal City or Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City in any aspect. Due to the advantage of industrial production, the spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, and spiritual artifacts sold by the Chen family were cheaper than those sold in the outside world. However, the scale of the Seaview Immortal City could not surpass the Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City. At the peak of Guanhai Immortal City, it was only comparable to Lingzhou Immortal City. The only reason for this was that the Chen clan didn't have a single Zifu disciple on the surface. But now, the situation was completely different. Therefore, I plan to focus on improving the cultivation of the cultivators in the clan. Boom! This sentence instantly caused a huge commotion among the crowd. Focus on increasing our cultivation. Dare I ask, young clan leader, how do I improve? Yeah, this. Isn't it a little? Even with Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled reputation in the clan, when he said such shocking words, everyone still looked at Chen Daoxuan in disbelief and expressed their doubts. Chen Daoxuan didn't explain. He took a small pagoda from his waist and waved it gently. In the next moment, the entire hall was filled with crystal-clear jade bottles. They were the magic tools that contained the essence of Yuan Qi, the jade crystal bottles. What is this? I don't know, but I can feel the quintessential essence in my danshan boiling. You have this feeling too? Below. Chen Fusion was stunned when he saw the jade crystal bottle floating in the hall. This. How could the young clan leader have so much Yuan Qi essence? For a moment, Chen Fusion felt his mind go somewhat stiff. He had originally planned to offer the bottles of elemental energy essence he had to the clan and strive to gain a new Zifu disciple for the clan. Now, it seemed that he was too narrow-minded. Did the young clan leader rob all the realm demons and cultivators in the source world of true immortals? Chen Fusion could not help but let his imagination run wild. Then, he felt that it was impossible. Although the young clan leader was extremely powerful, he could not do this alone. There were probably thousands of jade crystal bottles in the hall, right? Just as Chen Fusion was puzzled. Chen Daoxuan continued, these jade crystal bottles contain a type of treasure called Essence of Vitality. Although this treasure is difficult to create and not easy to store, it can quickly increase a cultivator's cultivation. Now, all these vitality essences belong to you. Boom! These words ignited the enthusiasm of the Chen clan cultivators in the hall. Although they didn't know what essence Qi was, with so many treasures that could quickly increase one's cultivation, it would definitely increase the strength of the Chen family cultivators by a large margin. However, no one knew that even though they had repeatedly overestimated the effects of the essence of Yuan Qi, they ultimately realized that they had still greatly underestimated this treasure. Chapter 380, Power Spirit Armor, 1. Shuanghu Island. In the meeting hall. After the clan meeting, Chen Daoxuan left Chen Daolan, Chen Daoku and Chen Fuxian behind. There are a total of 6,357 bottles of Origin Energy Essence. Based on the average of 13 bottles of Origin Energy Essence, which can allow an early Foundation Establishment cultivator to advance to the Zifa stage, it should be able to allow more than 480 Foundation Establishment cultivators to advance to the Zifa stage. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daolan. Can my Chen family find 480 Foundation Establishment cultivators worth cultivating? Hearing this, Chen Daolan's heart beat like thunder. She pursed her dry lips and said, reporting to the young patriarch, our Chen family currently has a total of 967 Foundation Establishment cultivators. It shouldn't be a problem to find 480 Foundation Establishment cultivators with potential. Chen Fuxian felt dizzy. 480 Zifu disciples. Even if they were just 480 Zifu disciples with the most ordinary battle prowess, in the Azure continent, they would still be a terrifying force that could crush everything. The Ye clan, the Zhou clan. J in front of 480 Zifu disciples, they were all trash. No matter how weak ordinary Zifu disciples were, when they wore Ling armor and set up formations, they would have no problem fighting against a Zifu disciple on the Zifu chosen roll. In this way, the Chen clan had gained 10 some chosen Zifu disciples out of nowhere. Not to mention that among the Zifu disciples born into the Chen clan, there was already a group of extremely talented Foundation Establishment sword cultivators. Their power would soon surpass that of ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples, and they would be somewhere between ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples and chosen Zifu disciples. For example, the current Chen Fuxian was probably at this level. Zifu disciples of this level of power, just a few of them would be able to contend against a single Zifu disciple. There were at least 8 cultivators of this level in the Chen family, because other than Chen Daoxuan, there were 8 other foundation-building sword cultivators. These were all the family's foundations that Chen Daoxuan had accumulated when he preached the Dao. Hearing that there were nearly 1,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators in his clan, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, he sighed and said, unfortunately, although the essence of vital qi can quickly raise a Foundation Establishment cultivator to the Purple Prefecture realm, it can't help these cultivators comprehend the Great Dao. Even if they break through to the Purple Prefecture realm, they are destined to be the weakest. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was still unhappy, Chen Daolan quickly said, young clan leader, although the Zifu disciples who are about to be born into our Chen clan are weak, they are still young. Even the oldest among them was no more than 30 years old. Even though they were currently weak, 400 years of lifespan was enough for each of them to reach the level of chosen Zifu disciples. Who knew that Chen Daoxuan would be displeased when he heard this? With such a huge advantage, you actually only want them to be ranked on the Zifu chosen rankings? You should be thinking that this batch of Zifu disciples will all be able to transcend the Jainden tribulation and become nascent souls. After saying that, he reached out and gently knocked on Chen Daolan's head. Hearing this, Chen Daolan couldn't help but be secretly speechless. With such a great advantage in longevity, for the remaining time, the Zifu disciples of the Chen clan only needed to focus on comprehending the laws of the Great Dao. They didn't need to spend too much time raising their levels of cultivation. In 400 years, even if these Zifu disciples spent 3 days fishing and 2 days drying their nets, they would still be able to raise their level of cultivation from the early Zifu stage to the peak Zifu stage. In these 400 years, they used most of it to comprehend the Great Dao laws. Furthermore, the Chen clan cultivators were able to comprehend the Great Way with the help of Chen Daoxuan's preaching. Even if Chen Daoxuan's preaching time was not fixed, 400 years was enough for Chen Daoxuan to preach for them 1,000 or even 10,000 times. As a result, no matter how bad the talent of these Zifu disciples was, they would definitely be able to reach the 3rd level of the Great Dao in the future. Moreover, the Chen family's Foundation Establishment cultivators were not that bad. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. The only pity is that these 480 Zifu disciples who were born from the essence of vital energy are still a bit weak. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoku, who was standing at the side, interrupted mysteriously, not necessarily. Oh! Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan turned to Chen Daoxuan with a smile. I saw that you couldn't wait to talk during the clan meeting just now. Did your Magical Equipment Research Institute invent any new magical equipment? Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expectant gaze, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, it's not a new magic tool, but a breakthrough in Ling armor technology. Ling armor? Level 3 spiritual armor? Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan excitedly. The main reason why he had Chen Daoxuan set up the Magical Equipment Research Institute was to let them create their own refining methods for level 3 spiritual armor on the basis of level 2 spiritual armor. Because the refining method of the third-grade spiritual armor was firmly sealed by the Qian Yuan sword sect and the top families in the Infinite Star Sea. One had to know that even Chen Daoxuan didn't have a tier 3 spiritual armor on him. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he didn't use battle credits to exchange for it. It was not worth it to exchange battle merits for a grade 3 Ling armor, and there were all kinds of hard restrictions. It could be said that the Qian Yuan sword sect's blockade of spiritual armor was much stricter than the blockade of cultivation techniques. Similarly, there were also large-scale war artifacts. Another reason why the human cultivators were no match for the realm demons in the source world of true immortality was that very few of the Zifo disciples in the Infinite Star Sea were wearing level 3 spirit armor. Only the core disciples of the Zhang and Ji families wore grade 3 Ling armor. As for the vassal family cultivators of the Zhang and Ji families, as well as the cultivators of the Azure continent, there were not many who could afford to wear grade 3 spirit armor. Even Chen Daoxuan was wearing a white Daoist robe to fight. Chapter 381, Power Spirit Armor, 2. This wasn't because Chen Daoxuan was pretending to be carefree, but rather because he didn't have a third-tier spirit armor, and a second-tier high-grade spirit armor wouldn't be of much use in a battle between top-tier Zifo disciples. Chen Daoxuan decided not to wear it. In the main hall, when Chen Daoxuan saw Chen Daoxuan looking at him excitedly, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It can't be considered as a third-order spiritual armor, anyway. You'll know when you see it later. Chen Daoxuan stammered. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party with interest and said, why, you didn't bring any samples? Unexpectedly, when Chen Daoxuan heard this, he said with a serious expression, the rule of our Magical Equipment Research Institute is that all the items of the Research Institute, be it sample magical equipment or research jade slips, are not allowed to be taken out. As the director of the Magical Equipment Research Institute, I am no exception. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's serious expression, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Having rules and a leader who was willing to abide by them was a rare thing for any force. This was especially true for cultivators, who possessed great power. In fact, in any cultivation force, there were situations where cultivators relied on their personal strength to break the rules of the force. If a cultivator of a cultivation force could not even abide by the most basic rules, no matter how many experts the force had, it would be nothing more than a plate of loose sand. Only if the strong were willing to abide by the rules and cultivate their power, could they truly unite their power. Chen Daoxuan saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces and knew that his education of the Dao generation cultivators and the clan's education of the Fu generation cultivators was very successful. The cultivators of the Chen clan didn't ignore the clan rules and do whatever they wanted just because they had high cultivation and status. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction and smiled gently. All right, let's go now. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daolan and Chen Fuxian. Are the two of you going together? Chen Fuxian and Chen Daolan looked at each other and cupped their hands. I still have to count the number of Foundation establishment cultivators who use Essence of Vitality. I also have to go to the military headquarters to choose people. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, then you can go and do your work. Me. He knew that the members of the Chen family were desperate to get the chance to use the essence of Yuan Qi. Even though the Chen clan cultivators would owe the clan a large sum of contribution points after using the essence of Yuan Qi. However, when one's cultivation base reached the Purple Mansion stage, one would have 500 years of lifespan to squander. No matter how many clan contribution points one owed, they would have to pay it all back one day. In comparison, the Foundation establishment cultivators who weren't selected were much more miserable. Of course, the Chen family had no shortage of resources. Even if the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators were not selected, if they cultivated according to the prescribed method, they would still have a high chance of breaking through to the Purple Prefecture realm in the future. After all, the Chen clan had suddenly gained several hundred Zifu disciples. Once their power skyrocketed, they would definitely be able to develop by leaps and bounds. And the dividends of development would fall on the heads of the Chen family cultivators. This was a virtuous cycle. As long as one was not a fool, one could see it. He walked out of the hall. Everyone left. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Chu flew straight to the Magic Tool Research Institute. The Magical Equipment Research Institute was not far from Shuanghu Island's industrial zone, so Chen Daoxuan and the other two arrived very quickly. Through layers of formations, the two of them finally entered the Magical Equipment Research Institute. Compared to more than half a year ago, the current Magical Equipment Research Institute had many more buildings. Perhaps influenced by Chen Daoxuan, the architectural style of the Chen family's Magical Equipment Research Institute was antique and simple. He walked for about 10 minutes into the Magical Equipment Research Institute. The two of them stopped in front of a laboratory. "This is it," Chen Daoku said with familiarity. The two entered the laboratory together. As soon as he entered the laboratory, someone recognized Chen Daoxuan, and his face was filled with reverence and excitement. After all, the people in the laboratory had been learning about Chen Daoxuan's legendary experiences since they were young. From the bottom of their hearts, they were full of admiration for Chen Daoxuan. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan kept greeting the Chen family's research elites. Although he was in the cultivation world, Chen Daoxuan had never underestimated the research of magic tools. He would never forget that the Chen family had risen to prominence with the help of a small harmonious spirit stove. Although the profits brought by the harmonious spirit stove to the Chen family were no longer as important, the various magic tool manufacturing industries that had developed and expanded with the harmonious spirit stove as the foundation were still one of the economic pillars of the Chen family. "Young clan leader, look!" Chen Daoku pointed at a green Ling armor and said excitedly, "This is the Ling armor I told you about." Looking at the spirit armor in front of him, Chen Daoxuan did not show any excitement. Instead, he frowned. The reason was simple. This Ling armor was not a third-tier Ling armor, but a second-tier upper-grade Ling armor. However, unlike the high-grade Ling armor in the family inheritance jade slip, there seemed to be a faint lotus-shaped pattern on the chest of this Ling armor. Logically speaking, there should not be any traces on the surface of a magic tool after it had been fused with the array. Spirit armor was also a type of magic tool, so naturally, there shouldn't be patterns on it. This is... Chen Daoxuan looked at the lotus lines and felt that they were somewhat familiar. "This is the White Lotus of Fate." Chen Daoku grinned and said, "You didn't expect this, did you? I combined the White Lotus of Fate that stores quintessential essence with the spiritual armor to create this brand new combined magical treasure." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. "You mean, using the true qi in the White Lotus of Fate to power the Ling armor?" "Yes." Chen Daoku said excitedly, "Usually, the White Lotus of Fate that our Chen family cultivators use can only replenish the vital essence in the Danshan. But this time, not only did I let it replenish the vital essence for the cultivators, but I also let it directly provide power for the Ling armor." To those who didn't know the ropes, there was no difference between providing power to the Ling armor directly and providing power to the Ling armor through the Danshan. But Chen Daoxuan knew that the difference was too great. In scientific terms, it was a matter of power. The Danshan of cultivators with different cultivation levels could be seen as the difference in the output power of the Danshan. The magic power of a Zifu disciple was definitely more powerful than the true essence of a foundation establishment cultivator. In that case, was there any way to make a foundation establishment cultivator erupt with true essence comparable to a Zifu disciple's? Tempering one's primeval essence to reach its limit was one of the methods. But even this method was unable to surpass the magic power of Zifu disciples. It could only be used to continuously approach them. It was impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator's true essence to be more powerful than a Zifu disciple's magic power, but different amounts of true essence could still be more powerful than magic power. This was the so-called quality is not enough to make up for quantity. However, the true essence of a foundation establishment cultivator, whether in terms of quality or quantity, was inferior to the magic power of a Zifu disciple. It could be said that they were completely crushed. This was the difference between basic strength and strength. Therefore, it could also be seen how abnormal Chen Daoxuan was to be able to jump realms to fight. But the Chen clan cultivators were different. The Chen family had a special magic weapon called the White Lotus of Fate, which could store the true essence and dharma power of cultivators. Thus, the amount of true essence that the Chen clan cultivators possessed was far greater than that of Zifu disciples, let alone those of the same level. However, even though the Chen clan cultivators had a lot of true qi, it was impossible for them to use it all at once. Due to the limitation of the Danshan Sea of Qi, if he poured all the true essence in the White Lotus of Fate into his Danshan would explode instantly, let alone facing an enemy. This was also the reason why the foundation establishment cultivators of the Chen family could not increase the power of their magic tools. At most, they could only last for a long time. And now, Chen Daoxuan had actually said that he had combined the second-grade Ling armor with the White Lotus of Fate, allowing the White Lotus of Fate to directly supply energy to the Ling armor. One had to know that the output power of the White Lotus of Fate was more than 10 times stronger than cultivators of the same level. If this were to directly power the spiritual armor, wouldn't that mean that a Zifu disciple was using a second-tier spiritual armor to provide defense for a foundation establishment cultivator? Even though the Ling armor did not change, the power source had changed, so its defensive ability would definitely increase greatly. They were both level 2 spirit armors, but in the hands of a foundation establishment cultivator, their power would definitely be different from that of a Zifu disciple. In this way, when a foundation establishment cultivator wore this type of level 2 power armor, their defense would be even stronger than when they wore an ordinary level 3 power armor. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan kept caressing the Ling armor in front of him and praised, "What's with your brain? I didn't realize you were so smart before." Helly! Chen Daoxuan laughed foolishly. Chapter 382, Advancement and Test, 1. Let's go and try. Chen Daoxuan picked up the Ling armor in front of him and threw it to Chen Daoxuan. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan quickly took the Ling armor and followed behind Chen Daoxuan. The Chen family's Magical Equipment Research Institute was located near the industrial zone of Shuanghu Island. Due to the repeated contributions made by the Magical Equipment Research Institute since its establishment, the family paid more and more attention to this special Magical Equipment Research Institute. What followed was that the clan would give it all kinds of resources, including the area occupied by the Magical Equipment Research Institute. Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan arrived at a testing ground in the Magical Equipment Research Institute. This was a venue specially used to test all kinds of new magical equipment. It occupied a huge area of 7 to 8 square kilometers. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Chen Daoxuan nodded and turned to Chen Daoxuan, "Let's begin. Search, Noon 0L, on Google." Chen Daoxuan skillfully imprinted his divine sense on the sample Ling armor in his hand. After a simple refinement, he put on the power Ling armor. Looking at Chen Daoxuan's fully armed appearance, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but recall the first time he asked him to test the defense of the Ling armor. The other party was also in this state. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. He shook his head and put away his thoughts. "Are you ready?" Chen Daoxuan asked loudly. Chen Daoxuan nodded nervously. Then, he seemed to think of the defensive power of this Ling armor and mustered up his courage. "Young clan leader, I am ready. Let's begin." Chen Daoxuan didn't waste his breath. He drew out the flying snow sword and slashed at the other party. The flying sword left a white mark in the sky, and then it struck Chen Daoxuan's Ling armor. Boom! With an explosion, a white ring of air spread out in all directions. After a long time, only then did the white airwave slowly disappear. Fortunately, he was in the air. If he was on the ground, this sword might have caused a lot of damage. It had to be said that as Chen Daoxuan's strength became stronger and stronger, the destructive power caused by his every move became more and more terrifying. When he was in the Qi condensation stage, even if he held a superior grade first-tier flying sword, the sword light would at most be 9 feet long when he poured his true Qi into it. With such destructive power, it would be difficult to tear down a cargo ship. After advancing to the Purple Mansion stage, even if Chen Daoxuan did not use the Great Dao laws to increase the power of his attack, he could still unleash a sword light of nearly 100 feet with a casual strike. The sword attack he had just used against Chen Daoxuan was nothing special. In reality, this was the effect of him deliberately concealing the sword light. Otherwise, if he allowed the sword light to be exposed, it would be at least several hundred feet long. The sword light that was several hundred feet long was retracted. The power of this sword attack had reached the middle stage of the Zifu disciple realm, or even close to the late stage of the Zifu disciple realm. Not to mention Chen Daoxuan, who was wearing a grade 2 Ling armor. Even if he was wearing a grade 3 Ling armor, he would probably be heavily injured by this sword. Of course, Chen Daoxuan didn't want to use this opportunity to teach Chen Daoxuan a lesson. It was because he had just understood that the defensive power of this grade 2 power Ling armor was extremely terrifying. In truth, the defensive power of a foundation establishment cultivator wearing this Ling armor was probably even stronger than a third-tier Ling armor. The attacks of ordinary early Zifu disciples were completely unable to do anything to it. Chen Daoxuan might as well directly unleash an attack at the mid-stage purple prefecture realm to see if it could withstand it. In the end, as the airwaves dissipated, a figure wrapped in green Ling armor appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. It seemed that Chen Daoxuan was safe and sound. Cough, cough, cough. As he was thinking, Chen Daoxuan started coughing violently. The green Ling armor faded, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of Chen Daoxuan's mouth. Young clan leader, next time I won't come with you to test the defense of the Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan bitterly. Chen Daoxuan laughed awkwardly and threw over a bottle of healing panaceas. Know what I'm doing? If you can't take it anymore, I'll stop in time. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression of disbelief, Chen Daoxuan coughed and did not explain further. However, this Ling armor is indeed not bad. Although it's not a third-grade Ling armor, in the hands of a foundation establishment state cultivator, the defensive power it can display is even stronger than a third-grade Ling armor. Yes, I am. Chen Daoxuan took out a spirit pill from the jade bottle and swallowed it while saying, unfortunately, it is limited by its grade. Its upper limit of defense is still inferior to a grade 3 Ling armor. If a Zifu disciple were to wear a high-grade third-tier spirit armor, most likely not even a chosen Zifu disciple would be able to do anything to him. From this point of view, my power Ling armor is still far from enough. Nonsense, if the third-tier Ling armor was not so powerful, the Qianyuan sword sect and other top families would not have tried so hard to seal its refining method. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and sighed. It's not just the refining method of high-level spiritual armor. In the Infinite Star Sea, even the spiritual ores used to refine high-level spiritual armor are prohibited. Compared to offensive magic weapons such as flying swords, spiritual armor, especially high-grade spiritual armor, had always been strictly controlled by the Qianyuan sword sect. Because once this thing spread, the consequences would be much more terrifying than a mere offensive spiritual artifact. The Chen clan was about to have nearly 500 Zifu disciples. It sounded extremely terrifying. But this bit of power was nothing to a clan of cultivators with a deep foundation. It wasn't that 500 Zifu disciples weren't strong, but that 500 Zifu disciples without high-grade Ling armor truly had limited battle prowess. If the 500 Zifu disciples of the Chen clan were wearing high-grade Ling armor, the situation would be completely different. A Zifu disciple wearing a high-grade third-tier spirit armor, not even an ordinary chosen of the Zifu disciple level would be able to break through his defenses. Chapter 383, Advancement and Test, 2. If they were to form a formation, at most 10 of these Zifu disciples would be able to fight against an early-stage Jindan. 500 Zifu disciples meant 50 golden cores. Even if the Chen clan's Zifu disciples were at the early-stage Zifu disciple level, they would still have no problem fighting against more than 10 or even 20 golden cores. Even the Zhang family of Taizhu and the Ji family of Jing province, which were nascent soul-stage cultivators, had to be wary of this force, let alone the immortal cultivation families of Kang province. In fact, for top-tier nascent soul clans like the Zhang clan and the Ji clan, 500 Zifu disciples were easy to accumulate, but 500 third-stage spirit armors were rather difficult to gather. Although these Yuanying stage clans had the inheritance of refining high-grade Ling armor, they did not have the spirit ores to refine high-grade Ling armor. In the Infinite Star Sea, both the materials for refining high-level spiritual armor and the materials for refining war artifacts were controlled by the Qianyuan sword sect. Although the Yuanying stage clans had some special channels and could get some, the quantity was definitely not much. Search, Noon0L, on Google. At most, it could only be used by the core disciples of the family. As for the ordinary disciples of the family, they could forget about it. Sigh. Hearing the method and materials to refine the high-grade Ling armor, Chen Daoxuan felt extremely discouraged. The Qianyuan sword sect had ruled the Infinite Star Sea for so many years. It seemed that their management was very loose. Almost all the states were managed by the cultivation families. But in fact, the Qian Yuan sword sect had a very firm control over the infinite star sea. Even though the Zhang family was powerful in Taizhu, if the Qian Yuan sword sect really wanted to destroy the Zhang family, it wouldn't take much effort. The reason why there was such a huge difference between the two was that, other than the huge gap between the top powers of the two sides, the gap between the middle-level powers of the two sides was even greater. And the high-grade Ling armor was only one of the factors that caused the gap between the middle-level powers of the two sides. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's discouraged look, Chen Daoxuan patted his shoulder and said, "It's not entirely impossible." Chen Daoxuan raised his head and looked at him eagerly. Chen Daoxuan smiled. He patted his storage pouch and a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. "This is..." Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan in confusion. "This is the power of creation." Chen Daoxuan gently opened the jade bottle and poured a drop onto Chen Daoxuan's green Ling armor. Instantly, this drop of liquid power of creation merged into the green Ling armor. In the next moment, an extremely strong spiritual aura gathered on the green Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan stared blankly at the scene before him. He had never heard that there was such a thing as liquid power of creation in this world. In his opinion, the power of creation existed in the form of mist in spirit stones. Once the spiritual energy of the spirit stone was exhausted, the mist-like power of creation would disappear into thin air. He had never heard of anyone being able to extract this mist-like power of creation and even turn it into liquid and store it in a jade bottle. In fact, it was not only Chen Daoxuan, but also Chen Daoxuan's first time seeing the power of creation in liquid form. If it wasn't for the explanation from the Seacoming Hall Master, he wouldn't have known that this thing was so precious. Don't underestimate the power of creation that Chen Daoxuan had dripped onto the green Ling armor. Just a single drop would cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. Of course, compared to the consumption of spirit stones, what was truly precious was that it would take a nascent soul a year to extract it. After a cultivator broke through to the nascent soul stage, they would have 3,000 years of lifespan. However, the cultivation of the nascent soul stage was even more difficult. Comprehending the Great Dao, improving cultivation, refining magic tools, and so on, all of them would consume a lot of time and energy. How many nascent souls would spend time extracting this thing? Generally speaking, only those cultivators who had no background and were lucky enough to break through to the nascent soul realm would do such hard work. This also led to the high price of the power of creation in the transactions of high-level cultivators. Chen Daoxuan used 2 great Dao nomological laws to exchange for these 200 drops of power of creation. It was not a big profit, but it was indeed not a big loss. One had to know that this was the hard work of a nascent soul for 200 years, and this did not include the cost of 20 billion spirit stones. After a while, the spiritual aura on the green Ling armor slowly faded away. Chen Daoxuan gently caressed the Ling armor in his hand and said with a trembling voice, "Tier 3 Ling armor. It's a 3rd grade Ling armor." "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "It's a pity that a drop of power of creation can only upgrade it from level 2 superior grade to level 3 inferior grade. There's still a gap between it and level 3 superior grade Ling armor. However, with a level 3 low-grade White Lotus of Fortune, its defensive power should not be weaker than a level 3 high-grade Ling armor." At this point, Chen Daoxuan revealed a malicious smile. "Do you want to try again?" Who knew that when he heard this? Chen Daoxuan shook his head like a rattle drum, refusing to test the defensive power of this 3rd-tier inferior grade Ling armor no matter what. "Look at you!" Chen Daoxuan said unhappily. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan immediately spread out his divine sense. Shuanghu Island, Chen family's military base. Not long after Chen Fuxian returned to the base, he heard Chen Daoxuan's voice transmission. "All right, I will go over now." Chen Fuxian did not dare to be negligent. He quickly gave a few instructions and flew toward the testing field of the Magical Equipment Research Institute. In less than half a cup of tea, Chen Fuxian's light stopped in front of Chen Daoxuan and the other 2. "Young Patriarch, Uncle Daoku." When Chen Fuxian saw the 2 of them, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. Chen Daoku looked at Chen Fuxian with a complicated expression. The cultivation of this junior in front of him had already completely surpassed him. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After the clan confirmed all the spots for advancing to the Zifu disciple level, with his experience and contributions, he would definitely be able to obtain a portion of the essence of vitality. At that time, he would be able to catch up. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and handed over the green Ling armor in his hand. Fusion, the young patriarch wants to test the defense of this Ling armor. Yes. Chen Fusion took the green Ling armor in confusion. Chen Fusion's expression changed as he imprinted his soul consciousness on the green Ling armor. Third grade Ling armor. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan in shock and said in a trembling voice, "Young clan leader, has the clan really mastered the forging method of the third-tier Ling armor?" "Not yet. I used a special method to upgrade this Ling armor, so it's impossible to mass-produce it." Chen Fusion nodded. Because of the surprise Chen Daoxuan had given him previously, his expectations for the clan had been infinitely raised. Now, he heard that the clan did not have the refining method of a third-tier Ling armor. Chen Fusion heaved a sigh of relief. This was normal. Chen Fusion knew that the Chen clan was developing very quickly, but these were several hundred Zifu disciples, and they had also mastered the method to forge high-grade Ling armor. The power of the clan was growing far too quickly. As the commander-in-chief of the military, Chen Fusion knew very well just how terrifying the power of a group of Zifu disciples equipped with third-stage Ling armor would be. The reason why cultivators in the cultivation world were not keen on the path of body refinement was because of the birth of spirit armor. It made cultivators feel that it was better to find a high-grade spirit armor than to work hard to refine the body. If it weren't for the fact that some broken realms had a minimum requirement for body refinement, there would probably be no one in the cultivation world who studied the path of body refinement. After adjusting his state of mind, Chen Fusion stood in the air in his grade 3 spiritual armor. Looking at Chen Fusion, who was a few miles away, Chen Daoxuan raised his hand and pointed. His flying sword cut through the sky. Boom! An even more terrifying shockwave spread out from Chen Fusion. Chen Daoxuan's face turned green with fear when he saw the terrifying shockwave. His mind went into a frenzy. He would die. If he was hit by this aftershock, he would die. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Chen Daoxuan took a step forward and blocked in front of him. The violent shockwave crashed into the spiritual shield that Chen Daoxuan had propped up, but it didn't affect Chen Daoxuan who was behind him at all. This shockwave spread for more than 10 miles before slowly dissipating. Even though they were high enough at the moment. However, the cultivators of the Chen family on Twin Lake Island were still frightened by this shocking attack. They all rode on the light and flew towards the sky. Go back! Chen Daoxuan's voice rang in the ears of every Chen clan cultivator who had rushed over. Hearing the young clan leader's voice, everyone was relieved. He cupped his hands and bowed towards the sky before returning to his respective positions on the light. Retreat the people! Chen Daoxuan Xian looked at Chen Fusion, who was wearing green Ling armor, and was standing in front of him unharmed. No wonder the Qianyuan sword sect wants to seal the refining method and materials of high-grade Ling armor. This thing is really terrifying. Chapter 384, Bringing Beauty Along, 1. High in the sky. Chen Fusion unloaded his spirit armor and flew towards Chen Daoxuan and his companion. Looking at Chen Fusion, who looked normal, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but ask, "How do you feel?" Hearing this, Chen Fusion was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "I feel like my lower abdomen was hit hard." Chen Fusion said as he rubbed his abdomen. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately understood. With the help of the blood marrow, your body tempering cultivation base has already reached the level of flesh and blood derivation. You can feel a vicious blow to your lower abdomen, enough to cause minor injuries to Zifu disciples who aren't skilled in body tempering. Chen Daoxuan sighed. Although the power of that sword strike of mine just now couldn't compare to that of an experienced golden core cultivator, it was more or less on par with an early-stage golden core cultivator. It was actually only able to cause minor injuries to ordinary Zifu disciples. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. When Chen Fusion heard this, he was shocked. Young clan leader, in that case, doesn't this Ling armor's defense power be even stronger than an ordinary third-tier upper-grade Ling armor? Indeed. Chen Daoxuan nodded. With the White Lotus of Fate as the driving force, the defensive power of this spiritual armor is several levels higher than a low-grade level 3 spiritual armor. It even surpasses a high-grade level 3 spiritual armor. It had to be said that Dao Chu's small change had raised the defense of the Ling armor to a whole new level. Hee. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's praise again, Chen Daoku smiled proudly. Although he had not been able to research the method to refine a level 3 Ling armor, the combined power Ling armor produced by the Magic Tool Research Institute was not inferior to a level 3 Ling armor from a certain point of view. Especially in the hands of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. When a Foundation Establishment cultivator wore it, even ordinary Zifu disciples would find it difficult to do anything to it. Chen Daoxuan looked at the spiritual armor in Chen Fuxian's hand with a burning gaze. He thought for a moment and took it from Chen Fuxian's hand. Then, he took out a white jade bottle and continued to drip the power of creation onto it. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. After Chen Daoxuan finished dripping 3 drops of power of creation, he immediately stopped. In the next moment, a spiritual aura that was almost 10 times richer than before surged out from this power spiritual armor. Level 3 high grade. Chen Daoku stared blankly at the scene before him. His eyes were fixed on the white jade bottle in Chen Daoxuan's hand, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Chen Fuxian was also stunned by the scene before him. However, he had long known that the 2 great deonomological laws that Chen Daoxuan had seized had been sold at a sky-high price by a nascent soul, and he had obtained 2 bottles of power of creation that had been personally refined by the nascent soul. However, this was the first time Chen Fuxian had seen the power of creation turn something rotten into something magical. After a long time, the spiritual aura on the Ling armor slowly retracted and finally disappeared. Compared to the past, the green Ling armor had become simple and unadorned. A divine object would be tainted by itself. Chen Daoku suddenly thought of something. The green Ling armor in front of him looked like a legendary treasure that was tainted by itself. However, only top-notch golden cores were qualified to control treasures of that level. Even though this Azure Ling armor was only a 3rd-tier upper-grade Ling armor, its defensive power was not inferior to an ordinary 4th-tier Ling armor at all. The value of a grade 4 Ling armor was beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. Not to mention ordinary golden core cultivators, even golden cores of the Qian Yuan sword sect might not have 4th-tier spiritual armor. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan said seriously, "Seal off all information regarding the power Ling armor. Everyone in your courtyard who has participated in or come into contact with this magic tool will be ordered to keep their mouths shut." "Yes, sir." Chen Daoku cupped his hands and said seriously. He could also tell that the power Ling armor that the Magical Equipment Research Institute had produced was extraordinary. When the grade of this green Ling armor was still low, it was still not terrifying. However, after being purified by the power of creation, its defensive power did not decrease, but became even more terrifying. After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan let Chen Fuxian put on the Ling armor again. Then, he took out a jade token from his storage bag and controlled the grade 4 defensive array of Shuanghu Island. With the 3 of them as the center, the spherical space within a radius of 10 miles was completely enveloped. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's actions, Chen Daoku, who had guessed what he was going to do, turned green with fear. "You go out first." Chen Daoxuan turned his head and said. Hearing this, Chen Daoku felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly flew out of the array. Seeing Chen Daoku retreat 5 kilometers away, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and said, "Fuxian, I'll attack you with all my might later, but don't be afraid. I'll stop in time and won't really hurt you. Young clan leader, please." Chen Fuxian smiled and nodded. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly and immediately unleashed his 3 heads and 6 arms. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Chen Fuxian. After that, 6 terrifying sword lights covered an area of 10 miles. Outside the array, Chen Daoku only felt that his vision was a vast expanse of whiteness, and he couldn't see anything. The aftershock of the attack crazily struck the Tier 4 defensive array formation, causing it to emit ripples. Chen Daoku stood outside the formation, feeling anxious. After a while, the aftershock stopped, and the 2 of them stood facing each other in the sky. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fuxian, who was safe and sound, and sighed, "If we were in the source world of true immortality, we would have 100 of these spirit armors and could completely crush the 4 great demon kingdoms." Chen Fuxian took off his Ling armor. His face was slightly pale, but other than that, he was not injured at all. Chapter 385, Carrying the Beauty, 2. His face was pale, completely frightened by Chen Daoxuan's terrifying aura. In terms of strength, Chen Fuxian was only slightly stronger than ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples, but he was far inferior to the cultivators on the Zifa prodigy roll. However, wearing this azure Ling armor, Chen Daoxuan, an existence ranked at the top of the Zifa disciple rankings, actually couldn't hurt him. It was too exaggerated. No wonder the path of body refinement declined. With this kind of Ling armor, who would go through the trouble of body refinement? Chen Daoxuan sighed. Even though he sighed in his heart, Chen Daoxuan knew that body refinement was not useless. On the contrary, a high body refinement cultivation level would not only increase a cultivator's defense, but it would also greatly increase a cultivator's physical recovery ability. For example, Chen Daoxuan had combined his 6 swords and shattered the blood prison Demon King's head. However, the other party's demon body was so powerful that it had actually recovered right in front of him and grown a new head. An ordinary golden core would definitely die from such injuries. However, the blood prison demon monarch survived this calamity. Although it could not escape death, its body refinement cultivation had greatly increased the blood prison demon monarch's survivability. It could be said that if Fairy Qi Yao hadn't used her Dao domain to restrain it, Chen Daoxuan really wouldn't have been able to kill it. If Chen Fuxian also had such a terrifying body-refining cultivation base as the Blood Prison Demon King, coupled with this green spiritual armor, he would be able to kill the Blood Prison Demon King. Chen Daoxuan felt that if he met Chen Fuxian, he could only run away. Even though his attack was 10 times stronger than Chen Fuxian's, Chen Fuxian could still ignore it. What was even more despairing was that Chen Fuxian's spiritual armor did not require his own magical power. Instead, it was powered by the White Lotus of Fate. It was impossible to exhaust his opponent's magical power. What was the point of fighting against such an opponent? Even though Chen Fuxian's body refinement cultivation was limited, Chen Daoxuan found it hard to do anything to him. Although they're both level 3 magic tools, flying swords and Ling armor are on completely different levels. Chen Daoxuan sighed again. I know. Chen Daoku flew over again. Whether it's the Qianyuan sword sect or the top cultivation families in the Infinite Star Sea, they won't restrict offensive spiritual artifacts, but they will restrict spiritual armor, especially high-level spiritual armor. That's why. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan passionately and said, if only the young clan leader had enough power of creation, we would be able to mass-produce this kind of high-grade Ling armor. Unfortunately. What are you thinking about? Chen Daoxuan glanced at him in annoyance. The 4 drops of power of creation that were consumed just now and the raw materials of 4 million spirit stones are a small matter, but it will cost a nascent soul 4 years of hard work. Hearing this, Chen Daoku didn't say anything else. It was hard to say if it was worth it to spend 4 years of a nascent soul in exchange for such a spirit armor. To a nascent soul, it was definitely not worth it to expend so much effort just for a spirit armor that he could not use. But to the Zifa disciple who was using this armor was a life-saving divine artifact, it was absolutely worth it. Let's think about how to forge a 3rd-tier Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Daoku's shoulder. Chen Dao nodded. Seeing Chen Daoku's depressed look, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and said, however, with so many Zifa disciples in the clan, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't have high-grade spirit armor. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of power of creation from his storage pouch. There are still 96 drops of power of creation here, enough to refine 96 pieces of level 3 lower spiritual armor. Chen Daoxuan handed the jade bottle over. Chen Daoku received the jade bottle and became excited again. Don't be so happy yet. When will the Magical Equipment Research Institute hand over these 96 sets of Ling armor to me? 1 month, half a month later. Chen Daoku quickly promised. Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, give me 10 sets of Ling armor in 3 days. No problem. Chen Daoku slapped his chest loudly. After giving Chen Daoku instructions, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fuxian. When Chen Fuxian saw Chen Daoxuan looking at him, although his eyes were filled with reluctance, he still endured the pain and removed the spiritual imprint on the spiritual armor. He then handed the green spiritual armor over. Young clan leader. Chen Fuxian respectfully handed over the Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Take it. I'll give it to you. This. Chen Fuxian raised his head abruptly. Young clan leader, this is too precious. Please forgive Fuxian for not being able to accept it. As he spoke, Chen Fuxian lowered his head and presented the spiritual armor with both hands. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan knocked his head and scolded. Told you to take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Even though Chen Daoxuan had knocked on his head, Chen Fuxian's eyes were still red. All along, among the Chen clan's cultivators of the Fu generation, he received the most care from the young clan leader. However, he did not repay the young clan leader much. This made Chen Fuxian feel extremely guilty. What's wrong? Seeing that Chen Fuxian was silent, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, You've been knocked silly by me. Chen Fuxian shook his head silently. Chen Daoxuan saw through Chen Fuxian's thoughts. He patted Chen Fuxian's shoulder and said, Fuxian, you are a member of the Chen clan, and I am your young clan leader. As the young clan leader of the Chen clan, shouldn't I protect you? Back then, the old clan leader also took care of me like this. Our Chen clan has been supported by generations of elders. The younger generation has carried on this tradition and has been able to reach today step by step. So, don't feel burdened. If you really want to repay the family, then bear your responsibility and nurture the younger generation of the family. My expectations for you are the same as the old patriarch's expectations for me. Chen Fuxian raised his head and saw Chen Daoxuan's gentle gaze. He nodded firmly. Fuxian, remember. Good. Chen Daoxuan nodded his head in relief. Shuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence. In the courtyard of the spiritual residence, there was a pavilion and a rockery. Next to the pavilion was a newly built spiritual pool. Above the spirit pond, a vast amount of spiritual energy was rising. In the pavilion, a slim young woman wearing a light purple veil was playing with water. Her fair and tender feet were as smooth as jade, and she gently patted the water. Her bright and beautiful eyes were looking at the blue sky, and she was in a daze. Looking at the beautiful figure in the pavilion, Chen Daoxuan gently walked over and sat down beside her. He followed her gaze and looked at the sky. What are you looking at? All. Luoli was shocked. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she hammered his chest in frustration. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Chen Daoxuan quickly smiled and begged for mercy. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's expression, Luoli snapped, I'm worried to death here, but you're using breath control to tease me. As she spoke, she revealed a tearful look. Seeing that Luoli seemed to have something on her mind, Chen Daoxuan gently put his arm around her shoulder and said gently, What's wrong? Are you worried about meeting my 13th uncle? Yes. Luoli nodded gently. It's not like you haven't seen my 13th uncle before. Didn't you say that he's very kind to you? Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. But, this is different. Luoli said anxiously, at that time, I was helping the Chen family with my father. But now. Luoli's pretty face flushed red and she was speechless for a long time. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Who's ugly? Luoli rolled her eyes at Chen Daoxuan innocently, which made his heart skip a beat. It's not ugly. It's quite white. As Chen Daoxuan spoke, he looked at her smooth, jade-like feet and teased her. You. Don't look. Luoli had not transformed for long, so she was the most sensitive below her legs. Chen Daoxuan only took a glance at her and she felt a little flustered. She quickly pulled her feet out of the pool and covered them with a purple veil. Little did they know that her appearance was even more seductive. Chen Daoxuan unconsciously swallowed and shifted his gaze slightly. He knew that Luoli had just transformed and her legs were very sensitive. She could not stand his teasing. He changed the topic immediately. Don't worry, I understand 13th uncle. He will definitely agree to our relationship. Yes. Chen Daoxuan's words quickly calmed Luoli's uneasy heart. I happen to have something to look for 13th uncle too. Why don't? Let's go see him together now, shall we? Now? Luoli was a little flustered, but when she saw Chen Daoxuan's clear eyes, she immediately calmed down. All right, I'll listen to you. Chapter 386, Making Up for Her Weakness, 1. It was just as Chen Daoxuan had imagined. When Chen Xianhe saw Chen Daoxuan and Luoli coming hand in hand, his expression was gentle and he didn't say anything. However, Chen Daoxuan noticed that 13th uncle's temples had turned completely white. Chen Xianhe was now more than 100 years old. In addition, Chen Xianhe had been injured in the battle at the southern mountain city. If not for the longevity effect of the 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit, Chen Daoxuan would have passed away. Even with the 1,000-year red fruit, Chen Daoxuan didn't have much time left. In the secret chamber, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged. He was hoping that the essence qi would give him some surprises. Even though he knew very well that the essence of Yuan qi was useless to the soul. That was because when he first established the Purple Mansion, it was Chen Daoxuan who relied on himself to sense the Divine Soul before he could bring the Divine Soul into the Purple Mansion. Throughout the entire process, the essence of vital qi was of no help to him. In the cultivation world, anything that could be used on the soul was an extremely rare treasure. Not to mention letting the cultivator's soul fade away and regain its vitality. Now, with Chen Daoxuan's strength and the Chen family's power becoming stronger and stronger, his horizons were also many times wider than before. Chen Daoxuan knew how difficult it was to help a cultivator who was nearing the end of his life to build his foundation. If the essence of Yuan Qi did not work on 13th uncle, then he could only seek advice from the Secoming Hall Master. The current plan was to continuously strengthen himself. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan simply put away the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on studying how to increase his strength. After all, the southern mountains city was under control. Although it was difficult for him to meet a match in the Purple Mansion stage with his current strength, it was still far from enough for him to meet a powerful golden core. Chen Daoxuan didn't believe that the golden cores sent by the Xian Qingdao alliance to guard the southern mountains city were golden cores who had just broken through. Moreover, he did not know if the Xian Qingdao alliance had any hidden arrangements. If he wanted to protect himself and his family in the upcoming battle to recover the southern mountains city, he had to strengthen his own strength. He had given Chen Daoxuan 96 drops of power of creation to forge a grade 3 power armor to strengthen his clansmen. And now, he had to increase his strength. Chen Daoxuan had gained a lot from this trip to the true immortal origin world. Among all the gains, the first was naturally the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture breaking through to the third level and the addition of a new Dao development function. Not only that, but he had also used the Dao development ability to record a scene from tens of thousands of years ago, when a mighty human cultivator fought against a demon from the true immortal world. The great Dao laws in the great Dao stone steel would slowly fade and dissipate with the passage of time. As long as Chen Daoxuan was willing, the images recorded by the Dao development function would never disappear. He could comprehend the heaven-splitting acts of that human mighty figure at all times like how outsiders comprehended the great Dao stone steel. His efficiency was much higher than others. Other than the breakthrough of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture, the second harvest was naturally the massive amount of chaos qi that Chen Daoxuan had obtained from the true immortal source world. Putting aside the fact that he had used the fox demons of the Qingkai Fei kingdom to kill thousands of realm Fei to obtain the chaos qi, he had also obtained the largest amount of chaos qi in his life when the origin world of perfected immortals returned to the ruins. In the end, the golden scripture had given him too much stardust, causing the dark red planet to expand to a diameter of several hundred miles. It was only when his sea of divine light and sea of consciousness were almost bursting that he stopped reluctantly. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness, looking at the dark red planet that looked like a giant celestial body. In his knowledge sea, whether it was the golden scripture or the various light balls formed by his knowledge, they all seemed very small in front of this dark red planet. This dark red planet occupied more than 90% of the space in his sea of consciousness. He focused his gaze and felt a great sense of oppression. In fact, according to Chen Daoxuan's consciousness entering the sea of consciousness left behind by the dead immortal, a mere celestial body with a diameter of hundreds of miles was nothing in front of that immortal's boundless sea of consciousness. However, for Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness with a diameter of 500 miles, the size of this dark red planet was somewhat shocking. Fortunately, although this planet was large, it did not prevent him from using the Dao enlightenment and Dao derivation functions of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture. Chen Daoxuan heaved a sigh of relief. So be it. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to have any disadvantages. Instead, because its size has increased greatly, the consumption of its size is negligible every time I use the Dao comprehension and Dao development functions. Chen Daoxuan muttered. Other than these two great gains, Chen Daoxuan didn't care much about the other gains. For example, the essence of vital qi, blood marrow, and 2 bottles of power of creation that even fairy Qi Yao coveted. Among these three great gains, the essence of vitality was currently the least helpful to Chen Daoxuan. Therefore, he gave almost all of his Yuan Qi essence to the clan, allowing the Foundation establishment cultivators in the clan to use this opportunity to advance to the Purple Prefecture realm. The blood marrow was more helpful to him. After all, compared to Qi refinement, Chen Daoxuan's body refinement was still far from it. He was still at the level of flesh and blood. Raising his body refinement cultivation was one of the things that Chen Daoxuan had to work towards. He had seen the Blood Prison Demon King's abnormal demon body and knew how much of an advantage he could have in a battle with a strong body. As for the power of creation he obtained from selling the Great Dao laws, it should be of the greatest help to him at the moment. Chapter 387, Making Up for Her Weakness, 2. Back in the source world of true immortals, Chen Daoxuan had discovered that the magic tools in his hands could no longer keep up with his own strength. High-grade third-ranked flying swords were naturally more than enough for ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples. However, with Chen Daoxuan's dense magic power and profound Sword Dao realm, the increase in his strength from a third-tier high-grade immortal sword was very limited. If his Sword Dao realm rose to the 4th-level Dao domain realm, perhaps Chen Daoxuan holding a Tier 3 high-grade immortal sword was no different from holding it empty-handed. Without the power of creation, Chen Daoxuan could only think of ways to buy Tier 4 immortal swords everywhere. Although Tier 4 immortal swords were extremely precious, their prices were at least dozens of times more expensive than Tier 3 high-grade immortal swords. But overall, it was still easier to buy than a level 3 superior grade Ling armor. Whether it was the Yuanying stage family or the Qian Yuan sword sect, they basically had immortal swords and other offensive magic tools of this grade for sale. A superior grade third-ranked flying sword was usually priced from 1 million to several million spirit stones, depending on the quality of the flying sword. As for Tier 4 immortal swords, even the lowest Tier 4 low-grade immortal swords were worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. As for level 4 high-grade immortal swords, their prices could reach hundreds of millions or even billions of spirit stones. The price of a 4th-grade immortal sword was enough to match a 4th-grade or even 5th-grade spirit meridian. It was extremely exaggerated. However, this was the case for treasures in the cultivation world. The higher the level of the cultivator, the more terrifying the price of the magic tools and pills. This was even when the spirit stones contained the power of the natural order. Even high-level cultivators could use it. If the spirit stones didn't contain the power of creation, they would be worthless to the high and mighty nascent souls. It was likely that those existences would be more inclined to barter. In fact, even though spirit stones were useful to nascent souls, they rarely used spirit stones directly in transactions. Instead, they used the refined power of creation as hard currency between them. However, although the power of creation was good, it required a nascent soul to refine it with painstaking effort. Other than those nascent souls who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm and needed to change their high-grade magic tools and secret techniques, those who were willing to spend time refining the power of creation were the only ones. The other wealthy nascent souls were not willing to do this kind of hard work. An early nascent soul cultivator could spend a year to extract a drop of the power of creation from 100 million spirit stones. The value of this drop of the power of creation was probably worth hundreds of millions of spirit stones. In other words, Chen Daoxuan had spent hundreds of millions of spirit stones to upgrade the 2nd-tier power armor to 3rd-tier low-grade, which was enough to buy a 4th-tier flying sword. But similarly, the power of a low-grade 3rd-tier power Ling armor was not something a 3rd-tier flying sword could compare to. In fact, even Zifu disciples wielding 4th-ranked flying swords wouldn't be able to break through the defenses of this low-grade 3rd-ranked mobility armor. From this, one could see how abnormal the high-grade Ling armor was. In terms of Qi refinement, my current Qi refinement cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Zifu disciple realm. Next, I can use my Yuan Qi essence to raise it to the 9th level of the Zifu disciple realm. As for body refinement, although blood marrow can also improve one's body refinement cultivation, it still needs time to slowly improve compared to essence Qi essence. I can only strive to reach the cultivation level of skull shattering and rebirth as soon as possible. Other than my own cultivation, the advancement of external items will increase my strength the most. Chen Daoxuan thought to himself and quickly sorted out his thoughts. Cleansing magical equipment. This included immortal swords, Ling armor, and a series of offensive and defensive magic tools, especially Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan planned to refine his natal spiritual armor and the third-grade White Lotus of Fate into a new type of power spiritual armor, and then use the power of creation to completely cleanse it. He planned to refine a fourth-rank mobility Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan believed that once he had a grade 4 mobility Ling armor, then his body's defense would go from its original weakness to its strength. In terms of divine soul defense, with the golden scripture in his sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan had never cowered. In terms of physical defense, he was much weaker. However, with a fourth-tier power armor, the situation would be very different. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was full of drive. It was not an easy task to fuse the third-grade White Lotus of Fate and the Life spiritual armor together. The reason was that his White Lotus of Fate was a level 3 upper grade, while his natal spiritual armor was only a level 2 upper grade. The difference between the two was 1 grade, so it would naturally be troublesome to smelt it. Chen Daoxuan had no choice but to improve on the refining method that Chen Daoku had given him. Fortunately, with the help of the primordial Dao enlightenment scripture, the improvement was very smooth. 3 days later, a brand new spiritual armor that looked like glass floated in front of Chen Daoxuan. On the Ling armor, lotus patterns were faintly discernible, adding a sense of mystery to it. I didn't expect that even after refining the third-grade White Lotus, I still couldn't raise the grade of this Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. He had originally thought that he could use a different method to refine the third-grade White Lotus of Fate into a level 2 superior grade spiritual armor to upgrade it to a level 3 spiritual armor. But the result proved that Chen Daoxuan was overthinking. There was a reason why the third-grade Ling armor was classified as a high-grade Ling armor by the Qian Yuan sword sect. Looks like, we can only use the power of creation to fight head-on. Chen Daoxuan wasn't a hesitant person. After he made up his mind, he acted decisively. Chi chi chi. Drops of power of creation dripped onto the glazed spiritual armor. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual aura on the Ling armor became more intense. In the end, it actually formed a spiritual chi vortex in the secret chamber. Countless spiritual energy swarmed toward the spiritual armor. Chen Daoxuan was already prepared for this. His divine sense extended out of the secret chamber. Then, he waved his hand gently. The huge spiritual pool in the middle of the courtyard of the spiritual residence evaporated in an instant. After the spirit pool evaporated, it turned into countless spiritual chi and surged towards Chen Daoxuan's secret chamber. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's spiritual residence was protected by a high-level defensive array formation. With such a huge commotion, the outside world could not see any movement at all. Although the outside world couldn't see it, Luoli, who was living in the spirit mansion, could see the strange scene before her. Luoli, who had been in seclusion to refine the essence of vital qi, rushed out of the house. She was stunned when she saw the terrifying scene before her. After a long time, what kind of magic tool is Sir Chen refining? Why is there such a huge commotion? She asked. In the secret chamber, the advancement of the glazed spirit armor had reached a critical moment. The pressure and spirituality on the Ling armor also became stronger and stronger. Tier 3 low grade, Tier 3 middle grade. Suddenly, the glazed spirit armor seemed to have broken through some kind of restriction, and its spirituality suddenly increased by dozens of times. This is Tier 4 low grade spiritual armor. Chen Daoxuan was pleasantly surprised. However, the transformation of the glazed spirit armor was not over yet. Because Chen Daoxuan had placed too much power of creation on it just now. Chen Daoxuan had used a total of 4 drops of power of creation on the green Ling armor in Chen Fuxian's hand. The value of these 4 drops of power of creation was definitely more than 1 billion spirit stones, and they were priceless. Spending 4 drops of power of creation, Chen Daoxuan finally upgraded that Cyan Ling armor to Tier 3 superior grade. And his glazed spiritual armor had consumed a whole 50 drops of power of creation. Just raising it to low-grade Tier 4 was naturally far from over. As expected. As the limitations of this glazed spirit armor were broken and it was upgraded to a low-grade level 4 spirit armor, the spirituality condensed at its core became stronger and stronger. Gradually, even Chen Daoxuan felt a huge pressure. In terms of strength, the current Chen Daoxuan was almost comparable to a weaker intermediate Aurus core cultivator. Even so, he was still intimidated by the pressure of this Ling armor. Fortunately, this Ling armor was a defensive magic tool. If it was an offensive magic tool, Chen Daoxuan might have been injured at such a close distance. Tier 4 middle grade, Tier 4 high grade. After the Ling armor was upgraded to 4th tier high grade, the spirituality continued to rise by a level, and then slowly retracted into the Ling armor. 4th level superior grade Ling armor. Chen Daoxuan stared at the Ling armor in front of him and his breathing gradually became hurried. He was certain that more than 90% of golden cores did not have superior grade 4th tier spirit armor. Not to mention the enhanced version of the 4th tier superior grade Ling armor in his hand. Thanks to the White Lotus of Fate as the core power source, the defensive power of Chen Daoxuan's level 4 superior grade spiritual armor was almost not inferior to a level 5 inferior grade spiritual armor. A 5th tier spirit armor was a treasure that only nascent souls were qualified to possess. Furthermore, he wasn't a nascent soul who had just broken through. With this Ling armor, Chen Daoxuan's defense had jumped from his original shortcoming to his strongest point. Only nascent souls can break it. Touching the glass Ling armor in front of him, Chen Daoxuan suddenly said this in his heart. Chapter 388, Expanding the Industrial Scale, 1. In the Secret Chamber. Chen Daoxuan sized up the mini azure-colored glaze Ling armor floating in his palm. The more he looked at it, the happier he felt. 50 drops of power of creation, if exchanged for at least tens of billions of spirit stones. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. So many spirit stones for a Ling armor, tisk. He knew very well that it would be very difficult to obtain a second Ling armor of this grade in a short period of time. This was because Chen Daoxuan still had to use the remaining 50 drops of power of creation to upgrade his intrinsic flying sword and save them for emergencies. It was impossible for him to use them all. Unless Chen Daoxuan became a nascent soul cultivator, it would not be easy for him to get his hands on a treasure like the power of creation. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel sorry for the 96 drops of power of creation that Chen Daoku wanted. 96 drops of power of creation could almost upgrade 2 pieces of high-grade level 4 power spiritual armor. In theory, it was not very cost-effective to exchange it for 96 pieces of level 3 spiritual armor. After all, the value of a level 4 superior grade Ling armor was definitely above 50 level 3 inferior grade Ling armors. However, in terms of increasing the strength of the clan, 100 sets of lower grade tier 3 Ling armor would obviously increase the strength of the Chen clan even more. This was because the Chen clan was about to give birth to several hundred Zifu disciples, and was in need of a large number of 3rd tier spirit armor. A single 4th tier spirit armor wouldn't be able to increase the power of the clan so much. Of course, Chen Daoxuan had another way, which was to use the favor that the Sea-Calming Palace Master owed him and use 96 drops of power of creation to buy 3rd grade spiritual armor from the Qian Yuan sword sect. In this way, he could definitely buy more than 100 3rd grade spiritual armor. However, the defensive power of the lower rank 3rd level spiritual armor that he exchanged with the Qian Yuan sword sect was far inferior to the lower rank 3rd level power spiritual armor refined by the Chen family. Secondly, it would consume the favor of the Sea-Calming Palace Master. It was not worth it. One had to know that the Sea-Suppressing Hall Master owed him a favor. He had used the most precious spatial Great Dao Law of the true immortal origin world in exchange for it. Even the Sea-Calming Palace Lord was unable to estimate the value of this treasure. He could only owe Chen Daoxuan a favor. The Sea-Suppressing Palace Lord would have to pay a huge price in order to repay this favor or the favor of attaining Dao. If Chen Daoxuan wantonly consumed it like this favor would become more and more worthless. Things like favors couldn't be consumed. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan had already thought of how to use this favor. He wouldn't waste it just because of a few grade 3 Ling armors. After refining the natal spiritual armor, Chen Daoxuan did the same thing and upgraded the Flying Snow and Cheng Ying swords to high grade 4th tier. A superior grade 4th tier flying sword should only be used by golden cores. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, it could barely be used. It was just that the consumption was quite large. However, with a tier 4 high-grade power Ling armor, what Chen Daoxuan was least afraid of was exhaustion. His natal spiritual armor was embedded with a 4th grade White Lotus of Fate, which could store a huge amount of magic power. Although he had not done any specific experiments, he estimated that this instance dungeon life spirit armor could store more than 100 times his own magic power. With such a treasure, how could Chen Daoxuan be afraid of consumption? The Ling armor and flying sword had all been cleansed and upgraded. Chen Daoxuan still had 40 drops of power of creation left. Chen Daoxuan decided to store these 40 drops of creation power in the clan treasury and not use them easily. In the following days, Chen Daoxuan used the essence chi to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Purple Prefecture realm. At this point, he had finished digesting the benefits he had obtained from the source world of true immortals. Although he had 2 4th-stage high-grade immortal swords, the offensive power of his immortal swords had only risen from the peak early gold core realm to the ordinary middle gold core realm. It was almost comparable to the Blood Prison Demon King. But Chen Daoxuan's defense had improved too much. With the defensive power of a superior grade 4th-tier power spirit armor, he could probably withstand the attacks of even nascent souls a few times, let alone golden core cultivators. With his current strength, he could be said to be invincible in the Zifu disciple realm. Even with the defensive power of a high-grade 4th-tier power spirit armor, Chen Daoxuan was an extremely difficult existence to deal with even among golden cores. Because other golden core cultivators could not break Chen Daoxuan's defense at all, except for using various methods to restrict him. I didn't expect that there would be such a day when I would be so troublesome. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes and smiled as he looked at the dense dharmic powers gushing out from his danshan. Outside the secret chamber, a beautiful woman wearing a light purple veil was waiting. Suddenly, the door of the secret chamber opened. A white figure walked out of the secret chamber. Upon seeing Chen Daoxuan, Luo Li's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She quickly walked forward and held her lover's hand. She sized him up and bowed. "Congratulations, husband, for reaching the 9th level of the Zifu disciple realm." When Chen Daoxuan heard this, he was delighted and cupped his hands. "Congratulations to wifey for advancing to the later stage of the Purple Mansion." Hearing this, Luo Li smiled. Her smile even added color to the scenery in the courtyard. "By the way, you said you would take me to the spiritual shell island last time." Luo Li tilted her head and looked at Chen Daoxuan. "Zhou Minghao has broken through to the Golden Core realm," Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. "He has invited cultivators from all clans to attend the ceremony. My Chen clan is also invited." As he spoke, he pondered for a moment. "You're now at the late-stage Purple Prefecture realm. Although it's still too early for you to break through to the Golden Core realm and transcend the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, it'll be extremely beneficial for both of us to witness a Golden Core cultivator transcend the tribulation." Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. Luo Li's beautiful eyes lit up. Similar to human cultivators, Merman also needed to undergo tribulation to form their cores, and the power of the lightning tribulation was not inferior to human cultivators at all. Chapter 389, Expanding the Industrial Scale, 2. With the help of the essence of vital qi, Luo Li's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. But her understanding of the laws of the Great Dao was only at the 1st level. She was inferior to even ordinary Zifu disciples. Her power was naturally at the bottom of the Zifu disciples' ranks. Even if he was at the late Zifu disciple stage, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than an early Zifu disciple like Yang Gongwan. However, compared to Yang Gongwan, Luo Li had Chen Daoxuan as her cultivation partner. Her speed of advancement in the Great Path realm would definitely be very fast. In this way, transcending the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation was not something that was out of reach for her. Of course, Luo Li did not realize this yet. She simply wanted to see what the rumored terrifying Golden Core Lightning Tribulation was like. Thinking of this, she became even more impatient. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chen Daoxuan expectantly. Chen Daoxuan stroked her hair and said, "Don't worry, I'll naturally bring you there after I'm done with my clan matters. It takes a long time for Zifu disciples to break through to the Jindan stage, from half a year to several years. Even if we go now, we'll probably have to wait bitterly." The Zhou family had sent out invitations several months ago. Zhou Minghao probably hadn't even completed the process of forming the Golden Core, let alone passing the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. "Yes, husband will make the decision," Luo Li said, blushing. After settling Luo Li down, Chen Daoxuan flew straight to the Chen family's meeting hall. Sweeping with his divine sense, Chen Daoxuan found Chen Daolan's location. After the time for an incense stick to burn, Chen Daoxuan found Chen Daolan, who was working at a desk, in an ancient immortal palace. This was not only the financial department of the Chen family, but also the core authority of the Chen family. In the main hall, a slender figure was sitting in front of the table, reading all kinds of jade slips. Beside him, a group of female cultivators from the Chen family was helping Chen Daoxuan organize the information. When Chen Daoxuan wasn't in the family, not only did Chen Daoxuan have to manage the family affairs, but she also had to manage a huge immortal city. She was really tired. Half a month. Chen Daoxuan discovered that Chen Daoxuan had already broken through to the Purple Mansion stage. Daolian, congratulations on breaking through to the Zifu disciple level. Hearing the gentle voice beside her ear, Chen Daoxuan quickly raised her head and said in surprise, "Young clan leader, you are here." As he spoke, he stood up from the table and quickly walked towards Chen Daoxuan. "I'm here to see you." Chen Daoxuan nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "If the young clan leader wants to see me, he can just summon me. Why do you have to come personally? During this period of time, you must have been very busy with the matters of the family and the immortal city. It would be too unreasonable for an idle person like me to summon you." Hearing this joke, Chen Daoxuan covered her mouth and chuckled. Chen Daoxuan joked as he waved at the female cultivator of the Chen family who bowed to him. He saw that only he and Chen Daoxuan were left in the hall. Chen Daoxuan retracted the smile on his face and asked, "How is it? Have the selected cultivators all advanced to the Zifu disciple stage?" When it came to business, Chen Daolian immediately became serious and said, "Young patriarch, the clan has selected a total of 488 foundation establishment cultivators. Currently, 483 of them have advanced to the Zifu disciple stage, and 5 of them have yet to break through." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was speechless, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, "Forget it. From now on, the resources provided to these 5 people will be reduced by 1 level." "Yes, young clan leader." Chen Daoxuan replied. "Did the Magical Equipment Research Institute send you the Ling armor?" "It's here." Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up at the mention of grade 3 Ling armor. "Young clan leader, these 3rd-tier Ling armors are too precious. I don't think we can just give them to our clansmen for free." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "That's right. The reason why the essence of vital qi is distributed to the clansmen is because it's not easy to preserve it. It's either sold to the outside world or used earlier. The Chen clan doesn't lack spirit stones, so we naturally can't sell it. We can only choose our clansmen in advance and give them to our clansmen to use." However, the grade 3 Ling armors were different. Most of these grade 3 Ling armor metals needed to be stored in the clan treasury to be used to reward clan members with potential and contributions. Hearing this, "I agree with you. Although the clan's power has skyrocketed by having so many Zifu disciples promoted in one go, it has also broken the distribution system that the clan has established for so long. If they were to distribute this batch of grade 3 Ling armor easily, it would definitely cause some clansmen to have the idea of reaping without sowing, which would be detrimental to the development of the clan." "Not bad." Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction. He realized that after managing the clan for a while, Chen Daoxuan had grown at a rapid rate. Although the flow of people in the Seaview Immortal City had decreased drastically during the time he left home, it wasn't because of Chen Daoxuan's management, but because of the competition between the Zhou and Yang families and the Chen family. Other than the Seaview Immortal City, the Chen family's ancestral land on the Twin Lake Island didn't encounter any problems. This was enough to prove Chen Daoxuan's ability to manage the family. "Then how do you think we should deal with this batch of grade 3 Ling armor?" These Ling armors had indeed been prepared by Chen Daoxuan for the clan's new Zifu disciples. He wanted to equip his clan members with armor, but he was worried that giving them armor for free would make his clansmen slack off. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Give 50 sets of Ling armor to the military, temporarily store the remaining 46 sets of Ling armor in the clan treasury, and then use the clan contribution points to rent them to the clansmen." Chapter 390, Industrial Expansion, 3. Renting. Chen Daoxuan was deep in thought. 3rd-grade Ling armor is priceless. Even if we sell it to our clansmen, not many of them can afford it. The method of renting it is not bad. Not only could it increase the strength of the clansmen, but it would also not make them have the idea of reaping without sowing. Chen Daolian nodded. "That's right. If there are clansmen who can afford it in the future, they can also buy it back. Of course, it's up to you to decide whether to sell it to the clansmen or not. Little rascal! Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. He pondered for a moment and waved his hand. It's good to give the clansmen some hope. In the future, if the clansmen can afford these Ling armors, they can directly buy them. The price, let's temporarily set it at 300 million spirit stones. 300 million spirit stones was probably not even enough to buy a drop of the power of creation. This price had already fallen through the core of the earth. If he sold it to an outsider, even if he offered 1 billion, Chen Daoxuan would not sell it. 1 billion spirit stones was almost the value of 10 grade 4 spirit meridians. Even a third-tier superior grade Ling armor could only be sold at this price. However, the Chen family's third-grade Ling armor was different. It had the White Lotus of Fate as its power source. Not only did it not consume the owner's magic power when it was used, but it could also unleash a stronger defense. Although it was only a low-grade spirit armor of the third stage, in the hands of a Zifu disciple, it was much more powerful than an ordinary high-grade spirit armor of the third stage. Chen Daolan had seen his own high-grade Ling armor and knew how terrifying this type of power Ling armor was. The 300 million spirit stones was no different from half selling and half giving. At the same time, even if there were cultivators in the clan who could afford a grade 3 Ling armor at such a price, the clan would not allow them to sell it to the outside world. This kind of act of reselling the family benefits was undoubtedly digging at the family's foundation. If the family found out, they would be punished for betraying the family. The two of them finished discussing the Ling armor. Oh right, what did you say at the clan meeting last time about the decrease in the flow of people in Guanhai Immortal City? Hearing this, Chen Daolan smiled bitterly and told him the whole story. After Chen Daoxuan heard this, he immediately understood why this situation had happened. In the end, this matter was still caused by the Chen family themselves. Originally, the spirit stone coins issued by the Chen family were only used in Seaview Immortal City and did not have much impact on the other immortal cities in Guang'an Prefecture. However, as the Chen family's power grew step by step, they were no longer satisfied with just using spirit stone coins in the Seaview Immortal City. Instead, he looked at the entire Guang'an Prefecture. More importantly, Chen Daoxuan had tacitly approved of his actions. Thus, a silent currency invasion began under the guidance of the Changping Central Bank. However, the Zhou family and the Yang family were not fools. This kind of blatant digging of other people's foundations was quickly discovered by the knowledgeable people of the Zhou and Yang families. Thus, a joint operation against the Chen family Seaview Immortal City was quickly launched under the tacit understanding of the Zhou and Yang families. At that time, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian were not in the clan. The Chen family's strongest expert was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Whether it was compared to the Zhou family or the Yang family, their strength was far from the same level. If it wasn't for Chen Daoxuan, not to mention the huge drop in the flow of people in the Seaview Immortal City, it was even possible that the Chen family would be hit hard. Looking at the bitter expression on Chen Daolan's face, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "Don't look so bitter. When I first issued the spirit stone coins, I told you how difficult it was. The difficulties we are facing now are nothing. In the future, the resistance we'll encounter will only get bigger and bigger." After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan continued, "The method that the Zhou family and Yang family used to attack my Chen family Immortal City is to give benefits to the rogue cultivators. However, they had forgotten that even if they gave more benefits to itinerant cultivators, the various immortal cities were still exploiting them." He paused for a moment. "The cake in the immortal city is only so big. If the clan cultivators eat more, the itinerant cultivators will eat less. This is a zero-sum game. If we use this method to compete with the Zhou and Yang families, in the end, it will only be a competition and consumption of our foundation. Therefore, I plan to change my method of competition." "What method?" Chen Daolan was stunned. "I plan to expand the industrial scale. Increase the scale of the industry." Chen Daolan was shocked. "You mean?" "Yes, it's time to implement the Industrial Immortal City plan that I proposed to you back then," Chen Daoxuan said with a deep gaze. Hearing the words Industry Immortal City Plan, Chen Daolan was so excited that her entire body trembled slightly. "Has my Chen family finally taken this step?" she murmured. Chapter 391, Taze Hu's Tentacles, 1. He saw Chen Daolan's excited expression. Chen Daoxuan smiled. Don't be so excited. It's not something that can be done overnight to turn our sea-viewing immortal city into an industrial immortal city. This is different from the small industrial zones on Shuanghu Island. Yes. Hearing this reminder, Chen Daolan calmed down and nodded seriously. As the acting head of the Chen family, Chen Daolan had been worried about the family's industrial production during this period of time. After all, these industries were the lifeline of the Chen family. She knew that the industrial zone of Shuanghu Island was completely different from the industrial city described by Chen Daoxuan. The industrial immortal city that Chen Daoxuan wanted to build was not so much to industrialize the Seaview immortal city, but to build an industrial city circle with the Seaview immortal city as the core. Now, the Chen family was involved in three major industries: the magic tool industry, the pill industry, and the talisman industry. However, it was broken down. Each industry could be divided into countless branches. For example, the magical equipment industry. The current magical equipment industry of the Chen clan had been perfected after so many years of development. It was no longer the time when they relied on a harmonious spirit stove to conquer the world. Now, the Chen family's magical equipment industry could already produce the vast majority of first and second grade magical equipment. Note that the magic tools here are not only referring to flying swords, but also ling armor and other supplementary magic tools. Of course, the core of the magic tool industry was still the harmonious spirit stove. It was because of the existence of the harmonious spirit stove that the Chen family's half-baked armament masters could grow rapidly, and their efficiency was dozens of times higher than traditional armament masters. In Shuanghu Island's industrial zone, it was not easy to produce a magic tool from scratch. He needed to solve the supply of spirit ores, the production of spirit melting stoves, the construction of factories, the production of magic tools, the training of artifact masters, the training of industrial workers, and so on. There was also the problem of energy and environmental pollution in the production of magic tools. It was not something that could be solved overnight. Under Chen Daoxuan's guidance, the Chen family had still fumbled for decades before they had the confidence to say that they had a little experience. If an outsider only obtained a harmonious spirit stove, they could at most start a manual workshop like Chen Daoxuan. It was simply unrealistic to want to achieve the scale of industrial production of the Chen family. The Chen family's magical artifact industry had developed to this day. It was no longer comparable to the handcraft workshops of the past. In fact, the Magical Equipment Research Institute had been researching automatic refining that abandoned the half-baked refiners. Once he succeeded, the Chen family's magical equipment industry was truly unique. Although the pill industry had developed for a shorter period of time, it was the same. Small workshop production and large-scale factory production were completely different things. The Chen family had spent decades to improve the production process bit by bit, summarize production experience, and improve production technology. Finally, they had achieved a leap from a small workshop to a large factory. The hardships involved were unimaginable to outsiders. This was because the Chen family had been relying on themselves to explore from the beginning to the end. They had no experience to refer to. Even if Chen Daoxuan had become an official, he wouldn't be able to give them much help. After all, the industrial production in the cultivation world was different from the industrial production in his previous life. There were many things that were ambiguous. Dao Lian, how many cultivators are working in the magic tool factory in my Chen family? Hearing this, there are a total of 7,657 people, Chen Daolan blurted out. So many! Chen Daoxuan exclaimed. Yes. Yes. Chen Daolan nodded and said, the clan's magical equipment factory provides the most jobs for the clan's cultivators. In this aspect, even the clan's pill factory can't be compared. The clan only has a little more than 30,000 cultivators, but there are nearly 8,000 people working in the magic tool factory. That's almost one-third of the clan's cultivator population. Yet, it's not like that. Chen Daolan sighed. The magical equipment factory needs the most cultivators. Compared to the pill factory and the talisman factory, its production efficiency is also the lowest. Having a large population is a good thing. What I want is for it to have a large population. Hearing this, Chen Daolan was a little confused. What do you mean? After thinking for a while, Chen Daolan raised his head. You mean that the number of people needed by the magical equipment factory is related to the competition between Lingzhou Immortal City and Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City? Of course it matters. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, what right does the Zhou family and Yang family have to snatch the rogue cultivators of our Seaview Immortal City? It was all because they paid higher wages to the secret practitioners who relied on them. However, regardless of whether the freelance martial artists were planting ling fields for the Zhou and Yang families or raising ling beasts for the two families, their own productivity was limited. No matter how high the Zhou and Yang families paid them, it was impossible for them to exceed the value created by the freelance martial artists. When Chen Daolan heard this, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The Zhou family and the Yang family were not philanthropists. In the Infinite Star Sea, any immortal city was essentially serving the owner of the immortal city and seeking benefits for them. The reason why the various immortal cities attracted itinerant cultivators was because the more itinerant cultivators there were, the greater the benefits they could create for the immortal city. As the owner of the immortal city, he would be able to reap more benefits. At the same time, the ruler of the immortal city would also give some soup to the rogue cultivators to maintain a stable economic cycle. Of course, in this process, exploitation was inevitable. As for the degree of exploitation, it would depend on their methods and ruthlessness. The Chen family's sea-viewing immortal city was also one of them. Chapter 392, Taze Whose Tentacles, 2. In the past, the income of the Seaview Immortal City had once surpassed the Chen family's magic tool factory and pill factory. Later on, the factory expanded and the talisman factory was established. These major industries had become the unshakable core interests of the Chen family. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the benefits of an immortal city were. In the end, Guanhai Immortal City was just a small city with only a few 100,000 cultivators. Not to mention an immortal city with tens of millions of cultivators like Yuanchen Immortal City. Even compared to Guang'an City, Seaview Immortal City was far inferior. Such a small immortal city had such ridiculous benefits. One could imagine how terrifying the annual profits of a large-scale immortal city like Yuanchen Immortal City were. No wonder perfected Lord Yuanchen took out 10 billion spirit stones to ask Zhou Mubai to help him. Then, he spent 120 drops of the power of creation to buy a great Dao stone tablet from Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan even suspected that these 120 drops of power of creation were very likely bought by perfected Lord Yuanchen's spirit stones and not refined by himself. After all, he was not short of money. Seeing Chen Daolan's thoughtful look, Chen Daoxuan continued, but it's different for the freelance martial artists in our Chen family's hands. They will work in our factory. In this way, the value created by the secret practitioners would be at least dozens or even hundreds of times higher than in the past. And the benefits we give to the wandering cultivators are far from what the Zhou family and the Yang family can compare to. Hearing this, Chen Dalian's eyes widened. In the end, even his breathing became more rapid. She couldn't believe it, but she couldn't think of a reason to refute it. Chen Daoxuan saw her incredulous look and understood her very well. Without personally witnessing the crushing effect of advanced industrial production on backward manual production, one would not dare to believe the gap between them. At least Chen Daolan knew how efficient his magic tool factory was. If it were someone who had never seen the Chen family's magical equipment factory, they would think that Chen Daoxuan was bragging. Of course. Chen Daoxuan smiled confidently. There are many things to do to build the industrial immortal city, but the first step is to build a school in Guanhai Immortal City. Build a school. Chen Daolan suddenly recalled the days when Chen Daoxuan taught them how to refine artifacts in the workshop. You mean to build a school to train professional refiners? Chen Daoxuan knew what Chen Daolian meant by professional refiner. Yes, he nodded. He paused for a moment. Building this school isn't simple. Apart from ensuring that they have enough thawing spirit stoves, they also need an abundance of industrial workers to help them. Therefore, we have to continue to train industrial workers. Do you mean that we should build a crash school to train ordinary industrial workers? Yes, and it's a large-scale construction. Chen Daoxuan nodded. When Chen Daolan heard this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked to the table and picked up a blank jade slip. He combined Chen Daoxuan's suggestion with his own thoughts and recorded them into the jade slip. After recording the jade slip, Chen Daolan raised his head. Young clan leader, I'm still confident that I can manage the clan by letting ordinary clansmen work together with the clan's cultivators. But if ordinary people work together with rogue cultivators, I'm worried. Are you worried that wandering cultivators will bully ordinary mortals? Chen Daoxuan nodded. Black sheep will be found anywhere. Chen Daoxuan's expression was indifferent. But we can't be intimidated just because of those black sheep. Our clan has nearly 500 Zifu disciples, can't we suppress an immortal city? What are you worried about? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. If young clan leader didn't mention it, she would have forgotten that Chen clan was no longer the same as before. The southwest sea of the infinite star sea. High in the sky. A spirit ship set off from Taizhou and flew towards Kangzhou. In the cabin of the spirit ship, there was a small grotto heaven that was filled with immortal energy. In the depths of the cave, there was an immortal palace. One could vaguely see beautiful maidservants shuttling through it. In an empty hall in the center of the immortal palace, 2 cultivators, one old and one young, were playing chess. Normally speaking, when a cultivator achieved success in cultivation, they would have a technique to retain their appearance. From the outside, they were no different from young people. However, this cultivator looked old. However, his cultivation was extremely high and he was only a step away from becoming a nascent soul. He was a top-notch golden core. The young man opposite the old man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. What was more eye-catching was that there was a divine pattern on his forehead. This person was the Dao child of the Zhang family, Zhang Chenai. Pa dash. As he spoke, the silver-haired old man placed a piece and instantly captured Zhang Chenai's great dragon. Zhang Chenai was slightly stunned. He immediately cupped his hands with a bitter smile and said, "Seventh granduncle's chess skills are far superior to mine." Chenai is convinced. Who knew that when he heard this? The silver-haired old man shook his head. It's not that my chess skills are far superior to yours. It's just that your heart is too chaotic. It's not on this chessboard at all. As he spoke, the silver-haired old man gently placed the remaining chess pieces in his hand into the jade jar. Seeing Zhang Chenai's dejected expression, the silver-haired old man asked, "This old man has cultivated for more than 630 years. During this time, I've seen countless geniuses, but most of them have turned into dust. Do you know why?" Zhang Chenai shook his head. "Compared to the endless great Dao, you and I are no different. We are just a drop in the ocean. What is a temporary lead in front of this long road of seeking Dao?" Chapter 393, Taizhou's Tentacles, 3. Seeing that Zhang Chenai was deep in thought, the silver-haired elder continued, "On the path of cultivation, what is more precious than courage and progress is to have a persistent and never give up Dao heart." Hearing this, Zhang Chenai suddenly understood. After a long time, he raised his head and solemnly cupped his hands at the silver-haired old man. "Thank you for your explanation, seventh granduncle." The silver-haired old man nodded in relief when he saw his expression. "This time, I will help you get rid of your inner demon." The silver-haired old man smiled indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chenai's thoughts suddenly came to life. "Seventh granduncle, do you think Zhou Minghao can survive the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation?" Hearing the words Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, even though the silver-haired old man was already in the late Aurus Core stage, his expression was still serious. "The Golden Core Lightning Tribulation is no small matter. Even if you have reached the 3rd level of the Great Dao, you can't guarantee that you will be able to overcome this tribulation. According to what I know, Zhou Minghao is only at the 2nd level of the Great Dao realm." As he spoke, the silver-haired old man shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chenai, who was going to transcend his tribulation in the future, felt his heart tighten. Even the 7th granduncle, who was said to be the closest to a nascent soul grandmaster in the clan, changed his expression at the mention of the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. One could imagine how terrifying this tribulation was. Zhang Chenai seemed to have thought of something and frowned. If that's the case, why did the clan send such a huge congratulatory gift to the Zhou clan? You mean these 10 level 3 superior grade Ling armors? The silver-haired elder smiled. This is a congratulatory gift for Zhou Minghao after he successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm. If he fails... He shook his head. Then let's choose the Chen family. Chen family. Zhang Chenai frowned. For some reason, whenever the Chen family was mentioned, he would think of Chen Daoxuan. This minor character that he had originally looked down on had actually stood out in the source world of true immortals with a domineering attitude. This made him, a prodigy of the Zhang family, feel extremely uncomfortable. However, Zhang Chenai knew that choosing a representative family in Kang Prefecture was the family's grand strategy. It was impossible for him to change his personal preferences. Yes. The silver-haired old man did not know what Zhang Chen was thinking and said to himself, the Zhou family and the Chen family are the two families with the most potential in the Azure continent. The Zhou family was a veteran family with a deep foundation. Although the Chen family's foundation was shallow, Chen Daoxuan's potential seemed to be greater than Zhou Mubai's. Therefore, if my Zhang family wants to secretly control Azure continent, we can only choose one of these two families. Seventh granduncle is more optimistic about the Zhou family. No. The silver-haired old man shook his head. I'm more optimistic about the Chen family. Zhang Chenai clenched his right hand slightly and smiled. Oh? Is it because of Chen Daoxuan? It's not just because of him. The silver-haired old man shook his head. I've investigated the Chen family in detail. I discovered that the rise of this family was completed in less than 30 years. What? Zhang Chenai looked at the silver-haired old man in disbelief and was speechless. In the infinite star sea, which immortal cultivation clan didn't have a foundation of more than 1,000 years. As for the Zhang family, their inheritance could even be traced back to ancient times. They were a branch of the true ancient celestial clan. As for the Chen family, in less than 30 years, they had risen to become a family that was comparable to a 1,000-year-old family like the Zhou family. This Chen family must have a big secret. Zhang Chenai said firmly. It must be a secret. The silver-haired old man nodded. Actually, every family has their own secret to growing stronger. It's probably just some means to earn money. I'm not curious about this secret. As long as the Chen family can be used by the Zhang family, it's enough. But, since the Chen family doesn't lack money, can it still be used by the Zhang family? Of course. The silver-haired old man smiled. Do you think the method to refine the purple yin armor will be able to move the Chen clan? What? Zhang Chenai's eyes widened. Chapter 394, The Chen Family's Appearance, 1. Shuanghu Island. In front of an ancient building. A white-haired old man was lying on a recliner, leisurely basking in the sun. 13th uncle. Chen Zianhe raised his head and smiled. He's here. Yes. Chen Daoxuan didn't seem to be surprised. He casually found a low stool and sat down. He reached out to pick up a spiritual fruit from the fruit plate beside the recliner and put it into his mouth. He chewed on the fiery red spirit fruit, and immediately, a fragrant smell rose in his mouth. Oh, this Changping Prefecture's fire crystal fruit tastes really good. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's gluttonous look, Chen Zianhe smiled and said, the fire crystal fruit is a treasure as famous as my Chen family's water spirit pearl. Long-term consumption is extremely beneficial to low-level cultivators. Chen Zianhe sighed. Our Chen family is no longer the same as before. I remember that I worked hard to save some refreshing tea, but I couldn't bear to drink it. Even if I wanted to drink it, I would count the tea leaves one by one. Unlike today, where he ate the fire crystal fruit, which was 10 times more valuable, like a normal dessert. Fire crystal fruit, water spirit pearl, spirit accumulating tea, these are all treasures that have miraculous effects on qi condensation cultivators. I've eaten and used them a lot over the years, but unfortunately. Chen Zianhe shook his head tiredly. 13th uncle. Chen Daoxuan's expression was somewhat heavy. You don't have to comfort me. Actually, I'm already satisfied that I can live to this day and see the prosperity of the Chen family with my own eyes. Chen Zianhe paused and took out an unused bottle of essence qi from his storage bag. Daoxuan, I'm sorry. From now on, our family will have to rely on you. Chen Daoxuan shakily took the essence of vitality from Chen Zianhe. Even though he didn't have much hope for Chen Zianhe to use the essence of vital qi to build his foundation, he still felt heart-wrenching pain when he saw this cruel scene with his own eyes. To him, 13th uncle was not only a guide on the path of cultivation, but he also played the role of a father. When he was weak, she sheltered him from the wind and rain. When he was revitalizing the family, he had helped him with all his might. Although Chen Zianhe's abilities were limited, he had always supported Chen Daoxuan in the development of the family. This kind of trust. It was very rare in any family or sect in the cultivation world. After all, who could entrust their family to a 16-year-old youth while they were still alive? Only Chen Daoxuan. 13th uncle, I will definitely find you a treasure that can reverse the decay of your soul. This time, Chen Daoxuan didn't try to stop him. He knew that Chen Daoxuan was too unwilling to accept his death. With the Chen family's current wealth, it was as easy as eating and drinking for a qi condensation cultivator to reach the foundation establishment realm. However, he was powerless against the Chen clan's old clan leader. This feeling was like a billionaire watching his family, who could have been cured with a small amount of money, become terminally ill because he lacked money and could not be treated in time. In the end, he could only lie in bed and wait for death. This kind of pain was something that people who had never experienced before would never be able to understand. Chen Daoxuan didn't try to stop Chen Daoxuan because he knew that Chen Daoxuan must be in a lot of pain. The pain of watching their loved ones die was one of the tribulations that cultivators had to experience. The reason why many cultivators became cold was because they had cultivated for a long time and experienced too many life and death situations. Chen Daoxuan felt pain because he was still young and it was his first time experiencing this feeling. Facing Chen Daoxuan's gentle gaze, Chen Daoxuan's conviction became even more firm. He would definitely find a treasure that could heal the soul for Chen Daoxuan. He had to make Chen Daoxuan successfully build his foundation. Thinking of this, the haze on Chen Daoxuan's face dissipated and he smiled again. 13th uncle, I want to bring Kangzhou under the control of the Chen family. A smile appeared on Chen Daoxuan's wrinkled face. I believe you can do it well. He seemed to have noticed that Chen Daoxuan looked a little tired. 13th uncle, please rest. I'll come back to see you. Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Chen Daoxuan agreed, but he closed his eyes and snored. It turned out that he had fallen asleep. Chen Daoxuan stood up and walked into the room. He took out a blanket and gently covered Chen Daoxuan. After doing all this, he whispered to the maid in charge of serving Chen Daoxuan, take good care of the old chief. Yes, young clan leader. The maid responded in fear. This maid wasn't a cultivator. She was just an ordinary member of the Chen clan. Not only did Chen Daoxuan hold great power, but his cultivation had also reached the 9th level of the Purple Prefecture. Even if he had restrained his aura, ordinary people would still feel fear from the bottom of their hearts when facing him. In essence, this was a kind of spiritual pressure from a higher life form on a lower life form, and it couldn't be eliminated by just restraining its aura. After visiting Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan rushed back to his spiritual residence and called Luoli, who was in seclusion, along with 10 cultivators of the Fu generation from the military department. They boarded the Chen family's large transport ship and headed straight for the spiritual Shell Island. Inside the grotto heaven of the large transport ship, the temporary market was bustling. Compared to the grotto heaven magical treasure that Chen Daoxuan seized from the Zhang family cultivators, the grotto heaven of the Chen family's large transport ship was much larger. It was comparable to a small town in the mortal world. It was also because of the huge size of the grotto heaven world that these large-scale transport ships could become the main transport ships for the Qianyuan sword sect to transport supplies. Chapter 395, The Chen Family's Appearance, 2. Kangzhou cultivators using it to open up trade between the various manors was indeed a little overkill. This kind of large transport ship was more than enough to trade across provinces, even with sects and clans far away in the celestial cloud continent, let alone cross-province trade. The amount of cargo transported was equivalent to the entire supply of a town. One could imagine how efficient this transport ship was. This kind of large transport ship not only had a large amount of cargo, but it was also not slow. Although it couldn't compare to the Zhou clan's Spirit Void battleship, it wasn't much slower than Zifu disciples who weren't good at speed. Chen Daoxuan had calculated that if he flew at full speed, the flying speed of this kind of large transport ship was about half of the speed of the Spirit Void battleship. It could be said to be very fast. The journey from Shuanghu Island to the Zhou clan's spiritual Shell Island was close to 100,000 miles. With the speed of a large transport ship, they arrived in less than half a day. Inside the ship, Chen Daoxuan held hands with Luoli and watched the 10 cultivators of the Fu generation on the sword practice field, focusing on their sword practice. It had to be said. Although these cultivators of the Fu generation were young, they all had a deep understanding of the sword path. Although he couldn't compare with Chen Daoxuan, he had crossed the threshold of the second stage of the sword doctrine, the realm of form. Among them, including Chen Fuxian, 9 of them had comprehended sword intent when they were in the foundation establishment stage. There was one more. It was the sword intent that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended while he was in Tai's Hu. In other words, including Chen Daoxuan, the Chen clan currently had a total of 11 sword cultivators, and all of them were Zifu disciples. Of course, due to the excessive growth of the vital energy essence, apart from Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian, the other Zifu disciples seemed to be somewhat unworthy of their name. His sword Dao realm had only barely reached the second level, the form realm. Not to mention the third level of the astral transformation realm, he was still a long way from the peak of the second level of the form realm. Even so, the level of understanding of the great Dao of these cultivators of the Fu generation was far greater than that of the vast majority of Zifu disciples. In the infinite star sea, ordinary Zifu disciples usually only reached the first level of the formless realm, and some of them didn't even reach the first level. Those who were able to reach the second stage of the corporeal realm were all elites among Zifu disciples. The most outstanding ones among them would even be able to enter the Zifu disciple rankings. As for those who had reached the third level of the stellar transformation realm, they were all ranked at the top of the Zifu disciple rankings. If nothing unexpected happened, it was certain that they would become golden core cultivators in the future. People like Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan were all at this realm. Although these cultivators of the Chen family's Fu generation had reached the second level of the Great Dao, they were still a little weak. They were only at the early stage Zifu disciple realm. But even so, their strength was still much stronger than ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples, and they could be considered to be on the Zifu disciple rankings. Chen Fuxian was even more powerful. After Chen Fuxian had broken through to the Purple Mansion stage, his sword principle had gradually improved to the peak of the second stage, the form realm. In terms of the realm of the sword, he was even on par with Zhang Xianling. However, Chen Fuxian's cultivation level was much lower than Zhang Xuanling's. He was only at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Therefore, in terms of individual strength, Chen Fuxian could barely make it onto the Purple Prefecture's Sons of Heaven rankings. He was probably on the same level as the Fire Spirit Deist. Of course, the assessment of Chen Fuxian and the others' strength was based on the premise that they weren't wearing grade 3 spiritual armors. If he put on a 3rd grade mobility Ling armor, their strength would rise by another level. For example, Zhang Chenai, the Dao child of the Zhang family, and Zhang Xianling, a cultivator of the Zhang family in Kang Prefecture. In terms of individual strength, these two should be on par. However, on the Zifu prodigy roll, Zhang Chenai's ranking was nearly 20 places higher than Zhang Xuanling's, ranking 27th. The reason was that Zhang Chenai had the high-level spiritual armor of the Zhang family, the purple yin armor, while Zhang Xianling did not. Although Zhang Xuanling's cultivation and swordsmanship realm were not inferior to his opponents, his magic tool was inferior to his opponents, so his strength was much weaker. One had to know that Zhang Chenai had a 3rd-tier superior grade spiritual armor on him. Even if Zhou Mubai personally took action, it would not be easy to take him down. After all, it was not without reason that a 3rd-tier superior grade Ling armor was called a high-grade Ling armor. Even an ordinary late-stage Zifu disciple wearing it would be able to fight against a chosen on the Zifu disciple rankings. It was clear how terrifying this high-grade spirit armor was. If everyone didn't wear Ling armor, the Zifu disciples on the Zifu disciple rankings would be able to instantly kill ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples. Back when Zhou Mubai was still at the second stage of the Dao of the Sword, he had almost killed a Zifu zombie with a single strike. It could be seen just how great the difference between a Zifu disciple and an ordinary Zifu disciple was. However, such a huge gap could be covered by a small grade 3 Ling armor. This was also the reason why the Qianyuan sword sect strictly controlled high-grade Ling armor. If he didn't control the refining method of the high-level Ling armor and the raw materials for refining high-level Ling armor, the various great immortal clans of the Infinite Star Sea were able to produce a group of powerful top-notch Zifu disciples and even top-notch golden cores in a very short period of time. This was especially true for golden cores who wore 4th-tier spirit armor. Other than nascent souls, it was difficult for other cultivators of the same tier to do anything to them. By then, the turmoil in the Infinite Star Sea would only last for a moment. Fuxian. on the sword practice field. When Chen Fuxian heard Chen Daoxuan calling him, he quickly walked over and bowed slightly. Young clan leader. Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, during this period of time, your sword Dao has improved greatly. The thick earth sword intent has almost reached the peak of the second stage of the form realm. Chapter 396, The Chen Family's Appearance, 3. Chen Fuxian's face flashed with joy when he talked about his progress in the Tao of the sword. He cupped his hands and said, Fuxian is able to have what he has today all because of the guidance of the young clan leader. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and waved his hand. Although you have my help, your talent and diligence in the Dao of the sword are the most important. He paused. My sword Dao has reached the peak of the second level. I can already prepare to create my own sword scripture. When you step into the third level of the astral transformation realm and perfect your sword technique, you'll be able to rank in the top 10 of the Zifu disciple rankings, just like Zhou Mubai. Hearing this, even though Chen Fuxian was calm, he still felt excited. Everyone was famous, especially the young Chen Fuxian. Zhou Mubai's name was widely spread among the cultivators in Kangzhou. He was even famous in the entire Infinite Star Sea. It was impossible for Chen Fuxian not to be envious of him. Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan knew what he was thinking and nodded. In the past, the policy I formulated for the family was to hide or shrink and develop. But now, the clan had given birth to more than 480 Zifu disciples, it was no longer possible to hide them. Since we can't hide it, our Chen family might as well introduce a representative of the younger generation. As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Fuxian eagerly. A representative of the family. Chen Fuxian was slightly surprised. Young clan leader, you mean? I want to push you to be the face of my Chen family. Chen Daoxuan looked at him calmly. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian's heart was beating like thunder and his mouth was dry. Of course, it's not that easy to be a face. Chen Daoxuan laughed. My Chen clan can now be considered a great Zifu disciple clan, and we don't lack Zifu disciples. If you want to be the face of my Chen clan, you have to at least be in the top 10 of the Zifu disciple rankings, and it would be best if you were in the top 3. Chen Daoxuan had high expectations for Chen Fuxian. The top 10 on the Zifu Sons of Heaven rankings were about Zhou Mubai's level of strength. As for the top 3, they were Chen Daoxuan's level of strength when he was in the source world of true immortals. It was not easy for Chen Fuxian to reach this level. However, it was not as difficult as he had imagined. Because Chen Fuxian had a level 3 upper grade power spiritual armor, his defense was comparable to a level 4 lower grade spiritual armor. Even the current Zhou Mubai would not be able to break Chen Fuxian's defense. In addition, Chen Fuxian had comprehended the sword intent of the thick earth, which was extremely good at defense. This made Chen Fuxian's defensive techniques the most supreme among all Zifu disciples. In terms of defensive ability, Chen Fuxian was definitely ranked in the top 3 on the Zifu Sons of Heaven rankings. The first and second were Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Qi Yao respectively. Needless to say, Chen Daoxuan, who had a 4th tier superior grade power spirit armor, could do nothing even if a golden core cultivator on the golden core rankings came. As for Fairy Qi Yao, she had reached the 4th level of the Dao domain realm, the Great Dao realm. In addition to her high grade 3rd tier spirit armor, her defensive abilities surpassed the limits of Zifu disciples. It would not be a problem for him to even withstand the attacks of ordinary late-stage golden core cultivators. Aside from the two of them, of all the Zifu disciples, Chen Fuxian was probably the only one with the most terrifying defensive power. Other top-tier Zifu disciples, even if they had high-grade 3rd level spirit armor, were far inferior to the strengthened version of the high-grade 3rd level spirit armor that Chen Fuxian had. Of course, if Chen Fuxian wanted to become a prominent figure in the Chen family, he could not rely on defense alone. Chen Daoxuan could not let the outside world think that the Chen family of Shuanghu Island was a turtle family that only knew how to defend. Therefore, Chen Fuxian's attack had to keep up. Chapter 397, Observing the Ceremony, 1. Looking at the excited youth in front of him, Chen Daoxuan smiled. Fuxian, focus. Chen Fuxian was stunned for a moment before he held his breath and focused. Chen Daoxuan extended his jade-like right finger and pointed 3 inches in front of Chen Fuxian's forehead. Instantly, a golden light burst out from Chen Daoxuan's fingertip and shot toward Chen Fuxian's forehead. Chen Fuxian felt a huge amount of information flow into his sea of consciousness. Young clan leader! Chen Fuxian exclaimed. Focus! Chen Daoxuan frowned and shouted. Chen Fuxian didn't dare to say anything else. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, trying his best to accept the divine power that Chen Daoxuan had imparted to him. After a long time, as the golden light dissipated, Chen Fuxian opened his eyes as if he had been away for a lifetime. He saw Chen Daoxuan standing in front of him, smiling at him. Chen Fuxian immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he straightened his back and said, "Thank you for your kindness, young clan leader. Get up." Chen Daoxuan walked forward and helped the most promising junior cultivator of the Chen family up. Fuxian, the mystical power I'm going to teach you is called 3 heads and 6 arms. It's a top-notch Dharma idol mystical power. In order to unleash the power of this mystical power, you need to master powerful close combat skills in addition to practicing the 3 heads and 6 arms Dharma idol. Training Dharma idol could be aided by external objects such as blood crystals and blood marrow, but close combat techniques had to be learned and experienced by one. What I'm going to teach you is not only the cultivation method of this divine power, but also my own comprehension of cultivating this divine power. You can use it as a reference. Hearing this, Chen Fuxian nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, nephew will remember." As the two of them talked, the spiritual shell island was already in sight. "Let's go, we've arrived at Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City." Chen Daoxuan scanned the area with his divine sense and smiled. Hearing this, Luo Li's jade-like hands tightened slightly and grabbed Chen Daoxuan's sleeve. Chen Daoxuan knew what she was worried about. He patted her hand gently and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Luo Li released Chen Daoxuan's sleeve. Chen Daoxuan knew why Luo Li was so nervous. In the early years, the Zhou family had been capturing mermen as slaves to breed spiritual shells for the Zhou family. As a member of the merfolk clan, Luo Li naturally hated and feared the Zhou family. Although Chen Daoxuan had personally rescued all the mermen who were imprisoned on the spiritual shell island, the mermen's hatred and fear for the Zhou family had not changed at all. The Zhou family's hundreds of years of capture and enslavement, the hatred brought to the merfolk clan could not be eliminated so easily. This point, Chen Daoxuan was also very clear. The enmity between the merman race and the Zhou family, both sides would definitely settle it completely in the future. The merfolk clan and Zhou clan were two forces, one was Chen clan's vassal, the other was Chen clan's ally. From a personal point of view, Chen Daoxuan should be on the merfolk tribe's side. Since Luo Li was already his cultivation partner, he naturally had to stand on her side. However, compared to the Zhou family, the merfolk race was too weak, and they were not humans. If Chen Daoxuan became enemies with the Zhou family because of the merfolk clan and news spread, the reputation that the Chen family had painstakingly built up would be completely destroyed. If the Chen family's strength was like the Zhang family and the Ji family, suppressing a province, it would be fine if their reputation was lost. After all, in this world, fists still had the final say. However, the Chen family did not have the strength to do so. Although after the Battle of the True Immortals origin world, Chen Daoxuan brought back a large amount of Yuan Qi essence for his family, creating hundreds of Purple Mansion Masters, his strength was the strongest in Kangzhou. However, it had not reached the level of completely crushing all the families in Kangzhou. There were so many prefectures in the Azure continent, and quite a few clans had more than 10 Zifu disciples. How could the Chen clan truly act so wantonly? Besides, although the Chen family had benefited the most from this trip to the origin world of True Immortals, the other families in Azure continent had also benefited greatly. Although Chen Daoxuan had controlled the realm demons of the Qingkai Fei kingdom to rob them, no one would be so foolish as to hand over all their Yuan Qi essence. As long as the cultivators of the various races who had gone to the source world of True Immortals survived, they had obtained a decent harvest. Although it was impossible to be as exaggerated as the Chen family, the overall strength of Kangzhou would definitely soar by a large margin. Previously, the Zhou clan, including Zhou Bai, had around 10 Zifu disciples. After this battle, their clan had produced several dozen Zifu disciples. Chen Daoxuan wasn't surprised at all. After all, the Zhou family had sent many foundation establishment cultivators into the source world of True Immortals this time, unlike the Chen family, which only had Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian. The more people they sent out, the greater the benefits. This was inevitable. The other families were basically the same. There were a total of 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators who had entered the source world of true immortals. Although the cultivators from Kang Prefecture were not as strong as those from Tai Prefecture and Jing Prefecture, they still made up more than 2,000 people. Most of the more than 2,000 Foundation establishment cultivators came from the various immortal clans in the Azure continent, such as the Zhou family, the Zhang family, and other large families. At that time, the Chen family was still far inferior to these families. There were not enough late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to take action. This was also the reason why only Chen Daoxuan and Chen Fuxian had entered the source world of true immortals. Rumble. The sound of a large carrier tearing through the sky was dull and depressing. However, the people of Guang'an Prefecture were already used to it. After all these years of operation by the Kangzhou Business Alliance, the various immortal cities had long been accustomed to the large transport ships that came and went. It had to be said that the adaptability of the people in the country was really terrifying. Even the ordinary people in the outer area of the immortal city of Guang'an Prefecture were not surprised by this. Chapter 398, Observing the Ceremony, 2. The transport ship docked at a special port. Chen Daoxuan led Chen Fuxian and the others out of the ship. Everyone flew out of the harbor. A large number of Zhou family cultivators lined up in the air to welcome him. These Zhou family cultivators were all dressed in the same attire. They were all embroidered with fire spirit pearls and embroidered with yin and yang on their backs. In the high sky where the strong wind was blowing, these Zhou clan cultivators stood on both sides, giving off a unique aura. Welcome, clan leader Chen. Welcome, clan leader Chen. Welcome, clan leader Chen. High up in the sky, the Zhou clan cultivators singing echoed in the sky, their voices imposing. Other than the Zhou clan cultivators who were welcoming the guests, Zhou Mubai personally stood in the middle of the line, looking at Chen Daoxuan from afar. Fellow Daoist Chen, welcome to the Zhou clan. Fellow Daoist Zhou, your formation is too big, I can't afford it. Chen Daoxuan immediately led his clansmen forward and cupped his hands with a smile. Since the Zhou family had made such a big fuss, Chen Daoxuan naturally wouldn't take it too seriously. They had to give each other face. Chen Daoxuan naturally understood this simple principle. Haha. Zhou Mubai smiled freely when he heard that. Fellow Daoist Chen, you are now the number one person in our Kang Prefecture. Naturally, you have to have such a lineup. Please. Please. Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. Along the way, Zhou Mubai kept looking at Luoli, who was beside Chen Daoxuan. After a long time, Zhou Mubai couldn't help but say, this fairy seems a little unfamiliar. Although he could sense the faint demonic aura emanating from Luoli, he still found it a little strange. Logically speaking, the demons had to be at least in the nascent soul stage to reach Luoli's level of transformation. Zhou Mubai could clearly sense that this woman was only a late-stage Zifu disciple. He could not be wrong about this. Furthermore, Zhou Mubai felt that the woman in front of him was somewhat familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. Cultivators all had good memories. Zhou Mubai pondered for a moment and finally remembered where he had seen him before. His expression changed slightly. Fairy is from the Merman race. That's right. Luoli suppressed the anger in her heart and said forcefully. Zhou Mubai knew about the conflict between his family and the Merfolk clan. He simply smiled bitterly and did not say anything else. This is my Dao companion, Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. What? Zhou Mubai looked at Chen Daoxuan in disbelief. Fellow Daoist Chen, are you saying? That's right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. After a while, only then did Zhou Mubai regain his senses. He cupped his hands and said, I hereby congratulate fellow Daoist Chen and Fairy for being united forever and obtaining the great Dao together. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, thank you. Upon hearing these blessings, Luoli's tense expression immediately eased up. With a smile on her face, Zhou Mubai felt that the scenery around him had become even more beautiful. This woman is so beautiful. No wonder fellow Daoist Chen is so fond of her. Zhou Mubai thought to himself. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was a little dull, Chen Daoxuan took the initiative to speak. Brother Zhou, who are the families that have come to attend the ceremony? It's a rare event for a golden core cultivator to transcend the tribulation. The various immortal clans in Azure Continent have basically sent people over. In addition, Yuan Chen Immortal City and the Zhang family in Taizhou have also sent people over. Oh! Chen Daoxuan was slightly shocked. He had originally thought that only Azure Continent cultivators would come to watch Ancestor Zhou's tribulation. He did not expect there to be cultivators from other provinces. Although it was rare for a golden core cultivator to undergo a tribulation, its influence was not so great that it could even attract cultivators from other states. After all, the distance between the provinces was far. Perhaps by the time the cultivators from other provinces received the news and rushed over, they would have already completed their golden core lightning tribulation. The cultivators of the Zhang family and Yuan Chen Immortal City had sent people over. Clearly, something was wrong. Chen Daoxuan knew that these two forces were rather at odds. It was rumored that perfected Lord Yuan Chen was forced out of Taizhou by the Zhang family. In the end, perfected Lord Yuan Chen was also unyielding and built an immortal city near Taizhou. It was as if he was not going to leave. However, the immortal city built by perfected Lord Yuan Chen actually grew step by step and became the largest immortal city in the 3 states. Now that perfected Lord Yuan Chen had the strength and power, it really gave the Zhang family a headache. If they wanted to deal with a nascent soul realm rogue cultivator who had no foundation, the Zhang family might have a lot of means. However, it was not so easy to deal with a nascent soul who had both strength and foundation. The reason was simple. The Zhang family could use force to deal with a nascent soul realm rogue cultivator. As long as he was not a guest elder of the Qianyuan sword sect, even if the Zhang family dealt with him, it would not cause much trouble. However, if the Zhang family wanted to deal with Yuan Chen Immortal City, the impact would be completely different. As the largest immortal city in the 3 states, Yuan Chen Immortal City paid an astronomical amount of tax to the Qianyuan sword sect every year. If the Zhang family were to force their way in, the Qianyuan sword sect would definitely not sit idly by. At that time, the Qi family of the nascent soul immortal race, which had been destroyed back then, would be the example of the Zhang family. Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai looked at each other and said, "Brother Zhou, why do you think these 2 families came to my Kang prefecture?" Hearing this, Zhou Mubai thought for a moment and shook his head. "Brother Chen, you're worrying too much. No matter how the major immortal clans in the infinite Starsea develop, their sphere of influence cannot exceed a state. This is an iron law." He paused for a moment. With the example of the Qi family in Yuzhou, who would dare to cross the line? The Qianyuan sword sect is like the sun in the sky. Do they really dare to rebel? The Qi family that Zhou Mubai mentioned was the nascent soul stage family that was personally destroyed by the previous sect leader of the Qianyuan sword sect. The reason was that the Qi family had destroyed a small family. Chen Daoxuan had forgotten whether the small family that had been destroyed was a refinement stage family or a foundation building stage family. Anyway, it was a small family at the bottom of the infinite star sea. It was not much stronger than the fallen Chen family back then. Logically speaking, for a Yuanying stage family to exterminate such a small family, it was not even a matter of squashing an ant. How could the Qianyuan sword sect be so arrogant? However, the result shocked all the cultivation families in the infinite star sea. The Qianyuan sword sect had exterminated the Qi family for the sake of this sect. It was said that some people from the Qi family escaped back then, but some people said that they didn't. However, the destruction of the Qi family, the overlord of Yuzhou, was certain. Later, the major immortal clans in the infinite star sea realized that the Qi family was not destroyed because they had destroyed a small family, but because they had extended their hands beyond Yuzhou. This had obviously exceeded the bottom line of the Qianyuan sword sect. When the Qianyuan sword sect enfeoffed the immortal clans in each state, it clearly stipulated that the major immortal clans in the state could not expand their forces to other states. Trade was nothing. However, the Qi family had gone too far. They actually relied on their own strength to invade the outer states. The small family that was destroyed was just one of them. However, they did it as a declaration to the whole state. Now, the Qianyuan sword sect finally got hold of it and ruthlessly destroyed it. It was also this battle that made the other big families in the infinite star sea fear the Qianyuan sword sect like a tiger, and they did not dare to cross the line. In fact, back then, the Chen family was able to survive when they were weak and not be coveted by other families because of the power of this battle. As for the reason why the Qian Yuan sword sect restricted the power of the families in the various states, it was naturally to maintain its ruling position. In the end, cultivators still relied on resources to cultivate. Spiritual veins, spirit stones, magic tools, pills, and so on. All the resources needed for cultivation could only be guaranteed by a huge sphere of influence. A prefecture could only support 2 or 3 nascent souls at most. For example, the Zhang family had managed Tai province like an iron bucket, but it was already their limit to support 3 nascent souls and their huge clan members. If they wanted to produce more nascent souls, the resources in Tai province alone were indeed insufficient. This was also the fundamental reason why the Qi family invaded other provinces back then. From the perspective of the Qian Yuan sword sect, as long as the various immortal clans were restricted to a single state, they could limit their strength. On the other hand, the Qian Yuan sword sect relied on the entire Infinite Star Sea and even a part of the Yun nation to support themselves. Their strength was much stronger than the cultivation families in a state at most. On the one hand, it would limit the strength of the big families, and on the other hand, it would strengthen its own strength. In this way, the rule of the Qian Yuan sword sect was as stable as Mount Tai. If there was no external intervention or internal strife in the Qian Yuan sword sect, this situation would be almost impossible to break. Chapter 399, Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, 1. Spiritual Shell Island. The Zhou family's land was located on a grade 4 spirit vein. Peaks stood on top of the spirit vein, and immortal palaces could be seen on each peak. Coupled with the vast clouds between the peaks, the entire Zhou family's land looked like a blessed land of immortals. Tongtian Peak was the territory of the Zhou clan's main branch. The Zhou family clan leaders faction, including Zhou Mubai, usually lived in the territory of Sky-Piercing Peak. Although the Heaven-Piercing Peak was the name of the mountain, the entire Heaven-Piercing Peak occupied an extremely large area, almost 100 miles in circumference, almost occupying more than half of the entire Zhou family's land area. At this moment, the Welcome Palace on the Sky-Piercing Peak became unprecedentedly lively. In the past, the Zhou family's ancestral land was almost never open to the public. However, this time, the Zhou family's ancestor, Zhou Minghao, transcended the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. Even Taizhu's Zhang family and Yuanchen Immortal City were alarmed. They sent a Golden Core Daoist master over, giving the Zhou family enough face. However, everyone knew that although the Zhou family was a big family in Azure Continent, it was nothing compared to the 2 big forces of Taizhu's Zhang family and Yuanchen Immortal City. The actions of the Zhang family and Yuanchen Immortal City probably had a deeper meaning. However, this had nothing to do with the cultivators who came to watch the ceremony. No matter how powerful the Zhang family and Yuanchen Immortal City were, they could not do anything in front of everyone. In an ancient palace in the Welcome Hall, a silver-haired Daoist stood by the cliff. Behind him was a luxurious immortal palace, and in front of him was a 10,000-foot-tall cliff. Looking out, it was a sea of clouds with a red sun above it. 7th Granduncle. A gentle female voice came from behind. The silver-haired old man turned around and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. He smiled and said, "Little Chenyan, you're here." Zhang Chenyan was dressed in a black muslin dress, and her charming face carried a hint of worry. It seemed to read Zhang Chenyan's mind. "Chenyan, how long have you been cultivating in the clan?" Zhang Ziwei asked gently. Reporting to 7th Granduncle, Chenyan has been cultivating for over 60 years. To break through to the Zifa level after 60 years, your luck is truly not bad. Zhang Chenyan knew what Zhang Chenji meant. Her expression darkened as she said, "Chenyan's achievements today are all due to the family's nurturing." Yet, Zhang Ziyu nodded. Without the Zhang family, we would not be where we are today. Look at the cultivators who come and go in the Zhou family. Which one of them doesn't lower their heads when they see the Zhang family? Why? Isn't it because they're afraid of the power of our Zhang family? So, every member of the Zhang family has the obligation to sacrifice themselves for the family, whether it's you or me. Do you understand? Zhang Chenyan lowered her head. Good boy. Zhang Ziwei nodded in satisfaction. Get your mind right. In a few days, I'll bring you to meet your future husband. Yes. Zhang Ziwei waved his hand and watched as Zhang Chenyan slowly retreated. He said to the air beside him, "Chenai, do you think that 7th Granduncle's trip was a little despicable?" In the next moment, Zhang Chenai's figure was instantly exposed in front of Zhang Ziwei. He said in fear, "Why would 7th granduncle say that? Chenai never had such intentions. There's no need to say things that go against your heart. Not only do you think it's despicable, even I think it's despicable." Zhang Chenai lowered his head and said nothing. "However, the Azure continent is too important to our Zhang family. We can't allow any mishaps to happen. Then vice, our Zhang family might be exterminated. Chenai understands." "No, you don't understand." Zhang Ziwei smiled. "However, even if you don't understand, you still have to carry it out, understand?" Zhang Chenai was stunned for a moment before nodding seriously. Zhang Ziwei revealed a satisfied expression. He looked in the direction where Ancestor Zhou was in seclusion. The pressure of a golden core cultivator was getting stronger and stronger. Even from dozens of miles away, he could vaguely feel this aura. The forest where the spirit beasts and birds used to play was now completely silent. Zhou Minghao succeeded. Zhang Ziwei smiled faintly. Zhang Chenai seemed to be in disbelief. He looked at his 7th granduncle in shock. Zhou Minghao actually succeeded in forming his gold core? Then he's a golden core cultivator. It's not that simple. Ancestor Zhang shook his head. For Zifu disciples to break through to the Jindan stage, the core formation stage is only the first threshold. This threshold is as difficult as ascending the heavens for ordinary late-stage Zifu disciples. But for Zifu disciples who had reached the second level of the Great Dao, this wasn't too difficult, especially with the assistance of the gold formation core. For Zifu disciples of the second level, the true difficulty lay in the golden core lightning tribulation after they formed their core. Usually, we call these cultivators who haven't passed the golden core thunder tribulation as fake core cultivators. Do you know why? Zhang Chenai shook his head. Even the Zhang clan Dao child had never heard of such a secret. After all, this was only a private conversation between golden core cultivators, how could a Zifu disciple like him know? Zhang Ziwei seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and explained, the so-called false core formation cultivators are those who have reached core formation and have yet to undergo the lightning tribulation. Strictly speaking, this kind of cultivator had already condensed a golden core. However, because he had not undergone the baptism of the lightning tribulation, his physical body, especially his soul, had not undergone the final transformation. Therefore, there was still a fundamental difference between him and a golden core cultivator. This difference wasn't reflected in strength. Some fake core adepts weren't much different from golden core adepts who had been baptized by the lightning tribulation. However, the future of the two is worlds apart. Seeing Zhang Chenai's interested expression, Zhang Ziwei continued, you should know that the golden core lightning tribulation has 3 levels. The first is the physical body tribulation, the second is the magic power tribulation, and the third, it's a divine soul tribulation. Chapter 400, Golden Core Lightning Tribulation, 2. Zhang Ziwei's tone was exceptionally serious when he talked about the third level of the Thunder Tribulation, even though so many years had passed. The third stage of the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation, the Soul Tribulation, had left a huge psychological shadow on him. Many Zifu disciples, before reaching core formation, will choose to train in a secret art that hides the secrets of the heavens. The only use of this secret art is to prevent the lightning tribulation from sensing that the cultivator has already reached core formation. This way, the lightning tribulation would not descend. There's such a good thing. Zhang Chenai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ha, good news. Zhang Ziwei sneered. It's just a trick to deceive others. Because they had yet to undergo the divine soul tribulation, although there was not much difference between the strength of a fake core adept and a golden core adept who had undergone the tribulation, the difference in lifespan between the two was like heaven and earth. The lifespan of a fake core adept was at most less than 100 years longer than a Zifu disciple. 600 years was the limit of a fake core adept. Moreover, because his body, magic power, and soul had yet to undergo the final transformation, the path of a fake core adept had come to an end, and it was impossible for him to make any further progress. Hearing this, Zhang Chenai's heart trembled slightly, and he immediately stopped thinking about the fake pill. Not only that, Zhang Ziwei laughed and said, because the fake Dan cultivator is hiding the secret technique of the heavenly secrets through cultivation, so they fight with people, never dare to erupt all their strength, so as not to attract the golden Dan thunder tribulation. Thus, in the immortal cultivation world, there were often stories of fake core cultivators being killed by Zifu disciples. 7th Granduncle, what do you think Zhou Minghao will choose? Zhang Ziwei pondered for a moment. Since Zhou Minghao dared to invite the cultivators of the Azure continent to attend the ceremony, he must have the intention to go all out. Therefore, I guess he won't take any shortcuts. Instead, he will choose to undergo the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. As soon as he finished speaking, above the main peak of Tongtian Peak, the entire sky darkened. Within 100 miles, all the sunlight was blocked by the dark thunder clouds. Let's go and take a look. Good. Zhang Chenai nodded excitedly. This was the first time he had seen someone undergo a Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. In addition to the two of them, a large group of cultivators flew toward the main peak of Tongtian Peak in the welcome hall. For a moment, rays of light flashed under the pitch-black sky. Chen Daoxuan, Zhou Mubai and the others were hurrying along. Suddenly, a terrifying heavenly might erupted from the Zhou family. Although all the cultivators present were at the Purple Prefecture realm, they were still frightened by this terrifying power. Not good. The patriarch is about to transcend his tribulation. Zhou Mubai didn't expect that in the time it took for him to welcome Chen Daoxuan, Ancestor Zhou would have to undergo his tribulation. Brother Zhou, let's go. Good. Zhou Mubai's expression was solemn. Everyone immediately pushed their speed to the limit, and in less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the Zhou family's territory. At this moment, hundreds of cultivators were already standing in the air around the peak, looking at the main peak from afar. All of the cultivators present were Zifu disciples, and the two standing in front were Golden Cores. Logically speaking, there was no reason for Golden Cores to come and watch Ancestor Zhou undergo the Golden Core Lightning Tribulation. After all, watching the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation was no longer useful to Golden Cores. High in the sky, Zhang Ziwei and the Golden Core from the Primal Star Immortal City stood side by side. Fellow Daoist Qi, if you bring these juniors here to watch the ceremony, won't there be no Golden Core cultivators in Yuanchen Immortal City? Zhang Ziwei mocked. There's no need for fellow Daoist Zhang to worry. Not only do we have 7 divine generals guarding our city, but we also have my master personally guarding it. I don't believe that any scoundrel would dare to offend us. On the other hand, fellow Daoist Zhang, I heard that not only did the Zhang family gain nothing in the source world of perfected immortality last time, they couldn't even afford a great Dao stone steel. Why? Is your Zhang family short of money? Do you need my Yuanchen Immortal City to lend you some? The Golden Core cultivator who spoke was Qi Guangxiao, the only Golden Core disciple of true Lord Yuanchen. The 7 divine generals he mentioned were 7 Golden Core itinerant cultivators that perfected Lord Yuanchen had paid a huge price to recruit. However, these Golden Core itinerant cultivators were only responsible for guarding Yuanchen Immortal City. As for other risky matters, these Golden Core itinerant cultivators might not listen to orders. Who knows? When Zhang Ziyu heard that Qi Guangxiao wanted to lend them money, not only did he not get angry, he smiled and said, "Is your Yuanchen Immortal City really willing to lend money to my Zhang family?" Hearing this, Qi Guangxiao's expression froze. He didn't expect that the 7th elder of the Zhang family, a dignified late-stage Golden Core cultivator, would be so shameless as to do something like this. Qi Guangxiao turned his face and turned his head away, unwilling to talk to him. Looking at his innocent appearance, Zhang Ziwei suddenly laughed. Although Yuanchen Immortal City had a grudge with the Zhang family, it wasn't a huge threat to the Zhang family. After all, there was only one city in Yuanchen Immortal City, and its sphere of influence was only a small area between the 3 states. It was not even the size of a prefecture. The prosperity of Yuanchen Immortal City was built on the dividends brought by the tens of millions of rogue cultivators. Without these rogue cultivators, Yuanchen Immortal City was nothing. Rogue cultivators were a group of people who would take advantage of the situation. They were the most unreliable group in the cultivation world. These were the original words of Patriarch Zhang, and Zhang Ziwei also agreed with them. In the cultivation world, no top-notch force was formed entirely by itinerant cultivators. This was because, at the end of the day, a group of itinerant cultivators would come and go if there were benefits and leave if there were no benefits. It was simply impossible to expect this group of people to risk their lives for each other. Yuan Chen Immortal City seemed to be huge and had tens of millions of itinerant cultivators. However, with so many itinerant cultivators, how many of them dared to say that they would live and die with Yuan Chen Immortal City? It was probably not even 1 in 1,000. This was also the reason why, even though the number of itinerant cultivators was the largest in the cultivation world, they were the least influential. Qi Guangxiao choked on Ancestor Jiang's words. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he saw more than 10 streaks of light flying toward him. When he looked closely, he realized that the 2 people leading the group were Zhou Mubai and Chen Daoxuan. Qi Guangxiao immediately led the people of Yuan Chen Immortal City to welcome them. The last time Yuan Chen Immortal City cooperated with the Kang Prefecture cultivators in the source world of true immortals, Zhou Mubai had even accepted a sky-high offer from perfected Lord Yuan Chen. Even though perfected Lord Yuan Chen had misjudged Chen Daoxuan, he still spent 120 drops of power of creation to buy a great Dao stone tablet after leaving the origin world of perfected immortals. Therefore, the relationship between the 2 sides was not bad. Chen Daoxuan had barely met Qi Guangxiao a few times during his trip to Taizhu not long ago. It was just that he had always stood behind perfected Lord Yuan Chen and didn't talk much to everyone. "Fellow Daoist Zhou, fellow Daoist Chen, how have you been?" Qi Guangxiao greeted them warmly. "Senior Qi, you're too polite." Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai cupped their hands at Qi Guangxiao. When Zhang Ziyu saw that the 2 of them were familiar with each other, he did not have any intention of going up to greet them. Instead, he acted very aloof. However, Chen Daoxuan and Zhou Mubai naturally couldn't be rude to such a late Aurus core stage cultivator. They all cupped their hands at Ancestor Zhang and said, "Perfected Zhang." "Yes." Zhang Ziyi smiled warmly at the 2 of them. To be honest, based on his first impression, Chen Daoxuan had a better impression of Zhang Ziyi. This was because the other party had a very good grasp of propriety. He did not treat her coldly because of his cultivation, nor did he appear overly enthusiastic. In comparison, this perfected Qi was much weaker in this aspect. However, Chen Daoxuan could understand that Qi Guangxiao had been mingling with itinerant cultivators all year round. Compared to the disciples of the clan, he had more of a rustic habit. Chen Daoxuan had a vague guess in his heart about these 2 people suddenly coming to Kangzhou. At least he was certain of the Zhang family's thoughts. This was because the great elder of the Zhang family had once offered him an olive branch outside the source world of true immortals, but Chen Daoxuan had rejected him. If the Chen family allied with the Zhang family, they could only become vassals. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan felt that the Zhang family was very ambitious. On the surface, he was allied with the Chen family, but in fact, he was plotting against Kangzhou. In fact, Chen Daoxuan didn't think much of being ambitious, because his ambition might be even greater. Chen Daoxuan wanted to become an immortal. In the cultivation world where no one had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal for hundreds of thousands of years, this kind of ambition could be said to have broken through the sky. With the current resources of this world, if they wanted to support a Mahayana true immortal, they might really have to use the entire world's strength to do it.